way it works is you put it in your basket and you check out now. If you don't check out, it's not yours. But you can then check out again and again and again till midnight. You will still only pay 1p&P. It's not like all deals are sealed once you've not with other websites. You check out, that's it, isn't it? Then you check out at 3 in the afternoon, you've got to pay P&P again. But from up until midnight, right, a third of them. Oh, someone's asked what the increments and measurements. Well, it is 24 inches by 6.5 inches. And it's yes, it's all in 1/8 of an inch increments as well, which is useful, isn't it? Really very, very clear and easy to read as well. It's got nice big numbers with arrows on as well, so it's really easy to see. When you're doing like 16 inches, you can see they've got nice inches are marked in smaller arrows, so it's very, very user-friendly. I think that's fab. Half of the stock has gone now, half the stock, not surprised. Morning all, the Bassets are eating breakfast and I'm enjoying a quiet hour watching Sewing Street from Wendy. Brilliant, brilliant. Let's hope they eat their breakfast a bit longer then. Will they be quiet with you? That's a lovely thing. Well, Wendy, I hope you've managed to get your ruler at a £12 saving. Lovely to hear from you. Do message me and we love hearing. See what you're up to today. What are you making? Well, after Sewing Street's finished, obviously. What are you planning on making this afternoon? Right, shall we have a look at see what's coming up? It's a great day, actually, because we've got 3 guests today. So let's have a look at what's coming up on Sewing Street today. So at 8 o'clock, we've got an with us today. Author Becky Cole is with us with her book, All Access Sewing, which is a fabulous book. Absolutely love this. This book is ideal for adapting your wardrobe to fit you for the needs that you need. So whether you for discs and tools that just makes, absolutely love this book. I went through it this morning with Becky. I think it's brilliant. And I think everybody will find something in this book that they can use or that they will be able to use for somebody else. This is going to be a great hour. 9 o'clock, Susie Duncan's in with us with her brand new Twisting Fans wall hanging. She's going to do a bit of a Dresden plate masterclass with Fans wall hanging, and she's also got a Dresden plate bag, both of which use the Creative Grids Dresden plate ruler. And so that Dresden plate ruler does all manner of things. It can make Dresden plates of different sizes. It can also do curved ones and pointy ones as well. So if you've always wanted to buy one of those, not sure how to use it, we've got the masterclass, we've got instructions. 10 o'clock, Becky will be back with us and she's going to demonstrate, this is a fantastic machine. It's a sewing, quilting and embroidery machine all in one. Now, when it was demoed on the 2nd of February, we sold out. So we've got some more back. And Becky's going to show you how to use it. So if you fancy buying an embroidery machine, but you don't want to buy them separately, you think, I'd rather combine them, I only want one machine, this is perfect. And it comes with all these free Disney embroidery patterns as well. That's at 10 o'clock. At 11, Susie will be back with us with her quirky flower tote bag. I love this. She's got patterns, she's got kits. There's also some other bags on the show as well, all different sorts. There's the pebble bag, they're really lovely. And she's going to be... on the left and on the right is the one side of the quirky tote bag. Gorgeous. You're going to love these. And she's going to give us a complete demo and share all her amazing patchwork quilting tricks and tips. Then at 12 o'clock, brand new, Carla Bagshaw's going to be with us. She's going to be demonstrating the Brother Scan and Cut Disney Home and Hobby Cutting Machine, which is amazing. I'm so excited about this. Never seen it before. We've never had it before. It's a fantastic piece of machinery. It's coming with an amazing bundle, and Carla is a complete expert. So she's going to show us how to use that. You will love it. Might end up being your new must-have piece of machinery in your sewing machine. So that's a very exciting day, isn't it? Anyway, welcome, Becky.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, lovely to have you. And your fantastic book.
Thank you so much.
I love this book. I think it's really... How did you come up with the idea? What was the process?
So it's a sort of a story that starts maybe about 3 years ago, when during lockdown we sort of started to suspect there might be some neurodivergency in our family, both of my children, and then myself. So at the grand old age of 42, I received a divergent diagnosis. So I'm autistic, ADHD, and I have Erland syndrome, which is similar to dyslexia. And I was with those and you had no idea? I just felt like this weird person that didn't quite fit.
Okay.
So I was over the diagnosis because I suddenly made sense for the first time ever. So, you know, if anyone ever says, I've just had this diagnosis, they've probably fought really hard for it, Congratulations.
Yes, it's not an easy one to get,
Congratulations.
is it?
It is not at all, especially as a, an adult woman. So I started to think, right, well, actually, now I can embrace this about myself. And the first thing I did, I'm a dressmaker, right? How can I change the clothes that I wear? And I ripped out everything in my wardrobe that didn't feel... And I was left with leggings,
Right.
strappy tops and hoodies.
Because this is about adapting clothes rather than actually having to start from scratch.
Yes, you do not have to know how to dressmake. This is all about alterations. And the projects in here, they're designed to a wardrobe to make them accessible. But actually, the skills in here, it's things like putting in zips, how to put in, how to adapt a waistband, how to alter a hem. So in here, there's a project to level this. Oh, I opened it right on the page. Get me. Leveling a hem, because if you're in a wheelchair, your hem at the back drops and the front rises. So
of course.
If you're not if you're not an ambulatory person, you don't need it to be straight. So how to level a hem? Well, this process is the same whether you're just shortening a hem or leveling a hem. So the projects are aimed at accessibility, but actually can be utilised by everybody.
Yes, and I love the way that it is your existing wardrobe. It's not about dressmaking from scratch. So, maybe somebody's had recent surgery.
Yes.
Or can change.
And we've all got those favourite things in our wardrobes that we're just we don't want to have to give those things up. But I've found during my career, and I give this advice to anybody who wants to be a dressmaker or to get into making their own clothes, is if you alter clothes, you will learn how to put clothes together.
Right, okay.
Because my advice is always take it apart and put it back together in exactly the same way.
Okay, and then you can see how it's
then you're learning, you're altering the clothing, but you're all different parts of garments, and that in turn is then going to give you the skills to become a dressmaker. So I think it's really important to know how to alter clothes, because I don't know a single person who fits everything on the high street.
No, or anything.
I really do not. So everybody, it's a really important skill to have to be able to adapt your clothes. It's good for the environment.
So if we go through the projects, I think that all the techniques, choosing sewing machines.
Yes. So I think if I start off by explaining what I mean by accessibility, because I think this is a word that kind of gets bandied around and people don't really understand what it means. I call this the ramp of sewing books. Okay, and there's a little story why I call it that. It's a story I saw on social media about a young boy in a wheelchair, and he snowed overnight, and the caretaker is clearing the snow off the steps. And the little boy says, "Could you please sweep the ramp so that I could get into school?" And he says, "I'll do the ramp in a minute, I'm just doing the steps first." And the little boy says, "But if you do the ramp, we can all get in."
Yes.
Because everybody can use a ramp.
Absolutely.
That is what accessibility means. It's not about disability, it's not about neurodivergency, it's nothing about that. It's everybody having equal access to
something,
okay,
no, that
regardless of what their challenges are.
Right.
So I'm calling this the ramp of sewing books. This is the book that everyone can use regardless of your situation.
Okay.
So it starts off with how to set up your sewing, how to select a sewing machine to meet your access needs, what tools are good to use.
So things like a stop-start button if you can't use the foot pedal.
Can't use the foot pedal. I know a friend of mine who's a dressmaker. She had an operation. She was in bed for 3 months and she sewed with a table on her lap with her sewing machine in bed.
Yeah, and things like I certainly can't use it.
Exactly.
Having a thread cutter button, a speed limiter, all of these things.
The knee lifts. All of these kinds of things. Anything that sort of simplifies it and makes it easier to use is going to make it absolutely,
because it makes it more accessible.
Yeah, you're not having to lift this iron. You're not having to have the strength to do that, and various different options. And then what tools to have in your sewing kit. So things that I prefer. I've put in a pair of really sort of heavy dressmaking shears. Right, if you have dexterity issues or energy challenges, they're probably not the best for you. I love them because for me the sensory joy of that when you're cutting through fabric with those brings me so much joy.
Okay.
But that's an accessible thing for me. So it's all these different options. Electric are
that
great.
Makes life a lot simpler,
spring-loaded shears and snips. These sorts of things that take out half of the difficulties and shears.
Brilliant. And it all makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you've got all of the different tools.
And there's lots of different options because not one size fits all. Somebody might go, "Oh, I love scissors." Somebody else might say, "I can't use scissors. I need a rotary cutter."
Okay, but the book explores all of those options.
The book gives you all these different options. What to do if you can't use pins. you know,
Yeah,
different,
yeah.
you struggle using pins.
So you've spoken to different people with different disabilities,
Absolutely.
and then asked them
Yes,
what they use.
I'm very passionate that I do not speak for anyone else. I can talk to you about what it's like to be a neurodivergent person. I don't know what it's like to be in a wheelchair. I don't know what it's like to have a stoma bag. I don't know what it's like to have MS. I don't have these conditions.
Okay.
And it's not my place to tell you these things. So I've interviewed various different professional sewers who have disability about how they work with their disability.
Okay.
So Yvonne, for example, has MS.
And then
she uses a
you've
wheelchair.
taken projects.
Yeah, so there's 15
based on that
projects in
one.
here. They're split into access, adjustment, and comfort. So access is you need access to parts of your body. So here we've got zips. This is for maybe you don't have the dexterity to take your shoes on and off very easily and you want to be able to get your trousers. You have a prosthetic. Maybe it's just a case of you experience lymphedema. And there's, you know, swelling in your ankles or something, and the ability to open up the ankle of your trousers would be helpful. In plastic,
You know, so
even down
if it's
to that,
a
yeah,
temporary thing.
absolutely. Opening, so you know, in the sleeve of the arm, maybe you've got a peg or not a peg, sorry. Having chemo, that kind of thing, where you need access to your arm, the port. That was what I was trying to think of. We've got in here. Zips, invisible zips into seams in clothing. So this one here. So if you have a stoma bag, for example, or a feeding tube, a peg tube, you can easily access them without needing to get undressed.
Oh, I see. And then you can make that zip as...
Yeah, but you know, this is putting a zip into a dress. This is good for this, but it's also good if you just want to put a zip into a dress.
Yeah, well, that's true. Or for breastfeeding, if you wanted to have...
Breastfeeding. You could put this into any seam. So that's the access ones. They're all about accessing parts of your body. Projects are about adjusting to fit your body. So, for example, excuse me, shortening sleeves. So you can how to shorten things. This works if you just have the need to shorten sleeves on something. Yes, if you just got
short arms.
You don't have to have a limb difference.
Absolutely.
It's how to utilise these skills.
So this book is really, you can use these skills for all sorts of things.
Absolutely. Lengthening and shortening jeans.
That's really useful, isn't it?
Because everyone likes buying jeans today. If you've got a pair of jeans that fit you and you just need to alter them, moving pockets, this is a really simple one. If you are in a wheelchair, you don't need pockets on the back, and actually they're quite uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's true.
So removing the pockets from the back and putting them on the sides so that you can access them. So there's all of those, and then we've got comfort. Now this is my...
Yeah, I think this one, I think that's because stretch waistband, comfortable, pregnancy.
Yeah, this is the first thing I did to all of my trousers, was I changed all my jeans waistbands to stretch waistbands because they're just so comfortable. And yeah, it's useful for everybody. We were saying, weren't we, from sensory issues to having stoma bags and being in a wheelchair and everything.
Yeah, and
if you're just menopaused at the end of the day.
Well, I like the fact as well you've put such a big waistband.
Yeah, and that's up to you how wide you make it.
So lovely to have Becky, the Sewing Street family. Her wealth of information is incredible from Susan in Hampshire, isn't it? I mean, and I think that's because you've also spoken to lots of people who've said, yeah, if I want a stretch weight, it needs to be a wide one. Yeah. I don't want a narrow one.
Absolutely.
And it's, I think, interviewing all these people and talking to them, it must have been really enlightening. Yeah,
exactly. I'm not here to appropriate anyone's experience, you know.
So this one is sensory seams. So you don't have all that
If you have can't stand seams, or if you have a family member who can't bear seams, this is a great way. There's two ways of doing it. One is seam, and another is to use bias tape to cover the seam. And that's a really... In fact, if you see these little... You might notice that each project has this little key on it. So this one is loosening when you get those sleeves. And if you move forwards and I absolutely hate it. This is a way of just opening those sleeves up so that you get this sort of nice flutter sleeve.
You know, that's just sometimes you buy clothes and the sleeve is too tight. You can't wear that anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks, you know, it actually looks really nice.
It does really nice. Or again, if you've got your arm in plaster.
If you've got your arm in plaster. But you'll notice that each project has these next to it. And it's slightly different to a regular, what you would see in normal sewing books, okay? So which means dexterity. So this is how fiddly is this project.
Okay.
Right? This one means heavy lifting. How much hoiking of heavy fabric and getting up and down from my seat and moving around am I going to have to do? And this is how challenging is it, how easy is it to do if you're an absolute beginner?
Brilliant. So you can look at it like that.
So you can pick and choose. If you're having a really good day, you could pick a more complicated project. If having a day maybe where your dexterity isn't great, pick a project that doesn't require so much dexterity. So you can really pick.
Fantastic.
What I didn't want to do is put this project will take you 2 hours.
Yeah, because what does that mean?
Well, if you're a beginner or experienced, but also if you say MS again or ME, somebody who has challenging fatigues, long your energy levels, you might take 3 weeks to do that project.
That's true.
I don't want then that person to feel like they failed.
Because I haven't done it in 2 hours.
So it's really important. The other thing is, and I fought quite hard for this with my publisher because it is not what you do, a larger dyslexia-friendly font.
Oh, okay.
So if you have dyslexia or anything like that, you know, struggle with small text, you'll find that it's this
that's true.
dyslexia friendly thing. And also for me, this is something that I always look for in projects, is big picture text that relates to that picture.
So it's really easy.
So it's not, here's a diagram and 4 steps that you've got to cover. Because I skip to the next one and go, well, why is it saying I've got to put the zip in? I haven't even sewn the seam yet. And actually I've missed out 3 or 4 steps from before.
But it's all right as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it's just nice and easy to read.
Absolutely, absolutely. Every project has top tips.
So much work has gone into this.
Yeah.
So much work. And I think that
a passion project.
even if you buy it because of the waistband, it's a great book to have and to own because you just never know. Like you were saying to me earlier, you just don't know when it happens.
No, well, 17% of people are born with their disability.
Right.
Okay?
Wow.
So that means over 80% of the population who have a disability will have developed it at some point in their life.
Okay.
It could be an illness. It could be a mistimed car. It could be a fall. It could be just age-related. You just don't know. And you know, especially everybody's body's kind of wear and tear with age. We're all going to face mobility issues and joint issues and sight issues, you know, as we get older. So it's really important because I find that people don't really care about accessibility until it relates to them. And all of a sudden it's like, well, why so inaccessible? And this relates to everything. So I'm just so passionate that the world should be free to access for everybody.
Well, and especially with sewing, because not all of these require great sewing skills.
No,
not
at
Some of them are quite
all.
simple,
They're
but if
really
you can
simple.
adjust just, you know, with your trousers so that you can get your shoes on, then fantastic.
Yeah. And also at the back, there's a really massive glossary. I can't remember how many pages, about 7 pages long. And I've gone down to the finest, you know, the most obvious things you can possibly never sewn before. I'm not going to assume you know what a hook and eye is. I'm not going to assume
but then there's a lot of things
in
here that you might not have heard of that you think, oh, I didn't realise all of these things.
So it's all designed to basically be as accessible as possible.
And that's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just so that you can get it on and off, so it feels comfortable.
Yeah.
And also, without needing it for any other reason, you can buy a top and you think, oh, I just like it a bit wider.
Yeah.
And how do I do
Even
that?
it doesn't necessarily changing the shape of it to making it a boat neck rather than.
And that's a really simple, just long sleeve T-shirt that you can buy anywhere.
Yeah. Every single item of clothing that is featured in this book was bought from a charity shop.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So it's you know, I've tried to be as environmentally friendly as possible.
And, I mean, and when we just look at this project, look how much information that's in it. Read all, like you say, really clear photos, nice, large, legible text, and then tips as well about how to do it.
So but the tips are, if the project doesn't work exactly for you, then ways of altering it to work better for your situation.
Right. Okay.
So it's just adapting it again further if you need to.
I have a stoma bag. Thank you for including us, Becky.
Oh,
Sylvia's.
very well.
Well, Sylvia, I hope you can change everything now. And I think that's really important, isn't it? Because you get a stoma bag, you suddenly think, what to do now?
Yeah.
Thank you for all of the info and for taking time to get the research right from Fran in Greater London.
Oh, you're very welcome.
I think that's so important because with a book like this, if you hadn't done the research and you hadn't got it right, it would have sort of ruined it because then people would have just ignored it, put it one side. It never have happened by anyone else then. So as this is kind of like the first book, it's brilliant that it's so right.
Thank you. There is also a foreword in here from a lady called Victoria Jenkins, who, if you watched Unique Boutique, I mentioned it to you before, it's on Channel 4. Go and watch it, still on All 4. Go and watch it. And she is a real forerunner in adaptable fashion. She had founded a company called Unhidden, and you may or may not have seen that she's working with Primark, and Primark have launched
Yes, I see
their
they've done
first,
that, yes.
and it's been working with Victoria.
Oh, wow.
She's written the foreword for this
Which
book
is
as
great,
well.
because there's obviously a hidden, it's like you say, it's a hidden these things, but you just think it's only if you know someone who's an expert dressmaker or someone goes, look, unlocks all of that. Expandable trouser legs. Brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a great fashion feature, if
Well, I
nothing
think that's
else.
quite cool, actually.
But again, if you've got lymphedema, you find your legs swell up or anything like that, again, with a cast on, prosthetics, you can just, and also you can turn them into wide leg trousers or narrow trousers.
When you're flying, very useful.
Yes.
Trousers.
Light trousers, there you go. Oh,
I think that's great. and like you say, some of these conditions may be temporary, so you don't want to go and, well, also, I think creating a brand new pair of trousers from scratch is really hard.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it really is.
Whereas this is simpler.
Find comfortable trousers. I'm very passionate about if you've got an item of clothing that you work, don't throw it out, adapt it. You know, and something I've always done is, but if something I wear it and wear it and wear it and it wears out, is I cut it up and use it as a pattern and then make it again, because I know it's going to fit me perfectly.
Yeah, no, well, that is true, because I love that. Where do you get anything? Well, we've only had a pattern for it, but just cut it up. But again, every project, really clear photos. June says, I've got a stoma. I'm finding clothes to suit my changed body is a constant battle. Oh. Thank you, Becky. Love, June.
Oh,
well, yeah, and I'm sure it is, because you must have to be looking at clothes all the time thinking, oh, well, is there a seam there I can undo? How do I do that? Poonam says, good morning, Becky and Rebecca. What a fabulous book. As a carer who loves sewing, this is such a helpful book to many. Thanks, Poonam.
Oh, thank you. And also, if you really sort of feel like this is something that you want to kind of get involved with, on the front of the book, all the books are going to be signed.
Fabulous.
So you will get a signed
copy. Everyone who buys one will get a signed copy.
Whether you want to
Becky.
or not, I'm going to sign it.
Yeah.
Just on the front is a little sticker that says come and join us, and there is a Facebook group called the All Act. People in the group named it. I put it out to a vote. They named it, and it's basically a very big group of all like-minded people, and we share tips.
But then you can ask questions in there as well, and also if you've done something that really works, you could say, oh, how I've done this, and that gives other people ideas.
Yes, I do lives in there as well, and yeah, I'm always on hand to answer questions.
So the book, 19.99. There's the code up on the screen there. Absolutely sure we all know somebody, whether it's us, whether it's a family member, whether it's a friend. Whoever, this is a book that is going to come in so useful, isn't it? And you, like you say, it can really change someone's life. Yeah. Because if it means that you can, because your clothes are fitting you, or they're more accessible, or like, you know, you've put a gap in for your stoma. Yeah. That makes a massive difference, doesn't it?
Well, I've even written on the back with, you know, the blurb kind of sums it up about, you know, imagine if none of your wardrobe, and if they actually caused you pain or made you feel completely invisible, and what if you couldn't even get yourself dressed?
Yeah.
Fine, and the next day suddenly you can't even dress yourself.
Well, I love the pattern in there that's for putting magnetic buttons. Magnetic buttons. Different. So, you know, whether you just do have dexterity issues, or, you know, you've broken a hand or something. Yeah. How am I going to actually?
Just a little addendum to this: if you have a pacemaker, please don't put magnets in your clothes. Okay. Yes. Just saying. But yeah, I mean, this basically turns a garment, a very fiddly garment, into something that can be
And this might be your favourite blouse that you save for special occasions. Yeah. And now you can't wear it anymore.
And the whole project, if you look, has got front. In fact, I've got the actual shirt here. The way that we do it, it's not been ironed, I'm afraid. Terrible behaviour.
Oh, wow.
So
it looks like buttons.
So you stitch the buttons back on over the old buttonholes. So if you've got a machine that does that for you, so you're not having to fiddle around, and
that's amazing. So you would never.
So there's your magnet.
Wow. You see, I was expecting to see the big magnetic snaps.
No,
so
they're in there.
You just need to sort of lay one on top of the other.
I do plan to at some point source all of these things to offer, so different fastenings and things.
And so nobody would know.
Nobody knows, and that's the thing. You don't want your clothes to look.
There's a few. It's quite now as they're there.
Well, this is the one with the you know, we talked about loosening tight sleeves. So turn it around this way.
So really simple. I mean, it looks altered.
No, this is what the sleeve looked like originally.
Okay.
Okay. And all we've done is you slice it open to here and you undo that seam slightly. You curve it off if you want to. I curve it off because I find it easier to stitch the bias binding on. Stitch it up your head, the sleeve head, done.
And then it will fit.
And it fits.
And if you've got, like you've got a big plaster cast on.
Or even just can do that.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, so all sorts of things here.
Well, it's nice to see the reality. I can't believe that blouse. But I quite fancy that. I do buttons up.
That's the waistband.
This is because when you buy, I mean, I know like maternity clothes, they're not always the nicest ones, are they?
No.
Or whether, you've got your favourite pair of green cords. This is fab because it's not a little waistband.
No. If you prefer a narrow waistband, you can absolutely do a narrow waistband. But, you can make it, if you are pregnant, maybe you want one that's sort of this wide.
Right, okay, and that's all explained in it, isn't it?
Yeah, you just alter the widths.
Even if you struggle, like, I can't undo my zip and my buttons and I just want to be able to go to the toilet easily, fantastic.
Exactly.
And you're getting all of that in this one book. I mean, I think it's amazing. I think it is worth, for the way it will change your life and those that you know and you're sewing for, it's worth way more than $19.99. We've got a few of the others.
Yes, we have. I didn't know to have a look at the stretch ruler while we were talking about the
let's do that while we're talking about the stretch stuff. So Becky's also developed a few items as well to help to make sewing more accessible.
Yes. So because stretch fabrics are so, they're brilliant. They are great if you have comfort issues or need your clothing to fit a certain way. But they're becoming more and more popular because they are just more comfortable. The same as an elasticated waistband is popular because it's comfortable. And in the book, I will show you, I've tried to make it as simple as possible. Let me find the trousers that we're looking at now. Oh, they're in the back. I always forget where they are. I put it together. So this is another project that uses the same thing. There's quite a few in here that talk about how to deal with the stretch from something. Now, I tried to make it as simple as possible, and I've put this little table in here to help you do the maths. However, that's still not accessible.
Well, because you think, well, have I got a calculator? That's really complicated.
You have dyscalculia or, anything that, for me, if something, because I've got ADHD, if something feels too challenging and it's going to take, unless I'm hyper-focused on it, my brain goes, well, I'm not doing that. I don't care how much I want these trousers, I'm not doing that. So I wanted to find a way of making it easier to use stretch. And now there are other stretch rulers out there. I've not invented the stretch ruler. This is the first stretch ruler that is dyslexia and dyscalculia friendly. So I'll show you. Okay, so I've got some stretch fabric here. All right, this is just sort of a ribbed stretch. Okay. Now, when you're using stretch, the biggest stretch wants to go around the body. Okay, not down. Okay. Right. So what you want to do, when you are using stretch, so you can see the ruler a bit better when it's against the dark fabric, you're using stretch against a non-stretch fabric. So the jeans and the trousers are non-stretch, the waistband is stretch. You've got to remove the stretch. When you look at a cuff, this is another project that uses the same idea. The ribbing on the end, you need it to stretch out so that it kind of comes back in again and grips. Otherwise, there's no point in having the stretch. What did I just throw on the floor? My extra finger. I throw on the floor. So you need to know how to remove the stretch. Numbers on it.
So you don't use calculators for this?
No, not at all. What you need to do is take a amount of fabric. So we're going to put this against the edge of the fabric, and we're going to hold here where this little arrow ends, okay? And I'm just going to, actually it's better to fold it in half. Measurement is to just hold it here and pull it until it feels comfortable. You don't want to overstretch it. If I really pulled it, I could get it. You just want that comfortable stretch, which is about 20%. Can you see up here where it says 20%? Right? So I know this fabric has a 20%.
But you might have others that have got a 50%. So different
fabrics will have different amounts of stretch. So it's important that you use the ruler to work out how much stretch is in your...
And then you can calculate how much you need. So this is basically how to work out how stretchy your fabric is.
But that's what the ruler does. Now, what you've then got to do is a bit of maths to work out what you then... So imagine your waistband is 40 centimetres, okay? How do you work out what this 20% is? So it can become quite complicated, especially if your waistband isn't an easy number.
Yes, okay.
Right, so let's pick a really difficult number that you wouldn't automatically think. Let's say 49. This is not, I've got a 49 centimetre waist.
Yeah.
You know, we'll go with it.
For example.
We'll go with it. When you get your stretch ruler, it will come with instructions, is a QR code. You scan that and it will take you to a page on my website which has full colour picture instructions on how to use it. So if you prefer to learn visually, that's on there. And you can download either the trick or the imperial versions of these charts.
So once you've worked out the stretch of your fabric from the ruler, you go to the chart and that will tell you the fabric.
Now these might look a bit complicated, but trust me, they're not. Okay, so we're going to say our waist is 49 centimetres. Okay, we know our fabric has got 20% stretch, so I'm going to go across to the 20% stretch. I need to cut my new waistband to 39.2 centimetres.
Fabulous. So that takes all of the complications, all the difficulties,
yes.
all the maths.
So what you do is add on your seam allowance to that, and then
once you've got that, then the sewing on is fine.
Yeah.
So, because otherwise, how on earth would you know fabric board on it, does it?
And if you prefer to use imperial, which I don't, but I've done an imperial one anyway, and this made my brain melt. So I need everyone to show some love for the imperial one.
I can imagine it.
Because you can put this into like Excel or whatever, and it'll do it for you. You can't with inches. It goes, I don't know what you're talking about. So you know, say 23 inches there, 20% stretch. You'd cut it to 18 3/8. So there, so you don't have to do any maths.
Wow.
And
that comes as a free downloadable when you buy the ruler. The QR code will take you to download that, and you will get a set of instructions as well.
Yep, so you get written instructions with the ruler.
$14.99, so much more. And actually, to be honest, whether you're using this for accessible sewing or not, if you work with stretch fabrics, you need this ruler.
Exactly. Stretches. I did it because I didn't like how I was forced to explain how to work with stretch in the book. It's good because you can still do it even if you haven't got the ruler, but I needed a more...
Third of the stock of the ruler has now gone, so you need to get anyone who works on with stretch fabric, whether it's for changing items or whether it's you're just making yourself a brand new piece of clothing, you need this.
Absolutely. That is the most challenging part about working
because I've always
with stretch.
wondered how you work out what the stretch. I can tell you, they just say cut this, but if you've got... There's so many different stretch fabrics, whether you're using a thin jersey or a Ponte Roma or a scoop, massively different, isn't it?
And in here, the neckline, widening the neckline, you would use this. Adapting the cuffs, you would use this. The waist, use this. There are so many opportunities.
And the fact that you give them these is amazing, isn't
Done
it?
the maths
They
for
are
you.
amazing. All the maths is done. You can use your ruler as well, you see.
Yeah.
Once you've worked it out, you can put it along the line.
And actually what I would do is actually highlight the square. So get yourself a highlighter and just colour in the square that is the one that relates to you, so that you're not...
And it covers everybody because you've got all the different measurements.
Yeah, it goes all the way from 15 centimetres.
It's not just about waists, it can be about cuffs as well, which is why there's little ones.
Goes from 15 centimetres to 150 centimetres.
Brilliant.
The maths are done. And in the imperial, it's 6 inches up to... and the ½ inches. And also I've popped a little diagram on there that shows you what the, if you're not familiar with inches or imperial measurements, what they look like. And, just visually, you can kind of see it there, which line it is. It with dyslexia, things like that, when an Erlen syndrome as well, and it jumps off the page.
Okay.
It starts doing the crazy things, and you're like...
Then that sort of
this
lands
is going,
again.
oh, all right, so I need the fourth line, right? I can do the fourth line, right, done.
Okay, yeah. Well, otherwise you do 11/16, you're counting, but you can just see there, can't you, that it's just the one inside the 3/4.
Exactly.
Absolutely brilliant. So anyone who sews with stretch fabric, you need this, because that is going to make it's going to improve the accuracy and the finish of your stitching. Yeah. Or if it's just that you're changing the waistband or adding new cuffs. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and again, accessible. It workability challenges, but also for people who just want to work with stretch.
Absolutely. Shall we talk about the pattern weights next? Because I think these are really clever. So you develop these?
Yes.
Because obviously it's easier to sew if you can if you can weight it down.
Yes. So I personally am a pin gal. I do like my pins, but I can handle pins. And I know that a lot of people can't. Even with the, all your gadgets that you can get and your big, that kind of thing. So when I was exploring in the book, the sort of how to use things that aren't pins, can't use pins. So here we are. We've got, things like the easy grip pins, clips. if you can't, the ODIF spray for putting your patterns on your fabric, that kind of thing. But pattern weights. Now, in my experience, your pattern weights, you either get like the beanbaggy type things. They're not heavy enough, in my opinion.
Right.
I need something that's going to really, because I'm just going to knock everything. You know, you need something really heavy. These weights here are brilliant, and they're really heavy, and they're brilliant because they hold the pattern down perfectly. However, they're not easy to pick up.
Well, no, they're not.
Whether you've got dexterity issues or not, they're not easy.
They're not easy.
And they are quite heavy. So I created this kit to make 4 of these. These are the Easy Grip Pattern Weight Kit. So in the box...
So they've all got one of these big weights in, but they've got little rings, so you can easily...
And the ring, that feels a lot lighter than that.
It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, oh, that's so strange. There's probably some physics involved in that, which I have no idea of.
But it means that they feel lighter to lift
around.
Loads,
like half of the weight.
Yes.
That's weird, isn't it? But it's exactly the same thing.
In fact, there's more in that than there is in that.
Right, yeah, that is weird.
Right, so in the box, you're going to get your complete instructions. Again, same theory, clear pattern pictures with very clearly large text, one picture, one task. You're also going to get your pattern piece, okay, which is there. There's your pattern piece.
Brilliant.
Tells you what to do. You're going to get 4 weights, okay. You're going to get 4 little rings.
Perfect.
Like that. And you get a fat quarter. Now, the fabric is all lovely fabric. I only put lovely fabric in my kits. But you can't select the fabric. It is potluck.
It's going to use fabric.
The boxes are already sealed. I can't even go, that's that person sounds like a nice person. I'll send that one a nice one. They're all lovely fabrics. But it is potluck. And in here, and you also get a little bag of wadding.
So everything you need?
Everything you need.
So this could be like your first project as well, couldn't it?
It could. It's a very, very simple project.
And again, you know, for accessibility, they're brilliant. But if you just want some really nice pattern weights, they are lovely.
Yeah.
And they're easy to pick up. I think they're brilliant.
And once you've got the pattern, you can make as many as you want, really. You obviously need to get the weights and things, but
But that does make it a lot easier.
You know, I want Christmas weights for making my Christmas projects.
They are brilliant. And they're tactile. You just want to hold them and swing them. I don't know why, they're just lovely.
Yeah.
What a brilliant kit. $15.99 for the kit. That's the code on the screen. I think this is a fab thing. And also quite a simple project as well.
Yes, it's a really good first project.
It's a great, as a starting project. And it will be something that you will find so useful, whether you're doing accessible sewing or not. It's just a really useful thing, isn't it?
Exactly.
Now, the next item you've got, I think... Yes. So, these are great for any dressmaker. Yeah. And giving them to people, but also, and they haven't got any labels in them at all.
No.
Now, sometimes we put labels in things to say, oh, I'm made with love. Yes. Which is a lovely thing, but it doesn't...
These were... I was so excited when I kind of came up with the concept for these. And I scoured the internet, and nobody had done it before. And I was like,
wow.
You know, how many rubber stamps are out there in the world, and nobody's done a laundry set?
I think they're
crafted. I think these are quite cool little details on your cards. Anyway, this is how you look after me on Valentine's. So you can get the stamps on their own if you're already a stamper and you've got all your inks, or if you're not, then there's the kit.
So on the screen is the kit, $25.99. But the reason you developed this was because a lot of people have to cut it. Scratchy.
I do. My kids do. If you have sensory issues...
But even if not, they are scratchy.
They are scratchy.
And they're always here on your waist, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are. And if you cut your label out, you now don't know how to care for it. But also, if you're making your own garments or bags or actually anything out of fabric, your own quilts, etc., especially if you're gifting them, you need to know how to care for it. Now, you can buy pre-made labels, fabric labels to stitch in, but that only works for that particular fabric. So you've got to have all these different
Yeah, that's true. Whereas
this
labels. Is make your own.
This is make your own. So you get, in the kit, you're getting your stamps.
Which have got all the different washing things, from the different temperatures to hand wash. You've got dry cleaning.
And if you're not sure what any of the symbols mean, they're on the back as well.
See, there's me. I'm trying to go, now that is that one. That's what it
guess.
tells you, like, don't wash at 30 degrees, dry, flat, all the different ones that you see.
Okay, so they're...
Only of these kits left once everyone's checked out, so you need to be quick. So you get your little stamps.
Get your stamps. Again, you're going to get your full instructions, all right, and stamp care instructions, how to look after your stamps that last you forever. You get 3 different colour VersaCraft inks.
Now, I presume these are
designed for, that you pop them onto fabric, you then heat seal them with an iron, and then you can wash them and they won't wash out, they're permanent. Now, the reason why you've got a black, a white and a yellow is because putting white on a dark fabric doesn't always work.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sometimes you need a yellow.
If you've got a white fabric, if you put black on there, so if you do it in yellow, it's going to stand out from the white, but it's not going to show through. So you've got 3 different colour inks there. You've also got your mounting block that you can put your stamps on. So can you show us
how they work?
I'm going to, absolutely. With picking these up, like I clearly do. You've also got a little suction cup in there. So again, with accessibility, you can pick this up. Okay. So pop those all back in there, and I'm going to show you these in action. It is, as soon as you've ironed it, it's permanent.
Right. I think this is a lovely way. It's like having a salvage, isn't it? I'd like to just put a little row of these across something.
Yeah.
Or just put silk.
Yes.
When it's not.
No.
And there's also 100%, 75%, 25%. So you could even put, if you've made something good, if you did knitted garments, wouldn't it? So you could put in your sort of 75% cotton, 25% viscose.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because for knitted garments, you've never got that.
No.
You never know about the hand, so it'd be brilliant.
Not at all. Now, I've got a label here that I cut out the top, and here's my symbols that are relate to my
okay, so you could just copy them.
So it's the top line here that I'm looking for. These ones underneath are more international. So there's the top line I'm looking for. So I'm going to get my stamp pad, and I need the 40, which is there.
Right, there's 7 left in stock. We've got 16 in baskets, 18 in baskets, so you're going to need to be quick.
Goodness me.
Right. Oh, so you line up. Oh, you just copy the label
so I'm just
and line them all up.
I'm going to do it that way. Oh, a bit of fluff. Okay.
But the good thing is you can choose, because you can think, well, I'm only going to put the 40 degree in, or I'm just going to put 100% cotton.
Absolutely. You don't have to do the full label. I'm going to, because it makes for a pretty
it looks
stamp.
Really professional though, doesn't it?
It does.
You don't have to stamp a label and sew it in. I mean, you can if you want to, so particularly if you were doing like a knitted garment or something. But you can just stamp straight onto the fabric.
Yeah. Now, this came from a garment that's 100% cotton, so I can take my 100%.
Hours of fun. I just want these to play with. 2 left. 2
left. Oh,
left.
my Lord.
By the time Becky's stamped this,
I'm so sorry.
More of these. These are fabulous.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, and because and then you put all the ink on.
Right. It's like so. When because I'm not a paper crafter, I don't get to play with stamps very often. I just got the samples through, and I had to go, and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Right. There we go. And obviously you can use your little suction cup if you want to.
Fabulous. And then do you have to put a cloth on before you iron?
It sort of depends on the fabric, really. But yeah, you pop, pop that over with the iron.
These have sold at the kit. Oh. But we have got just the stamps on their own.
Right.
Which you're about to sell out.
Oh my goodness.
So we have got just the stamps on their own. So that's just a packet of stamps. Obviously you won't get the inks and everything. I love that.
I just so satisfying.
I know, but you just I can imagine even on like a little quilt block or something, you just put 100% cotton here and there.
Yeah.
I mean, this is fun. The use of these. These stamps are a great idea. I always cut the labels out of my daughter's clothes as she hates the texture of them, collect in Merseyside. Well, they are, and you get some things. I've got a few tops where I'm constantly scratching just because of place.
Yeah, yeah.
They are brilliant. We're going to have to get you back in with more.
Oh, I shall have to order some more, shan't I?
So if you want just the stamps on their own, we do have those, but half of the stock is gone. Obviously, you'll need ink, and it needs to be Are you looking for like washable?
These are Versacraft ones. These are the best ones that I've found. So you can get them individually, and obviously you can get what colours you like.
But you just need to make sure they're machine washable. And
yes,
permanent.
what I like about these is when you put them on fabric and then heat seal them, they are permanent.
Right.
What you don't want is an ink that's going to wash out as soon as you've washed it.
No, absolutely.
Because then you're going to be doing it over and
so
over.
cute.
And always test it on a scrap of fabric first. Don't go straight in. Just
all through, you know, having the labels, but also the fibre content, and then putting, you know, there's different, so much research into this. Right, we are getting very low on stock of the stamps on their own. We've got loads of you multi-buying these. Well, I mean, they're a great...
yeah, thanks.
I think so. Everybody needs these.
I think so, but it's always nice to, you know, when other people sort of get the vision.
Right, we have 8 left once everyone's checked out of just the stamp sets on their own. Checked out on them. I mean, they're brilliant. Let's just put the book back in for them, because we haven't got long left now. Just tuned in and think, what are they talking about? This is Becky's new book, All Access Sewing. This is absolutely invaluable for everybody. For adapting clothes for you, for adapting clothes for other people.
Yeah. And also just to want to out there sew for a living. So they might offer dressmaking skills or, you know, various different alterations for people. If you want to use any of these techniques in your business and offer it as a service to customers, you are more than welcome
Okay,
to.
that is
because
brilliant.
it's just about if somebody can help somebody else, then let's do it. And I used to make wedding dresses for a living, and I think back now, sort of knowledge and understanding back then, making things like accessible wedding dresses.
Oh, would be...
I don't think anybody's doing that. So there's a niche.
I know, it's
when
just
you've made
brilliant.
your millions, let me know. And
you know, and some of these things are very specific, like having a horizontal zip, but other things like just putting that little zip in the bottom of trousers.
But even though this is described as this, the technique is exactly the same whether you wanted to put it on the seam here for breastfeeding, if you wanted to put it in an arm sleeve, if you wanted to put it in the back, or if you needed to replace a zip that's broken.
Then it's the same thing, isn't it?
The technique of how to put the zip in is the same. This is just me showing an actual way of utilising that skill.
Because of the way that you've described it, you know, like you say, all of these are skills that you can use, whether you're doing accessible sewing or not, things very clearly. Somebody said, will you be at the NEC in March?
I have a stand at the NEC. I'm also doing workshops with the stretch ruler.
Oh, fabulous.
And I'm doing a talk.
Well,
and I think I've got make and takes as well, which will probably be these. So
there you go, absolutely loads.
Yes, I'm there.
Oh, so anyone who's going to the NEC in March, do come and visit Becky. But there's just this book, because the pictures are big, the text clear, it's as short as possible.
Yes, because like I said, my brain, we were talking earlier about how does a neurodivergent
Yes, so that was my question.
Sewing?
I said, you know, I understand all about the accessibility, but how does that work for
Yeah,
neurodivergent?
and for me, what frustrates me about dressmaking patterns, traditional dressmaking patterns, is that, you know, they will put this sort of diagram and then there's like 5 different instructions and my brain just skips. And
well, I know, but also I think we were a bit lazy and impatient sometimes.
Also,
you sort of think, oh, well, I'm there then.
Yeah. And actually, just so everybody kind of knows, I'm looking to start bringing the different fastenings to...
Magnetic buttons.
I'm also looking at magnetic zips and things like that. And I'm also creating the first ever accessible dressmaking patterns.
Yes, that's got to be the next step.
I hope to bring them here, so you guys will hopefully be.
Let's hope so. Now, we've put in quite a few tools that we just haven't had time to talk about. But they're all available on the web. All sorts of things, from the scissors that Becky was talking about earlier that are really useful, to if you need the pins that you can get, all on the website. If you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down from there. Jess is going to put them through here. So if we just show you where they are, because we've got like the needle puller, the needle threader. So go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and down from there. And if you go coming up on today's show, all of the items that really will help you. So a suction cup tape measure, brilliant. The magic pins, because you need to be able to get hold of them. Using 505 if you don't want to use pins.
If you don't want to use pins, spray it on your pattern piece, stick it on your fabric. Done.
Say ruler handles.
Yeah.
But a ruler handle means that you can use them.
Exactly.
The extra finger. I'd never seen the extra finger before.
That Millwood rotary cutter, actually, it was there's a lady in here who has spina bifida, and she uses that one because it's symmetrical rather than like that.
Right.
Because her shoulder blades and everything won't let her do that. So she holds it like this.
Wow.
So, and it makes it left-handed and right-handed.
And like, you know, if you've had shoulder surgery or you've really, you know, you just pulled your shoulder. So it isn't always about permanent disabilities.
No.
It can be just something
it can
temporary
just be
as well.
something temporary, yeah.
But there's all the things like the sewing finger. This is genius.
That's what
I've never seen it before. Can we just show the sewing finger?
Yeah. These are just, you can use them to help feed things through a sewing machine if you're ironing, but also it kind of helps to grip without needing to grip. You know, it does the grip.
Fantastic. Anyway, Becky, thank you so much. We've run out of
you.
time. Well, that
Oh.
was really quick. Do check out on the book because we are very, very low in stock now. We will see you back in an hour with the amazing Brother Embroidery Sewing Machine, quilting machine. I'll see you back in a couple of minutes' time. We'll see everything you ever needed to know about the Dresden play. I'll see you back here soon.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Can you believe that Sewing Street is turning 5 years old?
So that's 5 years of sharing sewing, stitching and creativity with you.
And to celebrate in style, we're bringing you a whole week of fun, starting on Monday the 24th of February, right through till Sunday the 2nd of March.
We'll be starting every morning, even earlier at 6 a.m. So set your alarms and expect dishes and some seriously special treats.
So I'm launching with Amber Mates our brand new block of the month, the Sampler Quilt. There's the Velvet Mini Backpack Set and the Barn Gazing Quilt and Bag.
Plus, we have the launch of a brand, and you can be the first to see it in action.
Toft are bringing more adorable crochet magic.
And fantastic goodies from Storage for Crafts, Sewing Online, and so much more.
So make sure you're there for surprising and lots of sewing fun.
Mark your calendar, set your alarms and join us next week every day from 6 a.m. 5th birthday.
Before you start to sew, you need to mark up any dots, pleats or lines on your pattern that's going to help you put it all together. There's a couple of ways of doing it. You can use a pen to mark up your dots, pop a pin through the marking on your pattern and then use your pen to mark it on either side, like so. Alternatively, you can use a needle and thread and make tailor's tacks. Take a double length of thread and go through both layers of fabric, leaving a tail. Go through again, leave, and snip off, leaving a little tail. When you pull your fabric apart, you'll find you can pull your pattern over gently, and then when you pull your fabric, there is a little bit of thread left on both sides, ready at the piece.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and phone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's best. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back to shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask us? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, products, much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Pattern that's quite bold, and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical other. How do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only side of the back out now. You draw round your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. You cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, the side of the centre back.
Charm pack, or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork, or any small sewing project. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Oh my Lord, wasn't the last hour brilliant? I hope you checked out on that book. We've had so many lovely messages from you about how life-changing and what a difference the book's going to make you. So many sellouts in the hour. If you didn't get the book, I think we may have a couple left. Anyway, so Susie, this is Dresden plates.
It is.
Dresden plates. I think they're fab, and I love the Dresden ruler because it makes them easier.
Absolutely, yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
But this is
And
your
this
new
is,
stuff.
yeah.
It's lovely, beautiful.
We've both renamed.
Which we both said, I think this is the Very Hungry Caterpillar. But if you did it in green, it would be. So it can be a wall hanging. It could be vertical, it could be horizontal. I think
It is, yeah.
Isn't it?
Personally, I don't know about you, Bex, but I stand my sewing machine on a mat.
And no, I don't. And I keep thinking I must
Yeah.
do.
It makes
Because
a
someone
massive,
told me
massive
that it makes a big difference.
Yeah,
It's
who's
better for
that
the
then?
machine. And I also, my pedal on, which I still haven't got because it keeps slipping away from me.
Oh, no.
But you're supposed to put your sewing machine on that.
You are, yes. So I've got one for my sewing machine. Oh, got several because I've got several sewing machines. But they're also good just to have underneath your laptop when you're sat at a table because it doesn't mark.
That's true. And they just look lovely in the centre of the table. I went to Holiday Cottage once. They had those lovely deep windows.
Yes.
And one of a lovely
Nice.
patchwork one was on there. I thought, that's really nice. So this is the latest design.
It is.
Now, we've got kits and we've got instructions. So I'm going to go through, we'll do the kit first.
Yeah.
Well, actually, in the graphics there is the instructions. So we will do them. So, but the kit, if you want to make this one, because I love the kit in this one, in the kit you will get full instructions for the fluttering fans.
I know it's not the easiest.
Fluttering flans. or
Or
fluttering
just,
fans.
yeah, or just
This, I love the Lewis and Arian Bumblebreeze. It's,
Oh,
it's
I
very
do.
patriotic, this colourway, isn't it?
It does, actually.
Beautiful. So we've got navy red and blue. You get 1/2 metre of each of those, and then you get 1/2 metre of ivory. Enough fabric to do the whole thing. So you've got the fabric, that will give you the fabric for the back, because you can see it's pieced on the back. And you've got all of the fabric that you can make the Dresden plates with and the background. So that's all the fabric. You'll just need a little bit of wadding on top of that and some 99. So you're getting 2 metres of fabric in total, but you've got the Lewis and Irene. You're getting the full instruction again and again. And as with all of Susie's instructions, very clear, very easy to understand with lots of cutting plans. What is your angel policy?
Please make and
Please
sell.
do make. Do not sell
Just
the
don't,
instructions.
I was going to say,
Or copy them or pass them on.
I would appreciate you not doing
Yes.
that. But yeah, please make and sell. Yeah.
I think it's brilliant because all bigger, couldn't you? You could just keep going.
Absolutely, and there
Going
is
and going
enough
and going.
fabric. If you use your own fabric for the backing, there's
Right.
enough fabric to extend this. So if you wanted
Oh, I
like
see.
a big drop for a staircase, for example, as a hanging,
Yeah.
or you wanted a full-length table runner,
Absolutely. So
You've
on the
got enough
back,
room.
you've got
Yep.
obviously the fabric is on the back. So if you used a bit of backing fabric or a bit of plain, then use this fabric front and then you can make it twice as long. Oh, I would do that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was very tempted and then thought, no, actually, I have to make it as the pattern.
Yes,
is
there is
written.
that. But it is good to know that you could just use your own fabric on the back and then you've got enough. So $34.99, you're getting full instructions. You're getting 2 meters of fabric in total. You can make it twice as long as if you want. And then you've got the instructions for using it again. And then you could use your own green fabric to make a caterpillar. So that's this colour. And now I've also got another colourway. This is the Liberty. Well, it has to be Liberty if it's Susie, doesn't it? I'm surprised to see Lewis and Irene. I mean, you know, really.
Well,
really.
I do like a bit of Lewis and
We're,
Irene.
we're allowed that.
Yeah,
But mainly Liberty.
mainly.
So this is
That
Wiltshire
makes it
Shadows.
sound awful.
This is it's Wiltshire Shadows. I get better at this. Emily Bell.
Yes.
Oh, on Sewing Street the other day, I was naming some of these. I said, I could do Liberty as mastermind. I went, no, I couldn't. So that's Susie's job.
It's really sad. I get sent photographs of fabric. People
I said,
say,
no, I said,
"Do you
but
know
I
what
could
this
do
is?"
needles.
Yeah, you could do.
I could do needles.
Yeah.
And then you've got, what is the green called? Because they always have lovely names, don't they? They always have great
Is it?
names.
It's either olive or chartreuse.
Ochre, what? The
Ochre is the Emily
olive,
Bell.
ochre in the
Emily
Emily
Bell.
Bell, and
This is
pale lilac.
August Meadow. So pretty. That's the Lazenby. So they're all from the heirloom collection.
Right, so they're all from the Liberty
They're
Heirloom
timeless,
collection.
yeah.
And then you've got a half a metre of...
Yeah.
So that's lovely. Now, Susie's going to be demonstrating with this.
I am.
You'll see what it looks like when it's all cut up. And $37.99, that's for the Liberty one. Remember, there is enough fabric. At the moment, it's 14 inches wide, 26 inches high, but you could make it double that length if you use your own fabric on the back. So $37.99 for a 52-inch long runner placemat. 2 hangings.
Which would go across the foot of a double bed
Would.
as well.
So they're absolutely... morning, ladies. If I wanted to make 2 of these for my dressing table covers, would there be enough, please,
Yes.
if I use my own backing?
Absolutely. Yes.
So with the binding
Yep.
as well. Yes. So if you use your own backing,
Yep.
and it can be whatever you want, there will be enough. And I think that is a great...
It is. Yeah. Yeah.
Fabulous. Now, if you want instructions on their
Liberty
own...
fabric as well.
I know all of that fabric. I know Liberty. Just saying.
Yeah.
$9.99 if you want just the instructions on their own, and then you can use your own fabric. Here it's detailed. Obviously, you'll need 4.5 meters if you want to make it this length, or if you want to make it even longer. All the fabric details are listed in here, exactly how you do it. $9.99 for the instructions. Yeah, so we'll just check about that. $9.99 for the instructions on their own. That's the printed. Now, if you want to download them, that's the code. Same price, just a different code. It means that they're normally available, once you've checked out, they're normally available to download straight away, so you can start making this.
You can. And it's not a long make. That it looks like it's going to take forever, but it doesn't.
Well, there we go. You can have that finished,
Really
can't you?
easy.
Now, you will also need to do this.
Yes.
Let me just move my items a moment. I don't own many rulers, specialist ones. This one I do own, strangely. But I really like it.
I love this.
Really like this.
Yeah.
So, strangely, we don't know why it's available on Split Pay, and we're just going to keep with that. So yours will come like this. It has a QR code with a full video tutorial, so you can see what you do with it. Instruction booklet in it explains exactly how to use it very clearly. What you'll get inside is you'll get a wedge and a circle. The circle you use as the template for the centre, but you also use it for curving off the top. Brilliant item. Also, so adaptable because you can use it for all different sizes of Dresden plates, because you can make like massive ones. It's only $29.99. It's creative grids. So it has the non-slippy bits on the back. Absolutely brilliant. And we've got it on split pay. No idea why. Don't think it's supposed to be on there. Go with it. It's on 3-way split pay. So all you have to do is pay your £9.99 now, win it as well, and then we'll send it to you straight away, and then you pay the other 2 instalments afterwards. And I think it's great because just a way of making it easier, isn't it? You can just get it now. It makes it more, spreading the payments a little bit more affordable at the moment. We don't charge interest on that or any admin fee or anything. So if you want this, it is a brilliant... Absolutely love this. Got absolutely stacks them going in baskets because you can make little ones because of all of the measurements, and then you can make really useful. So I presume we have to have the ruler to make the project, Susie.
Ideally. Otherwise, you're going to have to get out your protractor and draw yourself an 18-degree circle.
Right.
And
but you won't make
not.
Dresden plate making really easy and accurate, and that's what it's all. I'm not sure it's supposed to be on 3-way split pay, so take advantage of that today. It was probably something that was done as a special offer on a manager's special...
I think we had a week where they did that.
Something like that, and we've kept it there. So.
I know. I was horrified.
So you'll get the... Don't lose the circle. Keep them together.
No. But with the ruler itself, if it's done that often, I'm quite shocked at how much I use these for other things. So
that is a bag rounding off corner.
But it's also, for applique bubbles, if you're doing anything like that. You can use it for circle coasters, all sorts of things. I actually also use it when I'm marking my quilt stitch line because I know I've got accurate angles,
and you can
I've got a perfect
it's a nice
circle.
short ruler.
Yeah, it's one of the. I'm not going to do Dresden that often, do I? Don't I? And then you suddenly realise that actually this is out of its bag.
And if
more than
you're always drawing round mugs and egg cups,
or I have been known to draw around bins,
all sorts.
It's crazy.
Right. So are you going to show us how to do?
I am.
How to
so by the
use
end of this hour, hopefully you'll know all you can do with that ruler. And then you'll...
Well, what a great price it is as well.
So we're going to start with this fluttering fans, also known as the Hungry Caterpillar.
So that's the code that's on the screen at the moment, £37.99. It's the kit that Susie's working with. So if you love this fabric, then you can put it in your basket.
So a bit of getting to know the ruler bit. So depending on what size you want, you're going to cut yourself strips, and it's all explained in the downloads or in your leaflets. Okay. What size strip you need for what size fan, what size you'll end up if you do a complete circle. So you obviously for this project there was a specific sizing, but on your ruler you will see vertical lines marked in 1.5 inch increments, and they go both ways. And you've also got your seam allowance 1/4 inch marked as well. I will say that as I do 1/4 inch because it needs to be spot on, otherwise you'll get a wonky Dresden.
Okay.
And no one wants a wonky Dresden. So I've already cut strips, and now we're going to start cutting our Dresden. So I know I can line up my edges with the line on my Dresden ruler because I've cut my strips using my Stripology. But the other thing I'll say is don't forget to change your blades and your rotary cutters every so often. Pretty much every project would be ideal, depending on how much cutting you've done. You're going to cut off the selvage. Now, in this step, take that away, and then I'm going to flip that round. If you've got a rotating cutting mat, obviously you don't need to do that. But remember your ruler, you don't have to just use one way. You can turn your ruler the other way because the markings are clear and you can see what you're doing. So I can line up with that cut edge, realign my straight
So it doesn't matter whether you're right-handed or left-handed.
So I've got 2 cuts straight away.
Oh, brilliant. And absolutely accurate as well.
Absolutely. I haven't got to get a protractor out. So let's cut one of each so we can see the pattern emerging.
That's what I think is clever about this, is that you cut the strips.
Yeah.
And then the ruler then just does it automatically.
Absolutely. I haven't got to think. That's what I love. And do make sure that the ruler is on one edge of your fabric, because if it isn't, your Dresden plate shape will be the wrong angle. It measures from the tip, so that's important that the tip is on one straight edge.
Okay.
So we've got those, one more.
Yes, so that's the same
August
edge
logo.
for whatever size
Absolutely,
you're using.
yeah.
Is the short end.
Yes, yeah.
But you see, the ruler comes with the instructions for all of
It
this.
does, yeah. I haven't got to remember them, which is even better because that's a rarity. I will forget everything. Right, we've got these. So what I'm going to show you now is how to curve the tops, because with Dresden you can do spiky tops, you can keep them flat. So I've done them flat for sun rays, for example.
Oh, okay.
And just overlaid, layered them, but kept them flat like that with a circle in the middle, obviously for the sun. But we're not going to do that. We're going to do a curved edge. Now, to do a curved edge, what you want to do is to press these in half. Now, you can finger press. You don't have to press it with an iron at this stage. But the reason for that is we're going to use your circle for this. So you want a nice crisp centre seam. So if you prefer to press it, then please do. But it's wrong sides together. I mean, right sides together even. See, I told you. A minute's sleep and I'm useless. This is a bit like déjà vu. Do you know, last night all I dreamt about was how to slice.
Did you ever get to eat it?
No, it was how to cut dicks into so many pieces.
That's a really weird dream.
It is, yeah. And now I'm looking at this thinking, oh yes, I could do. Dear. Right, so the reason you want this circle, and the reason why this circle is such an adaptable, brilliant bit of kit within the ruler system, is it has the 2 diameters marked on here. You're not going to be able to see that on there, are you? Let's put it on here.
Better.
So you've got
Yes.
your 2 diameters. You've also allowance as well, but it's these 2 that we're interested in.
Okay.
And the reason we want those, I'm going to put it here just so you can see it better, is you're going to place your ruler with the vertical one on that fold as near to the top
Or just watch your head.
as you can. So I was trying to see.
Yeah, no.
And
I
the
see. So
curve.
that's how the curve will then change depending on
Absolutely.
however
Yeah.
big you're making it.
Yeah, do is cut that curve, and I've used a heat erasable marker, friction pen, so that will disappear.
I suppose you could use a rotary cutter.
You could use a rotary cutter. If you're going to use a rotary cutter, my advice is use the 28mm
Oh, the smaller one.
not the
Okay.
45, because you will struggle. Now, obviously,
That is like a perfect curve.
I know. No curve normally on something like that. You get a bump in the middle.
Yes, you do. Yes, and there's no bump.
There's no bump. Yeah, it's really good.
But it's tools like this is what gives you that really professional, accurate finish.
Yeah.
Without having to be professional or accurate.
Yeah, but it
Just does it
also
for you.
makes the whole project experience stress-free,
Yeah.
which is what is important in their life.
Judith says, hi everyone, you could extend that and make a hungry caterpillar.
Yeah.
Applique the head and see the grandchildren giggle from Jude. I know, I think it'd be
Yeah.
brilliant, wouldn't it? You
Yeah.
definitely need
I was
the head.
I was so glad, and then I thought, no, stick to the brief.
I
stick
think
to the
what a
brief.
lovely thing to have in the
Yeah.
middle of your
But if
kitchen
you're
table.
exactly, or if you're a nursery school teacher,
Yeah.
what a fab thing to make as an heirloom piece to go in your classroom
It would look
setting.
lovely, wouldn't it?
It would look really cool.
Get it, you could
Or
make
a
it now, it'd be lovely for your Easter table setting, wouldn't it?
It would.
The hungry caterpillar.
It would.
And you could cover it with things like,
Well, I'd cover it with something I'd like to eat.
yeah, I like jelly baby.
Do you? No, no.
Or what does the hungry caterpillar eat? Strawberries.
Yeah, I was going to say he's in my camp, isn't he? Because he's vegetables and fruit.
I think there's some sausages, or
Yeah,
is
I
it
don't do that.
pickles?
Don't know. It was ice cream, I think, wasn't there? Anyway, we digress. So
Yes.
once you've got these, what you're going to do is literally just stitch them together.
Oh, okay, so you cut them.
Cut
the
them all
curvy shapes
first. Yeah. So I am going to use 1/4 inch seam, normal stitch length, and when I say 1/4 inch seam, I mean it is an exact quarter, or I hate the expression, but I'm going to use it, scant. So that just means you're a stitch off a quarter. What you really don't want to do is over a quarter.
So that means like 1 or 2 fabric threads in from
Yes,
a quarter
it
of an
does,
inch. It's the
yeah.
minimal. I mean, it's not even noticeable, but when you're sewing together lots of things,
Yeah,
it adds up.
And for a lot of these specialist creative grids rulers, this side of a quarter makes quite a big difference when you're pressing them joined. I mean, look how quickly it comes together.
That's
really cool.
lovely. I love
Really
that
cool.
colourway.
So you can then press. Now, it's up to you how you press them, whether you press them all in one direction or you press them open. It's entirely up to you.
And what do you do?
Well, it depends where it's going and what I'm doing with it. If I'm going to be stitching in the ditch, for example, then I'll probably press them open.
Right.
Now, for this project, I chose to raw edge applique this bit of the fan. You've got several things you can do. You can put on the back some Bondaweb, so that did interfacing. That's not really got much weight to it. It's basically a glue sheet.
Yeah.
Double-sided glue sheet.
It's double-sided sticky tape made from interfacing.
It is. It's.
We have got some Bondaweb.
Yeah, it's just in front.
there it is.
There it is. Yeah.
Bondaweb. That will be enough for this project.
That'll be enough to do. Yeah, a whole
it's just
bed.
a little bit for around the edge, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it is like a double-sided sticky tape,
have
but
got
it's
some
interfacing.
things. Yeah.
And it just means that you'll be able to stick it in place. You don't have to have it. You can use pins, but holds it nice and still.
Absolutely, but it also gives it a bit of body.
Yes.
So if you wanted it as a wing or a mat that you're going to put stuff on, then it just gives it a bit more stability and leeway. So that's one method. If you don't want to use Bondaweb, you'd put the Bondaweb on the back, and you can Bondaweb your fabric before you cut if you want to, but then you're going to waste Bondaweb.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, I know you've got a lot in the packet, but you know what I'm like. I can't waste anything.
You don't need to do it all,
I
all the way over.
just put a strip across the back, but got your strip. You then peel off the paper backing.
You could use 505.
You can. That was going to be my next one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, what could you...
Yep. Yeah. So you could spray... the only thing is you have to be really careful when you spray fabric with 505.
Yeah, I've never tried that.
Most fabrics blotch.
Right, so do you have to test
what I would suggest you do is test it, but spray a little bit further away than you would normally.
Okay.
So you've got a wider sort of aerosol zone than a directive spray.
Right, okay.
And then it's less likely to blotch. I'm not saying it won't, but it might reduce that. The other thing is the Sewline glue pen.
Oh, yeah, that's
I mean,
true.
if you have this in your sewing kit...
Why?
Yeah,
you need one.
You obviously don't sew, is what I'm going to say. And you've never put a zip in.
Well, they're just great for sewing.
Yeah.
I mean, for so
EPP,
many different things,
everything,
aren't they?
FPP. Yeah, so...
$6.99 these are. I mean, they're brilliant from everything from EPP to zips. Yep. Wendy Orlando was using them last week for... you know, when you do tabs with rings in, just to stick the tabs together, to hold things together while you're sewing. Yep. It's not a permanent hold. No. It's just to hold it there while you're sewing, and it all washes out. And
they're really good to keep in bag. If your hem drops, you can quickly glue it into place till you can get a new.
Always keep a fabric.
Always keep. I have about 6 on the go.
I've got
one in my EPP, one in my kit for here, several at home, and there's always one in my handbag somewhere.
Jess says it's like lip balms, although to be honest, Jess, you
wouldn't
want to
don't put this on your lips. It's not edible.
No, I wouldn't want to mistake that.
It's not edible. But yeah, all you would then do is put a bit on the back, and you can see this is the bright yellow refill I've got in here. Tip for when it's at this stage, so because it's level with the top of the insert, there's loads of glue in here. So if you get the top of your turning tool or a flat, a darning needle that's not sharp, you can and still use the glue. So there's a lot of glue in there.
Fabulous.
Yeah. I don't like
I
to
know,
waste
I
anything.
know. I bet you cut up toothpaste tubes as well.
I'm not saying. I'm not the person that goes through the recycling bin at all.
Oh, no.
No. So when...
Morning, Rebecca and Susie. I have 3 glue pens.
See?
There you go. Love the
Joy?
Dresden from Joy. Joy, it is brilliant, isn't it?
It is.
Absolutely brilliant.
For this project, you actually need 5. I don't know why I only did 3, but you need 5. And then you're going to glue them into place. And for raw edge, all I did was use a blanket stitch, just stitch the edge. Now, I don't mind having this edge looking slightly off, you know, with fraying. That doesn't bother me. But if you bond a web your fabric strip before you cut, your edge will not fray.
Right.
Because the bonder web will hold it. So if you don't want the fray, but you still want to raw edge applique, bonder web your fabric strip before you cut it.
Yes, and you could do just that top bit,
yes.
couldn't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the way you can avoid that. The sample.
Yes, let me just show you. If
do you want me to have it so they can,
yes,
can
just
you do close-ups?
Yeah, then you can do a close-up of that. You can show you.
See that all I've done is done quite a small. Can we zoom in?
It's coming.
We're getting there. Somewhere around here would be good. There you go. Yeah.
Brilliant.
So it's quite a small blanket stitch I've used. But you could use satin stitch, you could use hand sew it if you want to. Do whatever you like.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be nice even with just a little running stick.
Yeah,
and I know
that would look
fray,
really cool.
but it would just look lovely.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, but I think, especially if you are going to turn this into Hungry Caterpillar, the fray thing would look quite cool,
no, it would
wouldn't
actually.
it? You're going to do the circles. Now, the circle is slightly different, so I'm going to pass you that
Thank
back.
you very much. Rebecca and Susie, we've just read that one.
Yeah, we have.
3 glue pens. Show the message 3 times.
Excellent. She's just found another one. So when you come to do the quarter circles for in between the fans, you're not going to cut an exact quarter on a seam allowance. So what I do is with a normal ruler that's got a 1/4 inch marking. Obviously this is measuring 1 3/4 inches because it's a 3-inch finished circle.
Right.
So I'm going to cut a piece. Just want a straight edge just to show you what I do. What am I looking for?
So you're just using your normal cut ruler.
Normal ruler. I know that is a 1/4 inch there. So I know, and I can. What I do is tend to draw a line so I know where my 1/4 inch is.
Oh, because one.
Well, I'm cutting a 1/4 actually. So I place the centre line on that 1/4, mark the circle. I'll mark where that centre line is. Then I'll bring in ruler, line that up with that centre line and make sure it's perpendicular with
I
the
need to add a 1/4 of an inch.
and then I know I've got the
sides.
extra marked there. So cut that out. Now again, you can cut this, but if you're cutting the circle, I would always use the 28mm rotary cutter rather than the 45. Definitely not the 60. So that, if I put that back under the ruler, you can see is now a 1/4 inch.
Oh, got it. Yeah, brilliant.
Means that your seam allowance is all the way around. Now, when you come to turn the edge of this, you can just turn it by hand. But why would you want to do that when there is a really easy method?
Oh, yeah, yes.
So if you get a bit of best press.
So, just a synthetic starch is
or
what
flatter,
you need.
whichever you've got.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the best. This is the unscented best press. You should be using for spraying all your fabric anyway.
Which I do, as you know.
Obviously.
Yes. I get through a week anyway, but a bottle like that will last me a couple of weeks.
Yeah, fabulous.
3 if I really push it, or don't.
So that's the best press. It is an absolute go-to. I bought a friend of mine a birthday present a couple of weeks ago who sewed. I thought you should have.
Yeah, what a brilliant idea.
That she didn't have.
Yeah, quilters.
It was a very interesting parcel. I like to explain them all to her, and included was best press.
Best
There was about 10 different things that I think that you should have that you might not have. And best
but
press is one of them.
it is an absolute must, in my opinion. Tip for the bottle when you've finished. other than buy another refill. Because you can never get everything out, can you, from a bottle like that with a spritzer. If you just add a bit of, you can then spritz like the inside of your car fabric, your seats, or your sofa, and you still get a beautiful smell if you've got a scented best press, but it also refreshes the fibres in your fabric. So
there we are.
Again, I don't throw those away either.
I do keep my empty ones with water in and use it for spraying when I don't want any starch. I just need to help it to press a bit, and they are really good for spraying things.
I'm looking round. I thought I had one of a paintbrush, but I haven't. So the reason of doing this is I then dilute it with a bit of water, so I spritz water on the top. Then with a paintbrush, I haven't got a paintbrush, then just go around the edge of my fabric. And it means that when you turn using an iron, which I'm going to do now, let me move on my kit.
Oh, so you just need a bit of best press on the
a bit of best press on the very edge. But if you dilute it, it's, you know, it's fine, saves it a bit. I then have cut myself a circle from freezer. And the reason I use freezer paper is because it doesn't melt with an iron.
Okay.
But just watch your fingers at this stage, folks, because it's easy to melt fingers, not so easy to melt the freezer paper. And by putting that best pit press over, so we're pressing the seam allowance, it also means that that press will retain when I take the freezer paper away.
So that's if you want to turn over the edge, or if not, you can just
and take the freezer paper out. And because I've got best press on there,
that's brilliant. Because I've seen some people do foil and yeah, that looks. You'd have like a bit of card and a bit of foil, and
I haven't got time for that.
That's for the clam shells, isn't it?
Yes.
And that, yes, I also.
But I use this method for clamshells.
Oh, okay.
As well.
Tried the foil thing, but it was very fiddly.
Yeah, that's what I thought, and I thought there's got to be an easier way.
There must be an easier way. That looks a much easier way.
So kept that crease, and if you wanted to turn the tops of these, is exactly the same. So what I would do, peel those off because I can. If you want to turn the tops of the fans that are curved, make yourself 2 of the same size Dresden wedges, board or freezer paper, and stitch them together and curve their tops so it looks identical to this.
Oh, I see.
And then what you would do is place, let me just quickly curve this one so you can, you'd place your, do the freezer at the...
There's the freezer paper on the screen at the moment, £7.49 for a 12-metre roll.
Yeah.
Absolutely invaluable. A bit like your glue stick, you use it for so many different things.
You do, and it's a really good household product as well.
Well, yes, and also for freezing meat.
Well, there's that, or I actually line all the shelves and drawers in the kitchen, because you know how jars, it doesn't matter how good you are at sealing them.
Yes, they do.
They do that.
Amazing.
So you'd put your best press on the edge, as we did before, and then you've got a perfect curve then, which you can line the seam allowance markings in, because these would be sewn together. So your turning would be a perfect curve, and the bit in the middle would be retained. So you'd still get that wedge.
Well, that's great, because that means it's really adaptable. So you can do raw edge applique, you can do needle turn, you can do whatever you like with this. £37.99. That is the Liberty one. So that's the kit that Susie's using at the moment. In that kit, you get full instructions. You get 2 metres in total, so you get half a metre. Sorry, it's cream. Then you get shadows in olive, August Meadow in Pilot Lilac, and Emily Bell in all of that, plus the instructions, just £37.99. Now, you can use that kit to make one this size, or if you want to have fabric to back it, but if you want to make it twice the size, twice the length, there is enough fabric to do that. So that's the Liberty one. If you want to make the Lewis and Irene Bumbleberries one, which is this blue, red, white and blue one that Susie's made for our sample, full instructions again, 14-inch wide by 20 length or height, depending on how you hang it. But if you want, there's enough fabric to make it double that. You get half a metre of ivory, and then you get half a metre of the Bumbleberries in Cornish blue, postbox red and navy. Aren't they gorgeous? I love the way they actually look like they've got a metallic sheen in them, but it's
Yeah.
the way that they're printed. They sort of feel like they're shining. $34.99 for that kit, which is a fantastic price. We've also got the instructions on their own if you want to use your own instructions to make this. The physical copy, the actual printed copy posted to you, $9.99. Everything you need to know in there. You've got all of the cutting guides, you've got the layout, you've got all of the information, you've got lots of photos as well. We're having problems getting the right message, Joy. We're loving seeing your message, Joy, over and over again.
Maybe she is messaging in lots.
Right, and who's that message? She says, lovely project, I've got the pattern, I'm all good to go. Brilliant.
Excellent.
For some reason we can't get it to show on screen. The pattern and then the ruler itself. So if you want the Dresden ruler, remember you'll get the 2 pieces for it. Yours will come like this, but it has 2 pieces. $29.99 for that, recommended to have with the pattern. It's on 3 ways, so 3 equal payments of $9.99. You can pay your $9.99. We'll send it straight to you, and then you pay the other 2 buy it outright. Entirely up to you. But take advantage of the split pay while we've got it, because I think that's only today. I don't think we're supposed to.
Someone will realise.
Now we've got another project which also uses Dresden plate, so we thought we would do that one as well. So plate bag. Now this comes in 3 colourways.
Yep.
Order first, yes. So the Dresden plate bag, this is it. So this was a design that you've done in a using the Dresden ruler. So it's got the full Dresden plate on the front.
Yes.
You get half of one on the back.
Yes.
And then it has the blades.
Down the
That's
side.
what they're called. The bits are called the straight
Or
bits are
petals.
called
They call them both, don't they?
blades or petals, and that's down the side. Isn't that lovely? $29.99 for this kit, so you get the full instructions to make this bag. This is a brilliant way of and practicing your Dresden plate. Everything you need to know in there. You've got lots of cutting diagrams. You've got all of the information you need. Lots of pictures to make the bag. Now, the kit, we've got a few colourways. So this is the Tilda kit. So these are all fat quarters to make blades and the circles of your Dresden plate. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it?
Well, it would look like a beautiful sunshine.
It would, wouldn't it? And I like that blue in it
Yes,
as well.
I like the blue because it really makes.
So you can imagine that as the Dresden plate, so it will look like this, but you can imagine that. And you also get with it half a metre of cream mixer, so this has got a slightly mottled appearance, and half a metre of corn yellow. So I presume that's used for the lining and the...
So you can choose which is going to be your bag front and sides, and then the other gets incorporated into the Dresden pattern as well. So you have that. You could have one front, one colour, one.
I like that it has the half Dresden plate on the back.
Yeah,
I think that's really effective.
But that means it opens it up to bespoking as well, so you could embroider someone's name on it.
Oh, lovely. So this was first demonstrated by Susie on the 14th of October, so if you want to go back and watch the full whole show demo, 14th of October at 10 o'clock. So that's this Sunday. Then we've got a Liberty one, of course, which is not the one that... Gosh.
See, I didn't know about any of them. I just got sent this.
So with the Liberty one, you get the background fabric. Then you get half a metre, obviously, of Liberty, of Wiltshire Shadows in indigo. And then these are your Dresdens. Emily Bell, I think, blue.
Marine.
You get Cloudy Mixer.
Yeah, that's not Liberty.
That's not Liberty, that's just your mixer. What's this one called?
August Meadow.
Meadow.
Yeah, August Meadow.
August Meadow. And that one is Snowdrops.
It is.
So it's beautiful shades, but I like the little pop of the teal and the pink.
The pink, it just makes it a little bit lighter and fresher, doesn't it?
Absolutely gorgeous. $34.99 for that. Remember, so you're getting 2 half metres and 4 fat quarters and full instructions to make the bag. And then the final one, which is the one that Susie's going to be demoing, so you'll be able to see what this one looks like, is the Henry Glass one. And in this one, these are the 4 fat quarters. Oh, they're lovely, aren't they?
They are really cool, aren't they?
beautiful. You'll see those in a minute because
Some really good design.
this is the first time we've seen this colourway, and you'll see this in a minute because Susie's made pasta of the Dresden with it. You also get 1/2 metre of navy and 1/2 metre of white. So right, £29.99 for that. That's amazing value. 4 fat quarters, 2 1/2 metres, full instructions, £29.99 to make this gorgeous bag. This is a real sort of take this to a show or a stitching fair.
You've seen me.
Show off.
Yeah,
It is.
absolutely.
This is a show-off bag, isn't it? Go, oh, Dresden plate, yes.
Yeah.
Now, before we go to the demo, we do also have instructions on their own. So if you want the printed instructions on their own, it's got all of the photographs, all the cutting diagrams, everything that you need. £9.99. That's the physical copy, £9.99. If you want to be able to download them as a digital edition for your PDF, because you want to... There you go, £9.99. And this is the first time we've ever had the digital copy. Well, they weren't digital.
No, we didn't.
So
We
these are
hadn't
new.
Advanced.
New. Yeah, this is new PDF 2025.
I know.
Do we need anything else to make this? Well, the Dresden ruler.
Wadding or I think I wouldn't go any less than an H640 because it's quite a big bag. It's a good 14 inches.
Right, so it needs some
square. Need something. If you're going to use it for groceries, I would suggest that you use Bosal.
Right, to give it that.
Starville fit.
Okay.
Something to give it really good body. Most of my bags, I just use H640.
Okay.
Sometimes I do a double layer in the bottom, but you could use insulating.
Oh, that's true.
Then, as a grocery bag, I mean, what an amazing grocery bag.
Now, how much do you need?
You will need, well, it's 14 in 2 lots, 14, so you'll need 1/2 metre. Yeah, 1/2 metre should do it.
So, if you want it to be insulated, can you see this has got this
what a
silver
picnic bag.
mylar on one side?
And that's
No, that's the H640 on the screen
Yeah.
at the moment.
So again, 1/2 metre of that will be plenty.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got it here. Oh, okay. This is ANYV98. Just give you the code for that.
But can you imagine the Tilda bundle done so it looks like a sunshine, and then you fabulous picnic bag.
Brilliant picnic bag. We'll just sort out the code for that one in a moment, but that would be really useful. And obviously you need the ruler.
Yes.
You need the
Dresden
ruler.
Yeah, unless you want, again, like we said before, if you want to sit and fiddle with a protractor.
You can draw out your own if you will make life a lot simpler. £29.99. It's available on 3-way split pay, as if by accident. So if you £29.99 for that. Right, okay, Susie.
Right.
We've only got 10 minutes left.
Yeah, I'm going to show you. So we've looked at, show you how, instead of curving, you would achieve the pointy bits. When you say Dresden, that's what everybody thinks about, doesn't it? These pointy flowers. I mean, because they do look stunning. And this is where I use the ruler a lot for making petal shapes. So same principle, you're going to cut the strip you require, and the strip size is in the instructions. One thing I haven't said about the ruler is because it's see-through, you can fussy cut
Oh, nice. So if you've got a bigger print.
Yeah, or if you wanted this flower, for the example, in the centre of your plate, then you could just fussy cut that and it would appear in the middle of your plate, which would be amazing. You're going to cut your strip. You're then going to cut your wedges or blades or petals, whatever you want to call them. So that's our first job. The second thing you're going to do is fold it in half, right sides together. Now, I would recommend giving this a press with your iron at this stage so that that centerpiece is a bit more durable, and you'll see why in a second. So now what I'm going to do is stitch from that fold, because then your needle is less likely to get stuck. You're going to do a 1/4 inch seam across there. So I'm going to quickly do that. And I would chain piece. So I would cut all my blades, and then a good pair of scissors. And you're going to take off just a tiny little triangle, not cutting the stitching. So you're just reducing the bulk at that fold edge here. if you get your thumb and push it into that top, bend the seam to one side, doesn't matter which, turn it through, you get a point. And then I just go in with a ball-ended tool.
Because it's so neat.
It's so neat, so precise.
And it's hemmed.
And it's hemmed, and we haven't got to worry about it. It's because I've got that central crease, that's why I press it. I can line up my sewn seam with the centre, so I know the point lies exactly in the middle. So then I'm going to give this a good press, and if you've best pressed your SID, well, your fabrics before you start, then even better. So you can see I've got a really sharp, neat point going on there. So that I would then attach. Now when you're doing a circle, don't try and do the entire circle in one hit. So your circles, the size I've given you, of I think it's 6 or 8 pieces, but basically you want to do it into a half, 2 halves, and then join the halves together. That way you're less likely to get it to warp and the centre will lay. But when you're joining them, all you do is try and match the point tops and your edge, and you stitch down 1/4 inch. So that's your points. Again, if you want,
colours are amazing together,
they look
aren't
amazing, and I've cut the background, so these are going to be going on here.
No, really
How
bright.
good is that? And then you would choose one of the fabrics
really,
to
that's
cut
a
your centre
stunning
circle, which we've already done. We know how to do the centre circle. But I would choose one of the fabrics to go on there as my centre, or one of the plains if you wanted to. Is when I'm quilting, I use a ruler, follow my line, the angle lines, so I get radiating
stitch
so you quilt lines
along the lines.
Yeah, that's what I do, but you don't have to. So that's the point. Now to do the sides of the bag is the third. So you'd get...
It's the ruler that keeps on giving.
It is. That's what I said. Everyone needs this in their
I know, it's a great ruler. I have to say I use mine a lot for just drawing lines.
Yeah.
It's just a really small
It
ruler
is.
that's just really handy.
But it's got... Having that 1/4 inch seam allowance makes a big difference to what you can use it for.
It's very good for FPP trimming.
Yeah.
Which is not what it's invented for, but it works really well for that.
I've spent the last week and a half just doing FPP in some form or another.
Really?
Brilliant. Yeah. I now FPP in my sleep, as well as cut cake in
It's
different
fantastic. Well, it's both very useful skills.
Absolutely. Well, I'm Susie. So you're going to cut a series of these blades, wedges, whatever you want to call them. And when you stitch these, you're going to stitch them opposite ends in alignment, and that will...
Okay.
It will end up being straight, believe it or not, which is mind-blowing, isn't it? When you've got a wedge...
Oh, wow,
sew
so join them together, and
they
then that
become
creates a straight.
And that's the size
Brilliant.
of the bag.
So you can make pointy
Yep.
blades, you can make round ones, you can use the circle for bags, you can make a straight piece that's made from wedges. Fabulous. Right, the kit that Susie was working with is this. You get the full instructions, you get 1/2 metre of navy and 1/2 metre of white. This is a fantastic value kit. You get 4 fat quarters of Henry Glass. It's called it's from the Henry Glass Blueprints collection.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's quite a showstopper of a bag. The sort of thing you'll really enjoyable to make, but you will use over and over again. Only $29.99 for all of that. And obviously, once you've got the instructions, you can use them again with your own fabric. If you want the tilde, if you want a little bit of sun, use that, because you're not getting any from outside at the moment.
Certainly not.
I think it's just due to rain. You get the cream mixer, your corn yellow, and then you get 4 fat quarters of mustard, nutmeg, and then that lovely tealy blue. Love that collection. So that's your sunshine bag. If you would like a Liberty version, and why not, for a little bit of luxury, with the Liberty, you get 1/2 metre of navy, and then you get 1/2 metre of indigo Wiltshire shadows. So you could use the main part of the bag. Loads and loads, you've got this in baskets. I would use that for the main part of the bag.
I would.
And then use the navy for the lining and the other wedges. And then you get in 4 fat quarters. So you get a Liberty fat quarter, drop Liberty fat quarter, the, what's that one called?
August Meadow.
August Meadow. It was autumn. I thought, no, it's not autumn because
No,
it's
it's
August
August.
Meadow. And then you get a fat quarter
August
of the
Meadow is
blue
launched
mixer.
in September.
Beautiful. Right, if you want just the instructions on your own, if you've got a few fabrics in your stash to use and you just want the instructions, £9.99 for these. Absolutely brilliant purchase because, again, sort of thing that you can make over and over again. Only £9.99 for that one. If you want to be able to have the digital download because you want to get going straight away, or you just want to have them kept on your computer or your iPad and you don't want to print them out, checked out, they will be emailed straight to you and then you can download them. £9.99, that's the PDF version. Entirely up to you how you want to do it. If you want to make the fluttering fans, wall hanging table runner, bed runner, the Bumbleberries version, the red, white and blue one, you get half a metre of and then you get half a metre of 3 Cornish blue, postbox red and navy. And that will make, obviously, that will make all of the runner. If you want to use your own fabric, it'll be 52. Finally, the last, the Liberty version of the fluttering fans, full instructions, half a metre of Liberty, olive, Wiltshire Shadows, lilac, and then gold, Emily Bell. £37.99 for that. So do get checked out those. Oh, we do have the instructions on their own as well for these. $9.99 for the instructions on their own. They're just... Right, $9.99 for the instructions on the printed version. And then if you want the digital download because you want them straight away, or you just want to keep them on your computer, the code is just coming up on screen for that. So we'll see you back in an hour.
You will.
Fabulous, fabulous. For more fun. More fun and flowers and bags.
But no Dresden.
No Dresden. It's all about flowers and bags. And more fantastic top tips and quilts. I'll see you back in a few minutes' time where Becky's going to be demonstrating the Brother Embroidery. Sold out a couple of weeks ago. Got it back in stock. You are going to love this, so don't go anywhere.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstration YouTube channel. Sewing Street is turning 5 years old.
So that's 5 years of sharing sewing, stitching and creativity with you, our Sewing Street family.
And to celebrate in style, we're bringing you a whole week of fun, starting right through till Sunday the 2nd of March.
We'll be starting every morning, even earlier at 6 a.m. So set your alarms and expect big names, exciting launches and some seriously special treats.
So I'm launching with Amber Mates our brand new block of the month, the Sampler quilt. There's the Velvet Mini Backpack set and the Barn Gazing quilt and bag.
I have a brand new Brother sewing machine and you can be the first to see it in action.
Toft are bringing more adorable crochet magic.
And fantastic goodies from Storage for Crafts, Sewing Online, and so much more.
So make sure you're there for surprises, deals, and lots of sewing fun.
Mark your calendar, set your alarms, and join us next 6 a.m. to mark Sewing Street's 5th birthday.
Before you start to sew, you need to mark up pleats, tucks, or lines on your pattern that's going to help you put it all together. ways of doing it, and here they are. You can use a pen to mark up your dots, pop a pin through the marking on your pattern, and then use your pen to mark it on either side, like so. Alternatively, you can use a needle and thread and make tailor's tacks. Take a double length of thread and go through both layers of fabric, leaving a tail. Go through, leave a loop, and snip off, leaving a little tail. When you pull your fabric apart, you'll find you can pull your pattern over gently, apart, you'll find there is a little bit of thread left on both sides, ready to match up with another pattern piece.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways, line up the strip on one of the straight lines and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. Work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. Subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways, you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure it's level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Terrified when they see a commercial pattern and they see all the lines, all the dots, all the triangles, have no idea what it means. Well, watch now and I'll show you. So the first thing you're going to do is decide what size you're going to cut out. And then it's really important every single pattern piece that you cut. As you can see here, they're marked up by a different pattern and also the number. When you first open the pattern, you must choose the size that you're making. And whatever you do, you stick to all the different sizes have a different marking, either a long dot, a small dot, a dash, a dot and a dash or something like that for the same size on all the pattern pieces. And the notches, all of the notches are there for a reason. All the little triangles and all the circles are there to be copied and they must be transferred onto your main bit of fabric. Whenever you see this symbol, you know it's written down here, but sometimes it's not written. Those 2 arrows on a square, they are always cut on the fold. And what you do is you fold your fabric in half, you lay this line along the fold mark, and you're cutting the whole piece out in one. And then what's very important, if you want to lengthen or shorten a pattern, don't just add it to the bottom. What you do is you take this line And to make it longer, you cut the pattern through there. You open it up by how much you want to extend it by, put a piece of pattern paper behind it, and then redraw this line in here so that it's an even line. Because as you see, the bottom of the pattern isn't a straight, and if you were just to add to that, it would throw the waist seam. What you need to do is extend it or shorten it from that line, then you keep the waistline. Obviously, I've just shown you the blouse, but the same principles apply for the sleeve. Remember, the back of the sleeve always has two, and also the skirt, because the notches will match up to the seams that are in the bodice. So make the lines on the pattern.
I'm on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply skip and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95, charged in the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So if you were with us at 8 o'clock, Becky was with us then with her fabulous book. Now you're back again to show us this amazing machine.
My other favourite thing, Brother Machines.
It is brilliant. So this is a very special machine because it's an embroidery and a sewing machine.
Yes.
And it has loads of Disney motifs.
Preloaded.
Which is brilliant. Now, obviously, there's a whole issue with copyright and everything, so getting the Disney motifs is quite...
It is, because you can... I mean, the Artsphere app that we're going to look at in a bit has a new feature where you can download, pay for them.
Right.
Because it's a licensed product, and Disney are very, very, very hot on this. You can't get them for free. You have to pay for them.
Okay.
So if they are in the machine, it means Brother's done that for you.
Brilliant. Okay. But it has many others as well. Absolutely. So I know there's a lot of people who already have a sewing machine and think, oh, I've seen these embroidery machines, I'd quite like to get one. Or you think, well, I don't want two machines. This is the best of both worlds.
Absolutely. There are always pros and cons for whether to go for separate machines or combined machine.
So the price for this machine is very, very affordable for what you're getting.
Absolutely.
£2,599, and it's available on 5-way split pay. Special discount today. We're going to take £100 off. Special gift to you today. £2,499. And it's available on 5-way split pay. If you've never used split pay before, it's a way of us be able to spread the cost for you without having to pay any interest or any admin fee. Full payments of £499.80. You pay one today. The machine gets sent straight to you, and then you just pay the other 4 instalments. So it's just a way of you spreading the cost. So the machine comes with a free warranty. Oh, 3. Sorry.
Warranty.
It was free. It was because just said free. I thought it meant free.
It is free.
3.
It's for 3.
Free 3. That's all. A free 3-year warranty on the machine as well. Yep. But for domestic use.
Get a 1-year commercial warranty.
1
so
year.
If you are planning to use it as a business in a box,
okay.
Brother will still give you a warranty, but it'll be Brother are actually the only domestic brand sewing machine I'm aware of that offer a commercial warranty.
Amazing.
So,
wow.
Yeah.
Now, we've got loads going into baskets already, so I know you're thinking about it. It is a considered purchase, but do, Becky.
So, as we said, it's a combined machine.
Yes.
So the things I love about a combined machine, you're only buying one machine. And you're going to see later on, it has a special foot that comes with it called the side cutter, which you may or may not have seen before, which acts as a sort of interim opening.
Oh, wow.
So, in fact, this could be classed as 3 machines in one.
So it's going to cut your fabric if you want it to. It's going to do all your sewing,
yeah,
and it's going to do embroidery.
And it's going to do your embroidery. When it comes to servicing, 1 service charge.
Yeah.
Sorted.
Yeah.
Storage, 1 machine. So I think there's lots of plus points for having a combined machine. There is, you know, when you buy like a combined washer dryer.
Yeah.
It doesn't really wash very well. It doesn't really dry very well. It's pretty rubbish. This is a combined machine, but I can promise you it is the best sewing machine and the best embroidery machine because essentially we're asking to do the same thing, just in two different ways.
Yeah, I guess so. It's not a complete dryer.
So don't think you're compromising any either. So this is it's set up as embroidery, and we are going to see how easy that is because it is really easy. Now, as an embroidery machine, I'm going to look at my notes because I'm rubbish at remembering numbers. We have 313 embroidery designs.
You've got all in there already.
Already in there.
You don't need to connect or anything.
No, you've got 55 Disney. Okay, you've got 13 quilt borders. You've got 13 embroidery fonts, and you've got two. You have two embroidery hoops. That's a lot of fonts. There is this one, which is 26 by 16.
That's a really big one, isn't it?
It's huge. And I've got the smaller one under here somewhere. I say smaller one. It's 10 by 13. So these are huge. I mean, if this is one of the largest.
Yeah, because I would say this is normally the bigger one on the machines, isn't it?
Yeah, quite possibly. The area slightly smaller than A4.
Okay.
So to put that into a really visual context of the size, and this is one of the biggest Disney designs in there. This is one of my favourite ones to do. I've stitched this so many times, but it's a one going. So in about 5 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes, that will have finished.
Okay.
We can show you the design. But that's a design that's also in there.
And I love these embroidery machines that you just let it go.
Yes.
And it just does it.
Now this is a full colour editable embroidery machine. So we have a colour screen and we can edit. This means that this will work in conjunction with your scan and cut.
Right.
Okay,
so at 12 o'clock, Carla's going to be demonstrating, bringing us the Brother Scan and Cut, which is amazing. And these two are compatible.
They will work together. If you have a Brother embroidery machine that has a colour screen and full editing capabilities, it will work with your scan and cut. Obviously, with this, we've also got Wi-Fi capability in the Art Spirit app, which also works with your SDX scan and cut.
Right.
So, I mean, this is the team here. Like, having all of these machines together. And Brother is such an amazing brand. They're so good at creating very simple, intuitive machines that kind of the iconography goes all the way through. So some of the iconography that you see when you're managing this machine, you'll recognise from the scan and cut, and you'll recognise from the
I mean, it is really useful. I think the Brother are very good at creating heights. They really are. I think they make them accessible. They put them down into the price points.
Yeah. I mean, they're made in Japan. It's a Japanese company. They've been around for over 100 years.
So once everyone's checked out, quarter of the stock is gone. So you need to be quick with this. I know it's a considered purchase, obviously, but 2499, save yourself £100, free 3-year warranty, and you're getting a sewing machine and an embroidery machine.
And an
overfoot as well. So let's see a few examples of what you've made.
Yeah, sure. So everything that you can see
I mean, look, this is my favourite thing. Look, a Becky's denim jacket. I mean, that is amazing, isn't it?
Now I'm going to find the booklet out.
I mean, that is fantastic. It looks, it's like a designer jacket.
It's this. I mean, that is genuinely my jacket that I wear all the time.
Well, I'm not surprised. It's absolutely gorgeous.
And I'm just going to apologise for my hands because I was signing my books in the green room and the ink's got leaked all over my hands. So these are the booklets that you get with it. These are your non-Disney designs in here, and these are your Disney designs. And I've brought this out because you've got the jacket there to show you that this is a design that is in this book. If I can remember what page it's on. There we are. So here you can see these are the motifs.
Oh, overhead as well.
Oh, okay.
So there we go. There's that motif.
So the design on the jacket is, and then reversed, mirrored, sorry, and then this one at the bottom. So that's actually 3 designs.
Wow.
So that's the scale of the kind of
thing you can do. I mean, it is stunning, isn't it? I mean, it does, it looks like a proper, like a something, doesn't it?
Now, the thing I love about embroidery, rather than screen prints and HD vinyls and all that kind of thing, I love all of them. However, with embroidery, it doesn't crack, it doesn't peel, it doesn't wash out.
Yeah,
it doesn't
it's always there.
It is there forever. And that's why it's one of these persevering surface decorations. You see it throughout history, from the beginning of clothing.
Yeah, no, it is there forever, and it is like, it does feel very heirloom. So you've done a few sort of personalised things here.
Yes. So that's another design that's in the machine.
So that comes with the machine?
With the machine. That's my nephew in the middle there. I just put, so you add in your text.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
Stunning. Just so, you would imagine it was made on a professional industrial machine.
I mean, amazing. Can you imagine to make things for people? I mean, that's fantastic, isn't it?
And this is something else I made. This is Ace, and she absolutely adores Rapunzel.
Oh, let me hold it up because we've moved our overhead. Hang on.
Immy down the side, and then it's got a little Rapunzel there, and that was her pillowcase for a while.
That would have cost a fortune to buy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it really would.
And it just means that you can then personalise items for people. I mean, look at this.
These are licensed items.
Wow. So I presume there's a making to sell policy with
the Disney is only for gifting or personal use.
Right.
Okay, so you cannot make to sell with those. With the generic designs, there's not so much copyright on those,
Right.
but I will show you in the Art Spirit app, because obviously we have thousands and thousands of designs
Okay.
in the Art Spirit app. You can actually filter them by commercial license.
Right.
So if you want to use the machine
As a business,
then,
okay.
you're not quite sure about can't I use this. In the app, you can filter
But
them
obviously,
down.
if you're making them for gifting or personal use,
Absolutely
if you like.
fine.
Beautiful. That'd be really nice on a jacket, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Really lovely.
I mean, that could be the centre of your quilt block.
Yeah. So I think I like the idea of that as all your table sort of bits and pieces. Now this one is a new aerial one. There's another one here. So this was my daughter.
Oh right. So let
down.
me show you this aerial one. Look. Isn't that gorgeous? How many little girls are going to want that?
Yes, absolutely. And I'll show you about editing the designs. You can edit the colours and things. With the Disney designs, there are fewer editing options than the non-Disney designs.
Yes,
however, you can change the colours with the Disney. I love this fact because obviously with the new Little Mermaid, she had different colouring.
I always
90s
see.
Ariel. More to the 21st century Ariel, then you can change the colouring.
Then you can change the colour of that. Can you ask Becky, please? Can she show me how to set my needle in the middle position? I bought them.
Oh, gosh. Okay, I would definitely, when we're in sewing.
Yeah, we will show, yes, Alexandra will show you when we move into sewing mode.
Yes.
So these are just a few examples of what you can do.
So these are decorative buttonholes in the booklet again.
That's a big buttonhole.
Well, yes. Yeah, these are the larger ones.
Decorative
These are the larger ones. So I think this would make like belt loops and things
Oh,
like
it'd be
that.
amazing, wouldn't it? Look at that.
But you get a whole range of buttonholes here that you can pick from. And then on your little motifs that you can stitch around.
Yeah, so if you've got like a belt, you can have that. Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's finished.
No, the bobbin thread is almost empty.
Right. Oh, so it tells you that. So when
Yeah.
you're doing it, it tells you if the bobbin's empty.
This is the bobbin thread is almost empty.
No, there you go.
Use the move frame key to move
the
it.
embroidery can be removed or installed. All right.
Right, so I'm going to cut the thread. We'll use this as an opportunity to show you how to wind the bobbin. So I've pressed the thread cutter button. That's cut my thread. I'm going to press this button, which. Oh.
But it knows that it's in the middle of a design, so it's going to know where to go.
It's going to pause exactly where it is. In fact, in the green room, I turned it off, I brought it in here, and I turned it back on again, and it knew exactly where it
That's
stopped.
amazing.
Right, so this winds bobbin in exactly the same way as any other sewing machine.
I mean, that is so detailed, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
Actually missing his eyes.
This is where we are so far. We'll see it all finished in a minute.
Yeah.
I mean, unbelievably detailed.
Bobbin fill. Really important to use bobbin fill with your embroideries. This is a slightly finer thread, and because normally you're changing colour a lot, you don't want to be changing the bobbin colour all the time.
Okay.
All right. And while
we have got...
Yeah, and you do get a roll of white with the machine. In fact, the roll I'm using now is...
Oh, so the machine comes with a white bobbin fill?
Yes.
Right. If you want a reel of black, $4.95. There's 1,000 metres on there. Now, do you know, you don't have to use this for an embroidery machine. You can just use these for any sewing machine if you want to, because it's just a very, very inexpensive way of you filling up your bobbins with a slightly finer thread. So your machine will cost just $4.95 for that. 1,000 metres. It means that you're saving your prep for the top.
Absolutely. So I pressed the button I shouldn't have done. So I'm turning it off and turning it on again.
Okay.
Because that's how we fix everything.
Right, we've also got extra bobbin cases. Obviously, this isn't just an embroidery machine, it's a sewing machine as well. Now, these are specific. We always recommend using for the machine that you're making.
Really
$10.99 for 10. It just means that you can wind them up and you don't have to keep doing them.
Exactly.
Obviously, when you're using the embroidery function, it's better off to use the bobbin fill. But if you're using the sewing machine function, then you might have different coloured
exactly.
bobbins.
And I just think you can't have enough bobbins.
No, I know. I think I've about 30 and I still haven't got enough.
And actually, when you look at 4 bobbins with the machine, when you look at the amount of storage you get, you can. On mine, this section is just for bobbins.
Oh wow!
Because then you're not wasting thread as well.
Brilliant. So $10.99, and those are for the specific Brother bobbins. So if you've got another Brother machine, you need some bobbins, do stock up on these because it is best to use the brand of bobbin. The brand of the bobbins.
You can end up doing your machine a damage if you don't, and then you've got really expensive maintenance costs, which cost more than the bobbins in the first place. So,
I love the fact that you can just take the design out and then put it back in, and it remembers where you are.
The main thing is, do not take it out of the frame.
Yes, well, yeah, that's
once
fair
it's out of the frame, you're scuppered.
So the machine itself, so we're just showing you the embroidery function, 2499. That's £100 saving, and you're getting a free 3-year. Wow, we've got so many of these machines in baskets. We've only got quarter ones. Have you all checked? So you need to get checked out with this. I'm looking forward to seeing what this finishes. So this looks really simple to put in.
It is. So literally all I've done. So I've wound the bobbin, I've put the bobbin back in. That acts exactly the same way whether you're in sewing or embroidery.
Okay.
You have this little lever, and on the side of both of the hoops, there is a bar here, like this sort of plastic bar, and that just slides in. You can't go wrong because it won't go in any other way. This comes down to clamp it in place, and now I'm going to lower my presser foot. The little button's going to go green. So I'm going to press that. It's going to start where I stopped.
And it knows where you were.
And I turn the machine back on, because obviously I turned it off and then on again to correct whatever button I pressed by mistake. It said, oh, want memory. You press yes.
Okay.
Oh. Well, I've obviously done something wrong there, haven't I? Broken my needle. Don't know what I've done there.
Have you got a needle?
I have a needle. You get needles with the machine, so there you go. Yeah, I don't know what I did there.
Don't worry.
Proves it's live, doesn't it?
So what comes with the machine then? So we get the bobbin thread.
Out, yes.
So we get two embroidery, a large one and a medium one.
You're getting 16 feet with this machine. This is the one I'm using is the embroidery one. Now you'll notice that at the back, why am I so gammy-handed today? I can't, man. It's putting a needle in a sewing machine, Becky, come on. Right, if in doubt, rethread, say.
Rethread it. So you get, so for the embroidery function, we're getting 2 hoops, you get the bobbin thread. For the sewing machine function, 16 feet.
The 16 feet includes your embroidery foot, which is now, and you can see at the back where my finger is. You'll notice.
So that just plugs in.
There's a plug, yeah.
Right.
This is because, sorry. There we are. Right there. There's like a headphone jack, an old-fashioned headphone jack that goes in the back there. Now that is basically where your. Oh, this is what happened. What that does is it gives it intelligence. It gives you laser technology.
Why? Wow. And what does that, is that what makes the embroidery work, or does that keep it straight?
It is about precision.
Right.
Right, and in fact, this is the perfect, you see all of this I've done on purpose because now I can show you. I'm going to show you the needle threader as well, look. Because you don't want to be faffing around. You're going to be changing either on the side here. Okay, ready? Done. Threaded my needle.
Easy. You don't have to pull the loop out.
No, you don't have to pull the loop out. The bobbin is ready to go.
Right.
Now, where it was stuck, basically what had happened is the thread had got wrapped around the spool and was tugging.
Okay.
That's why it broke the needle. Can you see these stitches that we've done here? Just the stitches that I've just done, you can see they've not worked properly. They've pulled the bobbin thread to the front. Don't worry too much. They're not pretty stitches. Okay, so what I need to do now is go over that bit again. Otherwise, I'm going to have a part of my embroidery that isn't pretty. All right. Now on the screen, if you're able, there you are. there's a button down the bottom here that's got a little needle point and it says plus and minus. So I'm going to press that and it's going to give me the ability to jump back and forwards some stitches, right? Now up here, I'm going to press this button and now I have a little light on there. I've got a little laser light.
Okay,
where my
that
needle
little red
point
one,
is.
yeah.
So I can use that now. So I can go back 1, 10 or 100 stitches, or forwards 1, 10 and 100, or I can jump through colours. So I'm going to press 10, and what I'm going to just do, I can see with that laser exactly where mine hit at that point. Okay.
So that's where, if something does go wrong,
yep,
then you can start it again in exactly the place you want it to.
So I've gone back to before those stitches that messed up, and now it's going to.
And is that what that facilitates?
The other purpose is there are a lot of, I mean, there's loads of uses. These are the main ones that I saw. Quilting borders in here. So here are your some quilting squares.
Hold on, look.
Quilting squares if you want to do blocks, quilted blocks. Now let me find. I'm just going to. You want to see the squares, and I shall find the page I want to show you.
Right, so, they're lovely, aren't
they? So there's some quilting squares. So we have these border frames. Okay, these are just a selection of them. Now, if you look at them closely, I don't know how close you can get, but there is a point where the stitch starts, and then this is my favourite because it's got like a little sewing machine and pins and a. You know,
oh, gorgeous! Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah.
Now here, this is where the stitch starts and it ends on the other side of this bobbin here, right? So if you are wanting to do a border, repeating border all the way around your quilt or whatever it is that you're embroidering, you can do it in the frame. You can then move the frame along and to line up.
So that's a real, I think that's such a bonus having that. And we've got a few questions.
Okay.
Right. Good morning, please. Could you demonstrate how you put a pillowcase or a T-shirt on the embroidery frame? Marianne from Limiting. Lots of people have asked that.
That I can show you. I don't know if I've got a T-shirt here. Well, the pillowcase we can do.
Pillowcase.
Now, there's two ways. The smaller. So it's like putting things into the frame is like reverse picture framing. Okay?
Yes,
so the larger one goes on the bottom. So if it's a pillowcase and you want to just do this end, it's very easy to pop that in there. There we go. And we can just in. And you just pull this part. Actually, what I like to do is turn it inside out.
Okay.
So that I know that the excess fabric is on the top.
So if you were doing a T-shirt then,
yep,
you just have to pull the rest of the T-shirt round and out of the way.
Sometimes you do want to undo. Okay. So for example, this is finished now, so I can get this out.
Yes, so if this, but then you can just move the rest of it out of the way.
If it's a stretchy fabric.
Right. Or if you're right in the bottom, you could unpick the seam.
You could unpick the seam if it's an easy thing to put back together. If it's something like a T-shirt, maybe it's a stretch fabric that you've got, I'd recommend use an adhesive stabiliser,
right?
Because you can adhere that to the back.
So we've
and
got
then you know that's not going to move.
A couple of stabilisers.
Okay, so you stabiliser that I'm using now. You can have basically your adhesive iron-on.
So this one is
just like this. This literally rips. Okay.
That is JSZW42. So there's the tearaway stabiliser, and that's the one that you use.
So this one is just your basic stabiliser.
Would you use that for a T-shirt?
You could.
Right.
The reason I'm saying adhesive one is because when you're trying to negotiate a garment and a hoop and everything else, things can slip and slide. So if the stabiliser in place, you're more likely to be able to keep it in place.
Wash away stabiliser.
This is so useful. So you can do lace work with this. So you just put 2 or 3 layers of this in your hoop and you embroider. They'll be in the booklet, have like a little wash away symbol next to it. And then you embroider straight onto the wash away and then dissolve it away. And you're given these little lace motifs. The other thing is, if you are doing something like a jersey or a stretch fabric or a toweling like this, something with a pile, or any kind of stretch, you want to double stabilise, all right? So that is where you put it on the bottom, either your adhesive or your tearaway, or wash away if you want to. And then you put another layer of wash away on the top. and then you hoop it all up together. And the reason why we do that is because it helps to support the additional strength.
Okay.
Or if you're using a fabric with a pile like this, it keeps the stitching on
nice
the
and
top.
straight. So let me show you this. I mean, that's amazing. Look at that.
The little old Simba.
I mean, that is absolutely stunning, isn't it?
Like it looks like a really gorgeous tribal tattoo.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? But again, great thing to have on a jacket.
I want you to see the importance of using the bobbin fill. You can see the colour through on the back, and that's because the bobbin fill, the tension in the machine is using the bobbin fill to pull the colour to the back, and that means you're not ending up with bobbin showing on the front.
Got it.
And also, I mean, look how neat the back is. The back's as neat as the front.
It's so neat, isn't it? Which is great because you might, if you're particularly doing. Once you've got the machine, it's like a whole library, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Like I said, we've got so many in-machine designs in there that you can use, and we've also got USB function. Now, Brother have on their website, they have a. You can go into the excuse me on the oh dear. Get rid of that frog. You can go onto the brother.eu website. They have a catalogue of 20. So every month one drops on and one drops off. Okay. So you can go on every month and add a new one into your catalogue for completely free. We also now have the Artspira app.
Right, okay. What is that?
So this is brand new, and every time I come on this, there's something new. The show was starting, I found a whole new thing.
So this is an app that's free to join.
Completely free to download.
Right.
You do not have to pay for this. There is a subscription option, should you so wish, as with 99.9% of the apps out there.
So you download the app onto your iPad.
Onto your iPad. App is free.
Okay.
And you have access to these designs. Now, if you can see in the bottom, designs have a little blue crown. That means it's a subscription item. Okay, so it's very clear which ones don't are not. So here we've got new free embroidery designs. Look, they've downloaded all these sushi designs. I just think they're great.
That's so cute,
brilliant. This is just the highlights. You can press see all and see all of them.
Right.
Now, this will also work with your SDX scan and cuts because you can also see that aid cutting designs, free cutting designs as well.
Wow.
So if you have a scan and cut, this will work with that as well. These are your Disney. There's an additional cost for the Disney.
And obviously the machine comes with Disney's.
Yes, the ones in the machine
forever, but these are just additional ones.
With Artspira, there are additional Disney ones, should you so wish. But even if you are a subscriber, there is still an additional charge for the Disney, purely because they are licensed.
Oh, there's projects in there as
well.
There are projects. There's ideas of things that you can do with this.
Exactly. Sends a month. Online magazines, the Artspira magazine. As a free user, you get one magazines. We've been talking a lot about accessibility. How the projects are laid out in these are amazing. So you get some embroidery patterns, and then you get your projects. Okay, and I'll show you. It'll have a machine or a little scan and cut symbol next to it, so you know which is which. So a bakery bear bag. Now, when you've got the skill level. And then you've got a picture, you've got a video. So if you like to follow along if you are a visual learner, we have a picture here of all the items that you need for your project.
So this is just like one of those tote bags that we all have.
And we've also got a written list here if you prefer to have writing. And now look at this. I talk about big pictures and small instructions, huge pictures, little instructions. And these are so easy, literally step by step how to. Now, then you get your design. Now I'll show you quickly how to transfer the design from Artspira.
Right, okay.
Okay,
and then we'll look at the sewing machine bit of it. So when you get your machine, because you've got all of these free projects, you could start off with one of these, or you could just pick up like a napkin or something at home. When I first had to go to an embroidery machine, I just went around the house and thought, what could I embroider on? Have a go at that. But these free projects are brilliant. Oh, I would definitely label everything I own.
Oh, absolutely.
Even the dog.
So I've got my design here. Now, there is an AR function, which I love.
What is that?
That is, once it lets me, I'm going to hold it up against you. And we can see the design on your top.
Oh, wow. That's so cool.
So I can do it. They don't, what's it going to look like on this fabric? I mean, that's the table, but you can see what I mean.
Oh, that's
so you can kind of preview what the design's going to look like on your project. When you're done, I'm going to press transfer. Now I've connected it to the Wi-Fi. It talks you all through that.
Right.
You do not have to connect this to Wi-Fi and use Artspira if you don't want to.
No, this is an extra. This is what takes your machine from that it is right at the beginning. Because with a normal sewing machine, that's it, isn't it? It does what it does. But with this embroidery machine, new projects, new ideas. If you want it, you don't have to.
This machine will work without Artspira.
You don't have to. It's allowing you to grow and have more items.
Exactly. Now I've named this machine Dave because that's just my sense of humour. So I can see that it's connected to Dave. And I'm going to press transfer. Okay.
And it's already complete.
And if I come over to the machine, okay, I've got my main menu here. I'm going to let you, it's asking me to rate Artspira, not now. There's my screen. Now there's a little pocket. This is where we store things. So this is where, when you save something, you save it in the pocket. There is a little cloud there that I'm going to press. And that speaks, that saves these designs. Okay. It will only save one design at a time.
Right, okay.
So if I send another one over, it will overwrite.
Yes, you've got to wait.
So you need to, once it's at the machine, you want to do something with it. So put it into a design.
Right.
But as soon as you send something else over, that will get overwritten unless you save it somewhere else.
But you can save, if you save it, you can keep it all in there.
Yes, absolutely, you can save it.
Is it easy enough to connect to the iPad?
Yes, if I can do it, I'll do it. Literally, when you sort of start it all up, it will talk you through it all. And there's a QR code on there. Scan that, it will take you straight to the app and talks you through everything.
I know, I mean, there's so many people who talk about the Brother machines and how easy peasy they are to use.
Yeah, they really are. This is taking much longer than it should do, but never mind.
So can we talk about the sewing machine function now? So obviously it's got the most high-tech, fantastic embroidery machine function. It will do all of these different things. You've got preloaded Disney designs. If you never use the Artspira app, it's still got loads and loads of fonts, over 300 different designs. If you then, when you're feeling like, right, I'm going to do this, although it's not difficult, it's always a bit of a leap moving on to the next stage, isn't it?
It is.
It's limitless, and I love the fact that for free you can have all these projects. If 1 month you think, actually, I want some of those designs, you can just pay for the subscription for 1 month, have them.
Well, it's also got a month's free trial, so you can have a play around with it. Because then it's to subscribe to it or not.
Right, so how do we turn it into a sewing
so I'm
machine?
going to show you this live on air to show you that it's not scary at all. It's very, very easy, and transferring it back is easy as well. Now, the most important thing is to press the button on the screen that says, always press when removing embroidery unit. Okay? Don't forget to do that bit, because what it does is it's going to move this arm. Okay? So that has moved to the end. The embroidery arm's moved to the end. Now, when your machine arrives, this unit will be in a separate box inside the big box with its own polystyrene packing. When the arm is set here, it will fit in that polystyrene packing. Always store your embroidery unit in there, because if this bit gets broken...
Yeah, well, I think that's quite a good idea, isn't it? Unless you've got the space on a shelf somewhere, but the polystyrene's a good idea.
It's just going to protect your investment. This is an investment at the end of the day. Now, I've turned my... Now, you can see at the end of there is a little hole which fits the hand under nicely. All right? And can you hear that? That's a huge button the size of the gap, so you're not going to miss it. So I'm going to press and I'm going to pull it out. Now, you do want to be, I'm obviously stood up now anyway, but you want to be stood up to do this, or have your centre of gravity as high as you can anyway. So I'm going to pull that off, move it to the side.
So that's, I'll have that. So that's the embroidery
unit. Now, there is a machine round. If you can see from the front, there's a gap. Bring it this way.
If you've got this in your basket, just warning you, we are very low on stock now. We've got so many and you need to check out before you lose out. So that's the bit.
So this hole here is where the embroidery unit slots into. Okay. So when you take the embroidery unit out, you just want to slide that door closed. That's going to protect. It's not going to get lint and dust and everything in there. All right.
So that's really easy. There's no screwdrivers involved.
No, the only screwdriver is to change the foot. Okay. And that's a fairly standard.
That is fairly, but turning it from a sewing machine to an embroidery machine is seconds.
Yeah.
So how good is the sewing machine? What does it do?
The sewing machine is fab. I use every day.
Okay.
Okay. And I have many Brother machines. I've used many machines of different brands.
Okay.
my
This is
machine
your
of choice.
go-to.
I just really like it for various reasons. I mean, this sews really fast. So this is 850 stitches per minute. I'm trying to find my regular foot. There we are. 850 stitches per minute. So I was talking to you this morning about how I don't like things that take a long time. So yeah, everything's
Nice
got to
and
be
fast.
nice and fast. It has the ability to stitch.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'm going to show you that in a
That's
second.
amazing.
You can design your own stitch with it
Okay.
as well.
I mean,
so-
this is what I think is great. It's got loads and loads of stitches on it. So although it's an embroidery machine as well, it doesn't then limit
No.
how many
There's
stitches.
I believe 291 sewing stitches on here, 10 buttonholes, 5 fonts, and you get all your other bits. Now I want some thread. There's some thread.
That's a lot of stitches. You see, I thought when you got these combined machines that you would get less stitches on the sewing machine bit.
No,
but you don't
absolutely
at all,
not.
do you?
No, not at all. Right, I'm going to wind a bobbin quickly.
Okay, so let's have a look at the features. There we go. So, key features, nearly a 5-inch colour touch screen, which is great because it makes it so much easier. I love a touch screen. 26 by 16 centimetre embroidery area, 313 patterns, 55 of them are Disney and 13 fonts. Advanced needle threader, yeah, I've seen that because you don't have to pull the loop through, you just go and it's down. Brilliant.
Done. We'll see that again in a sec.
Auto jump stitch trimmer, what is that?
So on your embroidery, a lot of smaller embroidery machines will have what they call travelling stitches or jump stitches.
Yes, yes.
So it's where it doesn't cut the thread
Yeah,
in
yeah.
between, and it will jump over. Now, when you are designing your own, so on the Art Spiro app, we didn't even touch on the fact that you can design your own and you can convert kinds of things.
Wow.
Yeah. But if it's a gap of larger than 5 millimetres, it will cut the thread for you. So no travelling.
Oh, that is good. I like that.
Right.
That's amazing that you can scan photos in.
Yeah, yeah, you can do. And I've just seen, literally, as I turned the app on this morning, that they've now got this new AI function, which will turn your photos into cartoons and manga designs.
Wow, so they're constantly updating all the time then.
Constantly.
Yeah, you do need to get checked out on these. I mean, I know it's a considered purchase and you're waiting to see the rest of the demo. Just keep warning you now. 2499, £100 saving. If you want to, and this is entirely up to you, if you want to spread the cost, we can do it on a 5-way split pay, which won't cost you any more. So for £499.80, you will get the sent straight to you, and then you'll just pay the other instalments. But when you come to check out, whether it's on the phone or whether you're doing it on the website, you can choose at that.
Right, here's an example.
Yeah, this is the side stitch. I want to see this.
This is one of the very wide, there's some incredibly wide machine. And this is, you can just sew sideways and backwards, forwards. And
Right.
So if you're doing like, you know, on bags where you're sort of doing your
Oh,
little...
yeah, square with a cross in it.
Yeah,
And that.
you can do that automatically. Or you can also, if you have like a patch that you need to sew on a sleeve,
Yeah.
you don't have to worry. So it works brilliantly for that, but also it means we have these really wide decorative stitches. So normally a sewing machine will take you to, 7 mils is usually the widest stitch. This goes up to 39 millimetres wide.
That's brilliant because whenever I sew like straps on, I always do like a square and you have to turn it round and sometimes you write inside the bag and that will just do it. That's
Like, you do that. If you sew on the
I
sewing...
thought about it as just that it was like for darning, which you could use
You
it for
could,
that.
absolutely use
But
it.
things like that's brilliant.
Yeah. No, if you go into the sewing menu, hang on, that's the embroidery menu. There's a button here. Everything is so intuitive what is behind each button. And if number 5 is your multi-directional, so there's your left and right. Look, and you can also do left and right in zigzag form as well.
Amazing.
So that's your
Brilliant for darning jeans.
huge, brilliant. Yes, very, very good for darning. I want to show you the side cutter, but I also want to show you this because this is my favourite thing as well.
Right.
This is the knee lift, right? This is this is a nod to industrial machines. Industrial machines have this. And it means that when you're sat in a chair and lower the presser foot. So when you're doing those sort of fiddly...
where you've
you
got
get
to
it
go...
held like that and you're like, oh, no, I've got to lower my presser foot. You can use your leg.
That is fabulous, isn't it?
So again, if you struggle using your feet, you can use this without the pod.
And it comes with the knee lift as well.
The knee lift. Now, where's my side cutter foot? My
So,
side cutter
I mean,
foot's
it's
in
got
here.
all of your standards, utility stitches, it's got special stitches. Oh, you were going to show me the cutting.
I'm going to show you the
the
side
cutting
cutter
thing.
foot.
needle question.
Oh, and there was a question about putting it in the middle. I can show you that very easily.
Okay.
On Brother machines, you have this. It will automatically start middle. If you can see the screen. Okay, so number 1 is set to the left with a dash, meaning it's going to be a traditional reverse stitch. Number 2 on this machine has a dot, which means it's your to secure your stitch, put to the left-hand side. Number 3 and number 4, you can see that the needle is now in the middle.
Right, okay.
So it's a different stitch on the majority of the sort of more modern Brother machines.
Now this is what you don't normally see on a sewing machine.
This is worth nearly £50 on its own.
Oh, wow.
So they all just clip on, this foot clips on. I'm just going to line it up. There we are. Now, it's got a blade in it.
So what's this foot called?
This is called the side cutter foot.
Right.
And in your utility stitch machine, you've got your quilting stitches, your patchwork stitches, and then you've got these stitches that say S next to them. And these are your side cutter stitches, all right?
Okay.
Okay, so you can select one of these. So I'm going to select this one.
So if we're stitching like jersey or something.
Yep, so there's stretch versions and all sorts. But so I'm just going to starting helping hand by just doing a little slit, all right? And there we go. I'm going to pop that under there.
So this is, what do you say, worth £50 on its own?
37, apparently.
37, this side cutter.
It's gone down since I looked.
Okay. So if you're stitching 2 pieces of fabric, so just like with an overlocker, stitching 2 pieces of fabric, but you want it cut at the same time,
yeah.
the machine.
This will work on other Brother machines, but it comes free with this one. And it means that, don't get me wrong, it's a lot slower than an overlocker.
Yeah.
And it's not got the versatility of an overlocker. However, if you don't have any inclination, maybe you don't have the budget, maybe you don't have the storage space to have an overlocker, or maybe just the idea of threading up an overlocker to bridge that gap.
An overlocking function. I mean, it is no way, it's not a replacement for an overlocker, but it's an overlocking function.
It will.
And a top level sewing machine.
Yeah.
2499. That's unbelievable value. Let's say, the needle question is, morning everyone, can you tell me what needles should I buy for the embroidery part of this machine from the ordinary sewing part? From Teresa.
I think we have embroidery needles on the show. The difference between an embroidered normal machine needle is I think they're slightly wider eyes, so it will allow for the embroidery thread to go through.
So, I mean, it's the same needle. So we've got the embroidery needles. Now, the only difference, honestly...
It's the size of the eye that is...
And it has a scarf on the back, which is the little groove but behind the eye, because it allows thicker threads to sit in there. But you don't need anything...
You don't necessarily need to use those. I've always just used universal.
If you're using like metallic threads or speciality threads, I would go needle. If you're not, don't worry. If you're using normal thread, just use your normal needle.
Well, and also, if you find that something isn't quite right, your embroideries aren't looking quite right, then try a different needle. But again, you also want to bear in mind if you're embroidering onto thick denim, maybe you want to use a denim
so
needle,
I would say
jersey,
choose the needle based on the fabric and thread rather than the fact you're embroidering.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you're using thicker threads, like top stitch threads, or metallic in threads, use an embroidery needle because the thread will sit thicker. But it's not like it's an embroidery machine. Choose it based on the thread and the fabric.
Yes.
Which makes it great, because the thing is with this, you know, if you want to use different colours, we've got loads of colours of sewing thread, haven't we?
Yeah.
We might not have many.
I would recommend using proper embroidery because this machine works at very high speed, so you need the proper embroidery threads have a sheen to them, but they're also strong. They will deal with that strength.
Can you use normal threads, but these just work better?
These work better because of that sheen. What will happen is the machine uses that to create texture within the design. So I would recommend using proper embroidery threads for your embroidery.
Right, okay, doesn't matter.
They're there if you want to try them.
Yeah, I mean, are they? Well, they're great I think if you're using metallic threads, they're better.
Yeah, but some of the more metallic embroidery threads are a bit more fragile.
That's true.
Yeah.
Wow. So we've got the overlocking function.
Yes.
And I presume it's got all your normal stitches.
Absolutely. It's like I said, it's got 200 on there. 10 buttonholes. It will sew your button on for you. It will do your darning for you. All of the stitches are also in this inside lid here.
Okay.
So you can't lose them. They're on the machine as well, obviously, and in your manual, all on here. So, and this little lid just closes down.
I presume so. I'm going through this slide that we had. So the oh, look, there's all the stitches. The LED pointer, I presume that's for the embroidery machine.
Yes,
I think that I've
it is,
not
yeah.
seen that before as well. Wireless, walking foot included.
Yeah, walking foot. There we are. Haven't even talked about the walking
No,
foot.
I didn't
It's got
know.
a walking foot.
I think it's that side cutter foot. I think that's amazing,
yeah,
isn't it?
It's an amazing bit of kit. Like I say, it saves you having to have an overlocker if you really don't want to.
So this machine, I think, for the price, and I know it's a considered purchase, £2,499, which is £100 off. It comes with the foot, which is worth £37. It's where it comes with the walking foot. You've got full embroidery machine function with Disney stitches. So I think that's the big thing about this one is you've got the Disney. It's a high top level sewing machine, but you'll go together. I mean, I think that is a fantastic price. Now, if you want to spread the cost, we can split it into 5 equal payments of £499.80. When you come to check out, just choose at that point. We don't charge you interest and we don't charge you an admin fee. It's optional and it's up to you whether you want to do it or not. But this is one opportunity where you can get this. Now, we only have a few left in stock and loads in baskets. So if you want to do that now, I think I've lost my batteries. Can I have some new batteries, please? Can't hear anything at all. It's a really, really great price.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've talked about why would you have a combined machine, and there are love how Brother make everything so easy to use. That's the thing for me. It's so intuitive. You could pick this up and start sewing with it. You could also pick it up as somebody who is very advanced. Maybe, you know, you sew for a living as well. Like I say, I do work for a living. I work for a living. We all work for a living.
I sew for a living.
I sew for a living,
Yeah.
and this is...
Okay.
I've just done some sewing for London Fashion Week on this machine.
Right, back now, I can hear. Felt like I was lost everything. Right, we have got 9 machines in baskets. So if you want this, you need to check out, because obviously it's going to take us a while to get them back in stock. We have only got a very few left. And after you'll lose your £100 saving. So I know it's a considered purchase, but I mean, it comes with...
If you're in the market for a sewing machine and embroidery machine, honestly, you will not regret it.
Well, everybody has their own thing that they want. That's sounds great to me. I love the side ones.
Yeah.
To embroider my denim jacket.
Yeah.
And there's so much in this machine. Have a think about it. If you've got any more questions, you know, do message us in. Thanks so much for today, Becky.
Thank
it's been
you.
a pleasure.
I've had a great time.
It's been really lovely working with you today. I will see you back in a few minutes' time with Susie, who's going to do everything about bags and her fantastic quirky flower bag. You're going to learn loads and loads of more quilting skills. So I'll see you back in a few minutes.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips. So whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcut into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines. I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern, cut 2-inch times width of fabric. Line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it. And there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this. Line up the strip on one of the straight lines. And say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle. And then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch, you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways. You can either lay them on your cutting, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces. So I've got 2 by 4 inches. I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So we're all about flowers and tote bags.
We are.
The quirky flower tote bag. Now look at this. I love this. I love all these flowers.
It's a bit of spring.
It is a bit of spring in a non-spring time. It is still winter.
It's raining.
We need spring. I know, and it's raining.
Raining.
And it was 10 degrees. What's that about? I prefer it was
warm
cold.
rain.
Yeah, I prefer it was cold, actually.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Isn't that lovely? So pretty. And a big flower. It's a nice big bag. You can get everything in here.
Rulers.
Gorgeous. Designed for anything in particular?
No, I just like a very large tote bag.
Right, okay. A large tote bag, you can get
literally anything. You can use it for, if you're going on retreats, workshops. It's a good weekend. You know, all those last minute things. Oh, I forgot my bag.
I know. I always have like my big bag or my overnight bag or my suitcase. And then I think, oh, I need another idea for that.
It's one of those.
So the kit for this, let me show you what you get. This colourway is already flying out on pre-order. You get the full instructions. It's a picture of the front, picture of the back. You've got all of the cutting guides there, got full diagrams and photos of every single stage, so it'd be really, really simple to follow. And you've also got a layout diagram so that you can colour it in as well if you want to. Because with the kit, you obviously get the instructions one. You can then colour that in to do it again. The kit itself, you get a metre of blush. Now, the blush is used to line the bag and also for the background. So you've got the metre of blush. So that's Rose and Hubble quilting price, $24.99 for this bag. Really good. And then you've got 3 fat quarters of the Lewis and Irene Isabella collection. Love the pink in this. It's a really nice shade, isn't it?
I would call it an antique pink.
Antique pink, yes. Antique green.
Yeah.
and more antique pink. So that's everything that you need for the outer and the lining of the bag. Obviously, if you want to add wadding, you'll need that. You might want to add bosal or foam interfacing, you can do that. But this is all the fabric that you're going to need for the outer, the lining and the handle of the bag. So it works, and this, that the Lewis and Irene fabric comes out at £7. So it's a fantastic value, £24.99 for a tote bag this side, and it's so it's so finished, isn't it? It's not just a tote bag; it's patchwork.
Yeah,
beautiful.
That's the thing. If you don't
I like the stem.
Yeah, I
think the stem's really cool.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
If you don't want it as a blocks,
you could just have it as blocks, couldn't you? Yeah. But look at the stem; it's so cool because to get it that narrow without a biddly, wouldn't it? That's lovely, isn't it? And then the back as well. So basically, you're getting the instructions for 2 blocks at the same time. Unbelievable. So that is the Lewis and Irene version. The version. I love under-over fabrics as well. I think they're gorgeous. So what you've got with this one, your background is blue. So you get a metre.
Cloud, I think it's
blue, a metre of cloud blue. So that's going to be all your sort of background and your lining. And then you get these 3 ginghams. How pretty are these? Blue one.
I mean, that really will look like spring and summer, that one.
Yeah, it really is pretty. So you get and a green one. And then you get a pink print. There we go. It's from the Andover Plain and Simple collection. So this is the one that Susie's going to show us what it looks like with demonstrating. But that's really pretty, isn't it? Really pretty. Now, if you want on their own, so because you want to use your own fabric, here they are. If you want the printed version, £9.99 for that. So obviously use your own fabrics, but then you can make this over and over again. It's having the instructions for a bag plus 2 quilt blocks all at the same time. £9.99 for the instructions, and those are the printed versions that will be sent to you. If you would rather download them at home, and you can either work from them off your laptop or your iPad, or you can print them out yourself. This is the first time we've had the digital download of these. £9.99 checkout, and then they will be delivered straight to your computer so that you can get going on them in a couple of hours' time, as soon as you're ready. Right, do we need anything else for the bag, Susie? I presume we need H640.
Yeah, you just need your H640. If you want to add a clasp, you could add...
So you just need some H640 wadding or something to give it... Have to. No. But if you want to give it a bit of stability, you'll need that. And how much H640 do we need? It's half a metre?
Well,
metre.
It's 16 by 26, so I would...
Yeah, so you'll need to buy 2... Get yourself 2 units of that. That will be sent as a whole cut piece, so when you check out on that, just put 2 units and you'll get a metre, and then you'll have more than enough. And I guess
that will do your handles as well.
And that will be enough if you want to put it in your handles as well. What a gorgeous... Yeah. There you go, off shopping. Get your laptop in there.
Absolutely, you can, yeah.
And then, you know, you can choose if you want it as a longer handled shoulder bag, you can make them longer. If you want it as a shopping bag, you can have your rulers in there and just hang them on a hook in your sewing room.
Yeah, and it just
that would look gorgeous, wouldn't it?
Protected as well. Yeah, I mean, I do have all my rulers in different bags depending on the task.
And then they can just all hang up. But how lovely. Absolutely. What a nice gift for somebody as well. You don't even need to put anything in it.
It's a good one to hang on the back of the door in the wardrobe with all your scarves and as well, because it's pretty, keeps them in one place and out of the way.
You know, that is a good idea. I always have bags hanging on doors with all sorts of, normally other bags in them.
Bags with bags.
For all sorts, but I think that
it could be a bag for bags.
A bag for bags. I think it's gorgeous. Yeah. Right, how do we make the bag?
How do we make it? So, I'm skipping ahead. So you do best fabrics because some of it you are going to do on the bias because you are going to make some half square triangles. So if you are new to the process of quilting, bag making, anything like that, this is a project that you can easily do. Don't be put off. It's going straight line.
Okay, an achievable project.
It is totally achievable. There is sufficient fabric in it that if you in the kits, so that if you want to add a pocket, you can add a pocket. If you want, instead of a big and a 3 small on the other side, you can do that as well. So there's plenty of design page in for you. One thing I would recommend, and I know, as you cut, label your pieces.
Right.
Whether you do that like I do by labelling clips, or you put bits of paper on them, or you write with your fusible, heat fusible.
Yeah, I usually just like scribble, label that paper. And
yeah, because then it makes the process so much easier. So I'm going to cut those because I leapt ahead. So I'm just going to move those over there. And it's just right sides together and we sew a seam. So the blue that I've got, the gingham, is of the large flower. It's a 1/4 inch seam.
Oh, so we're making the large flower?
We're making the large flower. And I thought, oh no, why go tiddly? Let's go big.
Let's make the
but
large
the small ones are made in exactly the same way, but obviously different dimensions. You do need to press as you go, so set yourself up an ironing station. Put your iron on, that's always a good start. Wait a couple of minutes for it to warm up. So yeah, have that set up next to you because that makes the whole process a lot. That should be hot enough by now. So set your seam, and then I press my seams open. You can do that, or you can press them to the side you've just added. It's entirely up to you. But certainly at this stage I've pressed open. So then we're going to place another one at the bottom. And these prints are multi-directional, so I haven't even got to think about which way up they are. Some of them aren't, so you might worry about which way up they are, or just go with the flow. It's entirely up to you.
Okay.
And again, we're going to press that as well. This one I'll probably press to the side I've just added, if nothing else. Then we're going to add another one on the side of that. Bit like a log cabin in that you're going round. So we've created the centre, nearly created the centre block of the flower. So it doesn't take long. If you get yourself everything cut out, you can whiz this bag out in no time at all. Unless my bobbin kept running out, and it was just, oh, for goodness sake. So that's the centre of the flower. And now we want to do the sort of petal bit. So if I just press that out. I love the leaf detail on the gingham as well. It adds a bit of interest, doesn't it?
It's lovely, isn't it? I guess you can choose.
Yeah, you can mix and
the
match.
same amount of fabric.
Absolutely, you can mix
what
and
you
match.
do wear. Although I think the pink works very nice for the petals.
Well, yeah, thought I had to go. So what we're going to do now is, for all of the petals around the outside of this, we need rectangles and squares, and all of the squares I mark one diagonal. It's not essential to do, but I like to follow a line rather than wing it.
Yeah, no, I do. If I'm doing that, I think I know it's a little square, but I still think I'd go wrong.
Absolutely. Back to our fabric glue pens. Told you need them. If you just put a squidge,
another brilliant use of the fabric glue pen,
in each of the corners, and if you're fuzzer direction, then think about that as well, and where each one is going to be positioned on your flower, because obviously some of them will be upside down. And what that does is just hold those pieces in place, which means I can now all of these without pins. I haven't got to faff about taking clips off. See. And we're going to cut those corners off anyway in a second. So
brilliant.
So
get yourself, if you haven't got a glue pen, that glue pen comes with the pen with the glue in it and one refill as well. We do have more refills. So once you've got your pen, don't worry, we do sell more refills. But everyone has different reasons why they use it, or they use it for lots of different things. But for snowballing corners like this, it's fantastic.
Oh, it's just so useful. So all I'm doing is stitching exactly normal stitch length. Oh, I've lost one. Where's that gone? Oh, there it is. One flew off. there you go. But it means if you've got everything lined up, glued into place, you can do what I'm doing and just chain piece everything. I'm a great fan of chain piecing.
Yeah, me too.
And
sometimes I twist myself up into knots. I can't be bothered to cut the threads, so I'll go back and chain piece the other way, and I'm having to twist everything round.
Oh no, I do cut in between, but I'm known to like do this bit of the pattern, and then I'll start jumping ahead a few steps because I know I can chain piece the next bit on as well, and I've got.
It's also I like it because if you're doing like the several blocks at once,
yes,
you can keep them in groups.
Absolutely,
so I think it's really useful for that.
It is useful, and if you've got a pattern that's got one design, say 4 different blocks, then you can do each of the blocks at once, and then your head space is just concentrating on one process.
It took me a while though when people used to talk about it to work out how to do it.
Yeah.
Couldn't ever seem to find anywhere that said how close does one piece need to be to the next one. It's sort of one of those assumed things, isn't it?
I think it also depends on your sewing machine and your foot plate, because if you've got a straight stitch plate in, obviously you can get them a bit closer than you can if you've got a zigzag plate in. So, yeah. And on the size of the squares. I mean, the other reason I didn't do the little, because the squares for that are teeny tiny. It's like doll's house flowers. And I just thought that's ludicrous, we'll be here forever. Those I don't actually mark the diagonals on because they are so small.
Okay.
And you're across it,
okay.
So they are that small. Right, so we've got all these, and then what we're going to do is corners off and press out. Some people leave them
like me to do that
untrimmed. Or trim, you can press, there you go. Some people leave them untrimmed, which is totally acceptable, but you will have
totally unacceptable.
Well, you'll just add a lot of layers, don't you? That's the thing. Give texture at the edge. So
I guess it would. You know, I've never ever done that. Maybe I should give it a go.
What did I do? When they're really tiny, I sometimes do because it stops it warping.
Yeah, I guess so. You know, it's one of those things that you sort of think, oh, I should never.
Yeah. Sharpen, take a breath.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Is there CCTV around? Yeah. Yeah. Trim your threads. You just hope that somebody isn't watching.
I know. Or you use your fabric scissors for cutting
That's a big no-no. That's a big no-no.
It's like,
oh my goodness.
If it's like, say if I'm labelling something and I need another piece of paper just to label it.
Yeah.
And I can't bother to go, and then you think, I'm just doing it really fast and nobody will notice.
So these little trimmings, put them in a bag, and then you can use them for stuffing pin cushions, doorstops, pillows,
Oh, I always
whatever.
think of you when I throw those in.
What? See,
I was trimming a load of half-square triangles yesterday, and I had like this thin, and I had a handful of all the trims.
And you thought,
and I thought
Susie
of you.
would be, yeah.
As I threw them in
So
the bin.
what we're going to do is pair these off, and it's important that they're the right way around. You want the little ears. They do look like little dog faces, I think.
Well, like that, they look like little puppies.
Yeah.
Don't they?
Yeah.
With their ears down.
So I'm just
now
going
they look like cats.
assemble the block so you can see how it goes. And this is why I said you have to be careful if you've got directional fabric, if you want things the right way up, because these ones are going to be upside down.
Yes, if you care.
So what we're going to do, it's nice.
It's really hot. Because it's cold in here.
Yeah.
I'll just put my hands on in there.
Yeah. I just said, today's the first day my hands haven't been blue. Lovely. When we're pairing, you're going to bring them together. Because of the way we've pressed, or Bex has pressed, you've got that bump. Normally we like to nest our seams, but for this it's quite useful because you know they're aligned because they're sitting on top of each other. And I just put a clip in on that point, and I just work my way round, making sure that they're aligned.
Okay.
Can stitch them, and I always put my clip on the side that I'm sewing, because then again, if I'm chain piecing, I haven't got to think, is it the right way up? Have I got it all in the right place? If it's got a clip on it, it's going to get sewn. And then I'm going to spend 20 minutes unpicking because I haven't thought about it. Right, so we're going to stitch these 2-inch seam, and I shall pass them to my noble assistant because I'm afraid they will as well. You're going to stop, thank you.
Quick question. I'm loving this pattern. Could you tell me if the bag on the desk has wadding? Sue from Lancaster, yes, it does.
Yes.
It has H640, which is a fusible wadding. They call it fleece. But
I think it's the loft, isn't it?
But I think people think fleece. When they say fleece, I think they think of it as like fleece that you make clothes out of.
Yeah, or that flannel type stuff.
Yeah, but it's not.
Yeah,
it's like wadding.
Yeah.
So it's got H640 in it, but you could use any wadding.
Wadding
you like.
choice. Can I get you to press
Yes.
those two? Thank you.
Or you could use foam interfacing.
Yes, whatever. It depends what you want the bag for. Again, like...
Open or to one side, madam?
Could I have them open,
You can
please?
choose.
Thanks.
It's entirely up to you.
So with two of the pairs, you're going to put a plain piece either end. So I'm going to stitch those while Bexy's...
That's now.
You've got a pair of cats. Oh, we've progressed from puppies, we're on cats.
Yeah, well, when they've got their ears down, they're puppies.
Right.
And now they've got their ears up, they've become cats.
Okay, to be fair.
And in a moment, they're going to become flowers.
And that it is going to be...
It's called the chameleon bag.
It is.
Changes from one thing to another.
Nearly there, hang on. Nearly there. So these, again, you can chain piece. And they are just a straight line. So far, we haven't done anything tricky, have we, really?
No.
It's all been very straightforward. And I would start with if you're going to do large flower, I would start with the large one. Then you understand the process and you're not fighting yourself with little pieces.
Can you tell me what's snowballing? Well, yes, I can. I was doing it the other day. So snowballing is the process, it's not the other day, of cutting off a corner of a fabric with another, with smaller pieces of fabric. So where I've cut the corner, snowballing, so you could do that by cutting that into a diagonal and then sewing a triangle on. But can you imagine the faff of that?
Get you to do that and measure angles and
Why would you?
It's like, no, just get a square.
So basically you're turning, because the fact that you'd have a square and you would cut off all four corners and that square would then become a snowball. Well, not really, but I think
that's where it came.
Balling is cutting off the corner of a square or rectangle with a smaller piece of fabric to create a vaguely circular shape.
Absolutely, yeah. And then if you take it to the next level and start FPPing it, you can get it to be round by doing hundreds of layers of fabric.
But yeah, it's just so, I mean, it's just, obviously it uses more fabric to do that, but very little.
Yeah, generally the size of square that you, or rectangle in some instances that you're using is so small, it's really not worth mithering over the fabric, is it, that you're losing?
No, and it's a lot easier, I think. I love a bit of snowballing.
So what I've done now is stitch the two pair end planes to the sides of my flower.
And then you can sew
and then my noble assistant is going to press the seam for me. If you could press the seam can go outwards if you want
can
to.
I?
Yeah.
I don't mind.
With these you can press one seam one way, one the other if you want to as well. That's but it's up to you. And it is ideal, you can see where we nested, if you can get the snowball square to meet. That will be perfect.
Yes. But if it doesn't, it will
We're
not stop a bus and nobody will care.
Exactly. And also if you look at nature, that's not perfect, is it? Have I missed?
No, you
have I
just
caught?
so close to the edge, I think I can just...
We're all right, yeah.
Remove the fabric threads.
When you come to put the sides on that have got your plain square, we have got a bit of seam matching. So this is the first time we've had to seam match.
It is good, actually.
Yeah.
Because it looks like a seam matchy thing, doesn't it?
It isn't a seam matchy thing at all. So we do have to seam match. So because the way we've pressed these, we've got nice nesting seams, so everything's going to line up for us. Pop a clip or a pin fur, and I do the two seams that have to nest and make sure they're in place, lay it flat, make sure the rest is lined up, and put that third clip in, and then we're going to stitch down there.
Right, just quick stock announcement, over half of the other colourway, the one that's the Lewis and Irene, I was trying to remember what the make was. The pink one, let me show you.
The pink and green.
This one here. This one, the Lewis and Irene one. Over half of the stock has gone. Loads more in baskets if you want. It is selling fast, thick and fast. Gorgeous, isn't it? So do get the kit for that one. The kit has got full instructions. Oh yeah, I forgot we have an overhead. Do you know what, you get so used to not having an overhead.
Yeah.
You've got one again. It took me half of the show of the last one to remember we didn't have one. And I forgot what we do. You then get a metre of blush, which is a lovely vintage antique pink. And then you get these 3 Lewis and Irene, and the colour match is beautiful. And look at this, in the centre, there's little birds. I don't know what birds they are, maybe like little partridges or something.
Yeah.
What do you
I
think?
They're a little bit artistic licence.
Yeah, maybe they're not anything.
Yeah.
Pretty pigeons.
They could be pigeons, thrushes.
Yeah. Partridge.
Yeah, they look more like that, because I thought partridge in a pear tree, because it did look very similar to the one they did for Christmas with metallic threading.
Spring partridge.
Yeah.
It's a special thing. And
they
then
are around all year. You don't just have them for like mince pies.
It's amazing value. $24.99. It makes it amazing value because you're getting the full instructions, all the fabric you need. All you will need on top of that is some wadding if you want to put it in. It's entirely up to you. We're going to sell out of this when we're very low in stock now. So if you want it, button. Ka-ching, like that. And then it'll be yours.
Is what you need.
Well,
So
there's some
we've
websites you
made-
shop in where you just get them then on your phone. It goes ka-ching, like a till. I think
I
I
haven't
like
found
that.
that one.
Love that noise. I think that's mine now.
Yeah, there you go. So we've got our big flower. So the little flowers are exactly the same.
Okay.
Smaller, and you're going to make, you can either make 3 different ones, because you'll have enough fabric to do that.
Oh,
or
I
you can
see.
make
Have
one different.
Yeah, so you could have a green flower.
You could have a green flower and or with a pink centre. You could have a blue one with a green centre.
Right.
And a pink one with a blue centre.
Okay.
It's entirely up to
Or
you.
you can do them all the same.
Yeah, them all the same. So you're going to make your small flowers the same, and then you want to make your leaves.
Yes, so let
So-
me show you what that like on the bag. I'll bring that over to you, actually, because that makes more sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So on this one, so when you're doing the green gingham for the leaves or the blue, whatever, but these are the leaves, and then the stem, can you see?
Yeah.
It's clever, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a happy accident.
Was it?
I'll be honest, it was a happy accident. Doing
You could
it.
put piping cord in there, couldn't
Yes.
you? I feel like I want to put piping cord.
Yeah, it would have to be
Sorry,
very
I
thin.
put my hands all over.
the
I
board.
know, but it just
Yeah.
sort of, because it looks like you've put them, but it gives
Yeah.
it a bit of texture. I love
So
them.
there are 2 ways of doing that, so I'm going to show you
Okay,
them.
right, let's do leaves and stems.
So we're going to be making half square triangles. So if you are new to it all, a half square triangle is one of the most versatile, well used, and
Did you
used.
see, we had on air the other day special sewing machine tape that you can use for half square triangles.
I was probably on a dog walk.
It's amazing.
Is it?
Right,
All right,
so you
go-
stick
do
it
that.
on your machine. It's like a
Yes.
washi tape.
Right.
Don't stick it under the needle. You sort of
Oh,
stick
in
it from
front of
here
the-
down.
yeah.
And then, because it's got lines where the needle
you
goes
can
and the
line-
side, so you just line up there with
Yeah.
the central line. You know, you put the point on the
point.
quarter of an inch,
Yeah.
and it's amazing.
That is good.
It's amazing. I'd thought of you. I thought you'd love that.
I would love that.
That would be a great
Have-
gadget.
and
Apparently,
well, now you've said that, I think I have some from
it's
when
just
I worked with Riley
a
Blake.
tape that has
Yeah,
3 lines on it.
Yeah.
It's magic.
Very
We need to
good.
get that back in.
We do,
We
'cause
sold
I
the whole
need
lot.
some.
I know you.
I
I did
need
think of
some.
you. I thought you would love
I
this.
would.
Because I loved it. I knew you'd love it too.
So if you haven't got that tape,
No, yeah, sorry.
this
that was
is
just an
one
aside.
method to
This
do
is just an aside. We'll get it back.
half square triangles. Now there are several ways of doing half square triangles, every own technique. This is my preferred method for 2 at once.
Right.
So I like to draw the line to sew on.
Okay.
So I place my ruler with a 1/4 inch mark along the diagonal, and I draw a line, and I draw from the centre outwards, because then I'm not going to drag my fabric. I'm then going to turn that round inch line on that line I've just drawn. The 1/4 inch will line up on my diagonal and an inch line. So I've got 2 tram lines, each a 1/4 of an inch away from the diagonal for another one, because I do need 4 of these. I do all my cutting out in the evenings before you know, the project day, as it were, watching the telly, doing all my line drawing. I know how to live.
You do. I'm thinking, no, I don't, because in the evening I like to be doing a bit of knitting or crochet in the evening. I can't be sewing.
Oh no, well, I do that. I tend to don't crochet, but my knitting I tend to do when Simon's drawing.
I couldn't do that one.
Yeah.
That would make me feel sick.
I either do that or EPP.
No.
Yeah.
I can't do it. No, if I was in a coach or a train, but in a car, if I do anything, then it just makes me feel sick.
No, I'm fine.
Love Susie's demos and learn loads from them. What are the dimensions of the bag, please? I'm wondering about adapting this for ruler storage.
Yes. So it's a 17-inch high and wide bag, and my one is 3 inches deep, so it will hold of rulers. The original version, that's the photograph on the pattern, is actually currently housing all my creative grid specialist rulers.
Would you put pockets in if it was for ruler storage?
I put, not all of them, but one of mine has got a pocket in for the little templates,
right,
you know, for the applique templates and things. If I'm housing like my Stripology squared and the 12.5-inch square, those sorts of rulers, I don't bother with pockets because they're not going to fit in a
right,
pocket.
so you would just have a bag like that. I've never made a ruler bag because I haven't got enough, you see, that's what I was wondering.
Gosh, I think on the website there's about 6 of my ruler bag patterns.
No, I haven't got enough rulers.
I'm currently designing a clip storage system.
Right.
So if you are like me, you can have them all
fabulous,
stored,
all kept and
so
stored
watch
and labelled.
This space for that one.
I just don't have enough rulers. I went to buy one of these the other day because I want one of them.
Yeah. Oh, they.
Have we got this one? Well, I went to buy one the other day.
I think they just had a delivery.
You know what it was like? I thought, right, while I'm doing my P&P, it's 8.5 inch. No,
it's 6.5 by 12.
Oh, sorry, it's 6.5 by 2 it is.
Yeah. There's some new ones coming. Just saying.
No, we've got the 8.5. 8.5 by what?
24.5.
Oh, no, there's this.
Yeah.
No, we want 8. Well, there is a 6.5.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've got that one.
Let's play that again because... No, it's not that one. It was an amazing saving. Yes.
So
I had bought a few things whilst I'd done my P&P.
Yeah, get them. Because this is such a handy ruler.
This is the amazing, if you weren't with us at 8 o'clock, £9.99 for this one. It's 6.5 by 24.5. Save lots of money. Save lots of money. £12 actually. I was just looking at it.
And it's a weird dimension, but that means that you can cut across a ½ metre.
Yeah.
You can also cut your fat quarters easily.
And
as well
if you've got another one, they're really good for putting at right angles.
Yes. And it's brilliant for doing cutting as well because you've got your 45-degree angle. And because of its size, when you've got a ½ metre spread out, you can do that first at the 45 without having to shift your ruler.
Right, because of the length of it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a good idea.
Yeah.
£12 saving.
It's as if they'd thought about it, really.
If they thought about it.
So,
do you know, I'm always sometimes think, I wonder if they did or if it's a coincidence.
Some of them are designed. Could I enlist your pressing services? So all I've done is cut up the diagonal.
Do you mind which side I do?
You choose.
Okay. Oh, I always like to go to the dark side.
Out. Well, there isn't one on that
No,
one.
I know. But then I needed to just say
while
that's funny.
Bex is pressing out, I'm going to talk about the stem because there are 2 ways of doing the stem. In the pattern, press it wrong sides together, long sides together, open it out and press inwards, and then you'll applique that over the top of the joints.
Right.
Which is totally fine, and you will get what looks like a relief, you know, a 3D stem.
But not as fun as what you've got there.
But not as fun as that. Now, the reason that came about, I'm going to have to get you to press that again, thank you. Because I was on Planet Don't Know What yesterday and just zoomed through and then realised, oh, I shouldn't have done that. So I'll show you what I did yesterday.
Would you like it pressed in half right sides facing?
No, thank you. No, I don't need it pressed. Before we do that, I'm going to show you what we're going to do with these. We're going to trim these down because these are bigger than you need. And I like to make my half square triangles so that I'm not fiddling around with just an 1/8 of an inch to cut off. I like to know I've got a good half square triangle. So I'm quite happy to waste a bit of fabric on this one. Susie. When I say waste, Susie, as really? You know, it's not waste. It'll go into my
thank goodness
stuff. So with squaring off, you can, most of the Creative Grids rulers, I think pretty much all actually, 5-degree angles. So you can always use that, and you line your 45 along your sewn seam and you cut at your 3 inches or whatever size you're doing. If you happen to have the Stripology Squared Mini, that has half full squaring off measurements already marked for you and your 45s in both directions, which is why I like using it for. So I want 3 inches, so I've made sure that one of my 45s is along the sewn seam, cut up 2 lines that are appropriate, place it back down, this time with the other 45 going along the sewn seam still, and the cut lines will be horizontal and vertical, so then I can trim it back to size how I want it. So if I do one more, then I can show you how I complete it. Now, if you've got the larger Stripology, they won't do a 2.5, for example. Stripology, this measurement is bigger than a 2.5, so it is best to use your rulers. And if we've got time, I can show you how to do it with the ruler in a minute, but let me show you the stem. So these stem pieces, I'm going to need to do all 4, aren't I? Come together so they've got a V like that. I am going to have to do all 4. Shall I do the other 2?
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice to see, isn't it? Because if you haven't got that, then you can do it like this, or, you know, and everyone has so many different methods, but it's good to see a choice.
So with this one, I'm going to turn my piece so that I can 5, and I'm going to make sure that the measurement I require falls within the fabric dimensions. And I'm going to cut straight up and straight along. Turn it round, realign, but this time place the left side, because I'm right-handed. If you're left-handed, then you'll reverse this, on the measurement line that I require. And a good tip for that is post-it note along the line that you're cutting. And so then you can see it, or go over it, but then you've got to take it off afterwards. I prefer the old page markers or sticky notes, whichever. And then I've got my perfect half square triangle. So we'll repeat that for this one. I'm getting a faff here, look. Bits everywhere.
I collected bits.
They're my bits, yeah. So straight up
I always find when I cut that way to that way, I clip off the corner of my ruler. Why does that happen?
Probably because you're not stood over it.
Oh, so I have to cut from that way.
Yeah.
And I find that really feels wrong.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I cut the corner off.
Corner off your ruler. And you don't want to do that because you need the 90 degrees.
No, I think I've cut most of the corners off my ruler.
So you've got curved edges on your ruler.
Yeah, so I have to go the other way, which feels really odd.
So, leaf arrangement of your half square triangles. I mean, I'll say leaf, they're not
It's
leaf.
definitely a leaf.
That
looks like a leaf.
It looks like it's coming out, doesn't it? So it's put them in position, is my advice. No seam matching.
Nice.
Love that. And because we've trimmed, they are exactly the right size, exactly the same size, so we can chain piece. And you'll be pleased to know you only have to do 5 of these if you do it as in the pattern.
Oh, right, I was thinking, why? Yes, one flower's only got 1 leaf.
Yeah, the middle one only has 1 leaf, 2 have 2, but you don't have to do that. You can do whatever you want. Mine is just a mere suggestion. Right, and I didn't mean to... Did I mean to do that? Yes, I did mean to do that. So, in the instructions, you press the stem piece and then you press it in again, and then you would apply over the top of the join of your stems. If I could get you to do that one, thank you. But if you don't want to do that, there is another way of doing it. It's a bit more fiddly, I will be honest,
No,
but it gives
there's only a few, aren't there? It's,
yeah, gives you that bobbly.
Sometimes I think when you've only if you had to
3D.
like do 30 of them, but you've only got to do a few.
You've only got
And
to
it's
do a
really
few. I'm just
clever.
a little gadget. Hang on. I tucked it in here, which is lethal, isn't it? There it is.
The gadget.
My gadget. It's a turning tool.
Is it a bodkin?
Yeah,
Or
it's a
turning
bodkin
tool?
and turning tool.
I like that.
Yeah, it's the Soline one, I believe.
Is it?
Yeah, it's really good. Love it. We do have them.
I've never seen that. Well, when we get those rulers back in,
We'll get those.
that is nice.
It is very handy.
I like that.
So handy. I have 3 of them.
Really? Well, I like the fact it's a Soline when it's got a bobbly end.
Yeah. Yeah, and it is a good size ball end because it's even for
Okay.
those tiny enough for that. So the alternative method is put your stem piece along that along the joining edge and stitch it in place. Then you're going to join the other side of that stem piece. I mean, this is how you'd think a stem would be constructed, wouldn't you? Sure that the middles of your half square triangles line up against each other. So you are reliant on everything being cut accurately and sewn accurately. Famous last word. Then, before you press, you can press those, in fact, yeah, I will press those out so that they both go to piece. Do you want me to, shall I do it?
Oh, okay.
So it looks like a closed seam, yeah?
Yes.
So if I bring it back in, so it now looks like that and our stem looks like that. But the reason you can't leave it like that is because that's too, because our little flowers are smaller. So what you do, cunningly, is you bring those 2 sewn seams together, but tuck that piece in.
Yes, what you mean.
Line up those, clip those, and I would suggest that you run your finger inside the push out the middle bit to make sure.
With that amazing.
You could with your little turner. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm going to use in a minute when we press it. I need one more clip. There we go. So then you're going to stitch back along that seam that you've just sewn, making sure that you've got that little extra bit of stem underneath. Now it's going to look
that's so cute.
like this, but we want this flat. So this is where this tool comes in handy. And I tried a thin knitting needle, that works as well. You just need something cylindrical, but thin enough to get up the entire stem. Be a perfect fit.
Amazing.
I also found if you put the ball end nearest the end you're going to start pressing,
right,
it flattens it out for the iron. So
oh, I see what you. Right, I've got it now. Right, it's got to be flat.
It's got to go flat. Well, it doesn't have to. It's your bag, but I like it.
But you see,
flat.
because it fits that bod, just a bit of wool or something,
Yeah,
or thick thread.
Bring that in.
String.
Yeah, I
think
have
this-
got some piping cord.
And what you'd have that would be
I have no idea why I have that piping cord, but I have that piping cord. But you
string,
can see.
I reckon.
Yeah, but you can see you can use it just to bring it over. And then if you want to top stitch as well, missed that bit. Let's go back over that.
Yeah, well, you could just, I mean, to be honest, even if it was just over to one side,
Yeah, it just gives
has
it
that
texture.
Little, yeah, and I love that.
Yeah.
I love the little bit of texture on it.
Yeah, but the other method that's in the pattern, what that gives you is the same look, but you stitch it down in place. So you're stitching at 1/8 of an inch. It's really, this is for if you're not happy top stitching very small pieces close to an edge. So
I love it.
it's just
I
a
think
bit
little
different.
touches like that are always nice when you've got something,
Yeah,
you've
just
got a bit
make
of
something. And it's another skill set to learn, isn't
Yes.
it? But then that's the result. Looks
fabulous.
And I know this looks ridiculous because it's a big flower, but you'll have a little flower on the
little
top.
stem.
That's quite cute, actually.
Yeah. It's a
Let's
bit
bring it
cartoony
down.
because that's going to fall over, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It was
of course
brilliant,
it
though.
is.
Love it.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Right,
Yeah.
let me go back and talk about the kits. Because we need to talk about these other kits. So the Quirky Flower Tote Bag. Now, the one that, which is the, oh, right, the one that, that really confused me because it's a pink and green. So the one that Susie was just demonstrating now, in the kit, you get full instructions. You get a metre of cloud Rose and Hubble quilting weight fab. Favourite colour in the colour card? Is it? My favourite colour in the colour card is vintage blue. Oh, or is it the one that's just a bit one darker than duck egg? Is it called vintage?
Misty blue, yeah. Yeah, I'm a fan of
What's your
misty blue.
favourite one on the colour card?
Oh, it depends what mood I'm in.
Yeah, quite like paprika.
Yeah, paprika's good.
Paprika's very
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Then
Hot
you get...
tomato's a goodie.
Oh, yes, I do. Love that. A fat quarter each of these Ando fabrics in the pink gingham, the blue gingham, the green gingham, and the pink print. $24.99 for that. Amazing value because that's everything for the outer and the lining of the bag. All you're going to need on them. So that's that one. Now the Lewis and Irene pink one, only 9 left. Loads of you've got this in baskets. Blush pink, metre of for the lining and the background. And then you've got the Lewis and Irene, you've got the green with the birds, this lovely vintage pink in a small scale print, and a larger one with a little splash of very low in stock on that one. Now, if you want the instructions on their own, here they are. This is the printed instructions. $9.99. If you want the digital, the PDF ones that are emailed to you so you can print them out at home or look at them on your computer. It doesn't have templates, so you don't even need to print anything out. Yeah, these are really these are more popular than physical copies. It chops and changes, to be honest. One doesn't ever seem to win.
I've noticed it's about 50-50.
It is about 50-50. Amazing. Right, let's talk about the butterfly bag, which is this one here.
It is.
Gorgeous.
Is a bag, not only is it a very useful cross-body bag, it's a easy introduction into foundation paper piecing.
Oh, is it?
Because
that right?
butterfly is made by foundation paper piecing.
Nice.
It's a non-scary
pattern.
Yeah. It's big pieces to piece together to give you, and it's just on the flap. But the bag itself has got lots of storage capabilities.
Okay.
You can round the edges if you want to or not.
Well, I think that's lovely. I love the butterfly on the front, and then you've got a little covered button.
Yeah. But you could swap that for a magnet or a snap clasp if you prefer, or no clasp at all.
7th of February is when you demoed this.
Is it?
Yeah. 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Rounded bottom, covered button. I like the little bound top.
Yes, so by making the pocket with that extra...
yeah, but it's a really lovely, it's a pretty...
It's a nice touch,
pretty
it?
bag.
It is, yeah.
But I like the little D-rings.
Yep, and you can make the handle adjustable and whatever size you want.
So in this kit, you get, obviously, full instructions to make the bag with a little bit of air. Perfect if you've never done it before, or if you just want to do a little bit. Then you get half a metre of white, Rose and Hubble fabric. Oh, I like these.
Yeah, aren't they pretty?
Beautiful.
They're Tildas.
Tilda. Half a metre. Right, so from the Creating Memories Spring and Easter Pastel. Gorgeous. In lime. And this Winter Colour Red. Beautiful. I think they go together. I really like that line. It's gorgeous.
It's a really nice, it's an all-age green.
Then we've got it also in another colourway, in paisley. So your sort of background fabric, which is used for this part, is the pink. And then we've got the paisley.
Which looks really pretty as the butterfly wings.
Yes.
Because it's got that sort of shimmery...
Yes, you could use that for the butterfly wings. And then you've got the blue used for the body. Gorgeous, only $22.99.
And if you're very careful, the pieces on your foundation
brilliant.
Piecing,
right, very last bag.
The paisley quill to match.
Oh, sorry, we've got the instructions on their own. Instructions on their own. I'm rushing now. Instructions on their own, butterfly instructions, so they will be sent to you as printed copies. If you want them as a digital download, because you just want to get on and make it, there you go, £9.99, they will be sent to you, digital download. So you can, it says digital download, £9.99 for that. Then we've got the Pebble bag, which is this one here. I love this one. Just goes round and round and round as well. So you've got that one. It's all cut round. Beautiful, but lovely shoulder bag with beautiful patterns across it. Right, we're going to start with the William Morris. There we go. Now, you get in this kit, you get the instructions. You get 1/2 metre of navy. I love these William Morrises.
They're good, aren't they?
And this is William Morris, but the Emery Walker House collection. You get 4 fat quarters. I love the kind of faded. They're like sort of faded rugs, aren't they?
Yeah, all the tapestry curtains you get in stately.
Yeah, that's how it feels. But look, you see how beautiful that is. £27.99 is a great price because you've got all of this. You've got the lining, you've got the outer, you've got the flap. I mean, it's a beautifully finished bag, isn't it? And all of those fabrics.
And because they're all the same cut, mix and match it.
Oh, I see. So you can decide what you're going to put where.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's a great idea. Then we've got it in this collection, which is called Forest Wonder. This is what it looks like, but without, just as the...
Yeah, I didn't do the flap.
Without the flap.
Without the flap. I've just done one side.
But it's just to show you what it looks like.
But if that shows that if you don't do it as a crossbody bag, you can do it as just a storage bag. And
yeah, no, I think that's gorgeous, and it's lovely because you've got all of these in the centres.
Yeah.
This is a Nutex fabric. So what you get with this one is, say, the lining, and then you've got, I love this woodland scene one. Aren't they beautiful?
Cute, aren't they?
And then you've got a green and like a taupe fern, and then you've got grey hedgehogs with strawberries.
So you can fussy cut the woodland animals
to go into the
little pebbles.
Into the little pebbles.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Now, if you want the instructions on their own, we do have those. £9.99 for the printed version of those. And if you want the digital download, we have those as well. £9.99. Right. Thank you so much, Susie.
Thank you.
It's been fab today. When are you back with us?
I am back on, where are we? March, beginning of March.
Beginning of March.
10th of March.
10th of March, right.
Yeah.
Not long then.
I think so.
You'll possibly be back with us on the 10th of March.
I definitely will. Oh, and it's, if I remember rightly, it's another good creative grid.
Oh, fabulous.
All
that'll be good.
Some new.
Well, let's hope it's the 10th of March. Write that down. I'm going to go for a quick break, and we will see you back here. Got the brand new Brother Cutting Machine. It's amazing. It's amazing. Really excited about who's going to demonstrate it for us. Yeah. I will see you. I'm just talking to her. She's already awaited it. It's amazing. You are going to love this. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations for your channel.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. To cut a piece of fabric into strips, and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern, cut 2 inch times width of fabric. Line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this. Line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle 2-inch mark. I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches mark. Make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways. You can either cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1 at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 27 days a week.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these 2 separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the 2 seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just then, because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. And Carla says that she has got the best machine
The best machine in the world.
The best machine in the world. We all have to say, in my opinion. I said that. Say that.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
Is the best in my opinion.
Is
that better?
It's a cutting machine. It's Carla's favourite machine in the whole world. And 2, we are reducing the price.
Yeah, massively. The deal you're getting is beatable. It is incredible because you're getting the most amazing bundle. This machine, if you've never cut in action, you are literally about to change the way you face crafting. Be that soft crafting or paper crafting is your world.
So the normal price for this, including the bundle, so the normal price for this is randomly £963.96.
Go onto the Zon and have a look at how much 3 mats are for a Brother Scan and Cut, and you'll start to realise what a deal you're getting here. Because just for 3 mats, you would be paying a good, fine amount. Actually going to give you 3 mats. You're already getting 1 in the box, or 2 actually in the box, so you're now getting 5 mats.
Wow. So in here, go through it all in a minute, so let me show you what it is. You get 3 mats. You need those. You get the rotary auto blade kit. What that does in a minute. You get a rotary auto blade, and you get a thin fabric auto blade. Oh, and a low-tack adhesive mat as well.
It is, honestly, the best. It's the best deal ever. It is so well put together. It's so well thought through.
That's amazing. That must come.
That is a
add up
hefty.
to
That's
quite
a
lot.
hefty price, and then the machine itself. Now, bear in mind, this also has exclusively Disney designs on the machine as well. We can't sell Disney, obviously, because for yourself. And Man Alive, this is packed. It's got 182 designs of Disney on it, and 30 of those are exclusive to this machine.
Wow. So you can make these, you can gift them, but with the Disney things, don't sell them.
Don't sell them.
But
they don't like it when you
so the price, £963.96, and that includes all the bundle. What's the wow! What's that in savings? I don't.
Huge amount.
£679.
It is such a deal. You are getting, the value you're getting here is unbelievable. Now, remember, your Brother Scan and Cut is your friend for life.
An £84 saving.
Massive, right?
£284.
We love it.
That's available on Split Pay.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. Like a little bit of Split Pay. Also available on 5-way Split Pay at, I think it said, because it's disappeared, £135.
£135.
Yes, you know how you just say it and then it disappears? So, 5-way split pay. Right, now we've done all the numbers and the words. What does it do?
It does so much.
Why is this the best machine in the world?
Well, there's other cutting machines. For those of you sitting at home, you go, well, I've seen cutting machines before. I know that there's a Cricut one and there's a Silhouette one. Why is the Scan and Cut so different? Well, actually, it's a scanning function on it. Now, for those of you at home, let's just take it to brass tacks for sewing. Now, I do not know how to sew. I am not good at sewing. Why am I here? Because this machine is amazing for sewers, and we'll show you why. But say you've got a pattern for a teddy bear, right? And you've drawn it yourself or you have downloaded it and you're free to do different things with it. If you want to make that bigger, you're going to kind of struggle a little bit with the maths if your brain is fizzy like mine and very well. This, I can scan that pattern into here and I can enlarge it.
Oh, wow.
It'll do that. And
so
then
you can sort of do that on your computer, but it never
It'll never be quite the same. This will do it literally to the finite point.
Okay.
So it's going to be exact. So your pattern is exact, but it's bigger or it's smaller. I can make a teddy bear this size, or I can make one this size, exactly the same, and my machine's going to do that. So when I tell you 400 designs built into this, that's also not true. That's on paper what it is. But all of those can, to infinite degrees, be changed in size. So suddenly, the power of this tool in your mind, because it can do so much. Now, here's where it gets really interesting for quilting. It's got loads of quilting patterns in here. In fact, in quilting block designs in here. That's nuts, right?
Really?
Mm-hmm. All built in, right? Here's the thing. You can change the size of all of those. It doesn't just cut them out for you, though. No, Sari. It will also draw your seam allowance.
Wow.
So when you take it off the mat and you're not a person who's good with seam allowances because it's too long. I understand it when I start sewing. By the time I've got to the end, it's maybe half an inch.
Right.
Sometimes it's
so
just
it's
done.
fabric. Wow.
Does
if you want it to. That's
if you want it to. You don't have to. But
Okay.
here's the thing. I can do that in a water-soluble pen, or I can do it in an air-dissolving pen.
No.
Because it comes with both.
That's amazing.
It's the most incredible thing. So if I do it with the air dissolving pen, within 48 hours, all my pen marks are gone. You can also take them off with water as well. But if I do it in the water soluble one, it stays until I
choose which.
You can
so
choose.
if you had a fabric you can't wash, then do it in the air soluble, but do it in 48 hours.
Do it in 48 hours.
Oh my goodness.
It blows your mind, and then we get more and more exponential with it. So I can do all my paper crafting as well. So for those of you who like to dabble in all of the different, it's going to cut your vinyl for you. So if you want to make numbers for your wheelie bin, this is your bad boy to do that with. It will do.
Always want to make numbers.
There you go.
Yeah.
This
Brilliant.
bad boy will sort out your wheelie bin numbers for life. Now, Brother are so confident with what they do. We know Brother. They're just an exclusively wonderful company. They've got a customer helpline written on the top here. So they're not leaving you anywhere stranded. Everything is guiding you. Everything is there for you. This functionality, if you've used any other Brother machine, this will look very familiar. They're so clever at guiding us and making it so that we are comfortable with the software.
Absolutely. So the embroidery and sewing machine we had on this morning at 8 o'clock, it joins, no, at 10 o'clock.
It will
together,
join.
doesn't it?
And also, well, how about bringing your sublimation printer in as well so that we can actually print our own fabric? And then we can put it into here and we can cut our own, what is essentially a beautiful Brother hub. And it is just, it's incredible. It blows. Very quickly just tell you that with this specific machine, you are also going to get the most wonderful for your machine.
Excellent.
So if you want to, while you're maybe sewing some bits out, also make some wedding invitations. It'll cut your wedding invitations and it will do all your calligraphy for you as well.
That's really exciting.
Isn't it not?
Yeah, I like that.
That's sitting there in, that's just a little bit of extra for you, as if it didn't have enough in the first place.
So how
Let me show you.
I want to see.
So,
you have these mats?
You got mats now.
For?
You've got two different coloured mats. If you've got any questions, please write in. If I know the answers, I'll tell you. If I don't, I won't lie, because my brain gets busy and I can't remember what I said. But what we've got is the low-tack adhesive mat.
Right.
Now, they've got a sticky plate on them. Just watch your ears a little bit because this is going to hurt them. I'll take it off here. Just bear with. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, why does that hurt?
I don't know, but it makes your teeth hurt.
It just makes it freeze.
Anyway, moving swiftly on from that. It's now tacky, right?
Yeah.
Go to my what? Is that left? I don't know my left from my right. So we've now got this here, low tack. Now, I can feel the sticky on it. It's nice and sticky. However, I can take things off it very easily. This is what I'm going to use for fabric. Not going to go anywhere near it with the high tack mat because it's going to grab those fibres from your fabric. That's not going to be helpful at all.
Yeah, that's sticky.
So if you take this one off, watch your ears. This one will eventually peel up off the surface with you. It is super, super tacky. Now, with any of your mats, my best advice for you when you get them home and you're first using them, you can do something professional than I do, but damp it down, get some fluff on there, okay? And that will help release things for you much easier than if you're trying to do it as a dry, clean mat. Because once it's first, got its first adhesive on it, it's super tacky.
Does it come with both mats?
Come with the low adhesive, the low tack.
So it comes with a high tack and low tack, but also we're giving you for free 3 low tack ones.
Now, these can be restuck, okay? Now, there is a thing called pin flare stencil glue, which is, I think, the only one that's off, you're sticky. Now, you don't need to do this straight away, and I'll be totally honest with you, if it starts to get where it's not feeling as sticky, just run a baby wipe over it and you're back where you want to be. It's fine. But eventually, it's going,
So that's why we give you more.
That's why we give you more, because you've got so much processing power here. It is brilliant.
Okay.
Now, I wrote this down, so I'm going to quickly, and then I'm going to show you the screen. What does this machine do? Everything. It scans, it designs, it embosses, it foils. You can score with it, you can write with it, you can draw with it, you can create your own stickers with it, you can cut vinyl with it, and heat transfer materials as well. And then I can use it for my sewing. Literally, you're all singing, all dancing. Now, let's get to where we're getting, because this is insane. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, I want to see the printing and this seam allowance.
I will very quickly explain to you. I've got ADHD and my brain is not, it doesn't function like a normal human's. When I tell you what the buttons are, that's not what Brother called them, it's what my brain can remember. Excuse me from the beginning. Now, if I'm on my home page here and it automatically comes to my home page, if you can't find your home page, that takes you home. If you ever get stuck on a Brother machine, go home, okay?
Always go home.
Always go. T said it before we did, go home, because that will just take you back to the beginning. Now, we've got options here, because this is the thing. It works in the cloud. It's got Wi-Fi to it. So if I want to design something on my computer, wirelessly, I can transfer it from this, or from my computer, straight onto here.
Oh, so you can design your own things?
100%.
Oh, it's not just what's in there.
Oh, it's unlimited. So I can do something on my computer, and I can just send it to my machine. It'll come onto here, and then I can cut it, draw it, foil it, do what I want with it, and then I can stitch it. So if I go on to retrieve data, for instance, use it from a USB if you've got SVG files to cut your fabrics with, any of those things. Or I can go back to my home screen. Now watch. Here's where we start going with the magic. I'm going to press pattern. Okay? We've got shapes, then we've got designs, then we've got Disney designs. Then we've got fonts built in for it, for all of you. If you want to cut some fabric letters, numbers out, they're all there for you. So you've got all your designs and your letters here. Now go down, see here? This is all your quilting blocks.
Wow.
Let's go, right? Now, you'll see here, doesn't look too exciting. There's 7 of them. Thank you very much. That's still nice, right? But that's just showing you, well, these are the types of blocks. We've grouped them.
Right, okay.
Okay, so one, for instance.
So that's like your half square triangle blocks.
Then watch.
Oh, wow. Loads of the leaf.
I'm trusting you.
sailboat, yes.
I'm trusting you to tell me the things. I didn't even know what a block was before I got here.
So those are all the half square triangle blocks.
Right, so there you go. So we've got those. Now I can go back by using this back button, and that'll take me into the next one. So let's show you all of them.
Okay.
So I can go in and I can go down. Now they're quite complex, some of these. They're not the most easy. Some quite far on in your quilting journey. Some of them are very simple when you're starting out. So we're going from beginner right through. And you can bring your own in as well. You don't have to use these ones. These are just here for if you want to. And of course you're going to design them with your own fabric sets. Look how many there are here. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, there's loads.
This is your ultimate friend for quilting, right? I'm only on to the 3rd one.
Right, so you've got lots and lots
Yeah,
in there.
let's go into the 4th. Have a look at
That's a
these.
nice one.
I know, look at all of these.
Yeah,
They're
it's getting even
beautiful.
more complex.
Aren't they gorgeous?
Yes.
So suddenly, what we're doing actually is schooling ourselves from a very learner's beginning point right up to those very complex patterns. Look at these. So not only are we doing something that is teaching us as we go, and I love that because I want to learn, I want to know more about things. So all of these patterns going through, look at these. Oh, I think we just did these ones. Let me go into this one. I love this one. The sundial there.
Wow.
And then finally into here. You're never going to be short of blocks.
A lot of quilt blocks. Yes. So
How do I get it to
yes,
cut it?
this is what I want to know.
Right.
How do I get that to cut it?
So let's talk about the machine very quickly. It's not going to do anything at all. When you open it up, you've got these pieces here. What do we love as crafters? Storage. So I've now got set storage in the bottom of my machine to hold all of my tools. First of all, inside here, the little white envelope, there we go, there is a spatula and a WYSI stylus for those of us who have got, rather my good self, okay? Stylus, spatula to take your fabric off. Do use that. It's got a burnishing tool with it as well, so you can burnish your fabric on when you're using it, and the spatula helps you to remove your fabric once it's been cut. So you're going to get those in there. Your blade, that's for cutting cardstock, vinyl, all of those things. But they don't leave you there. They're giving you a fabric gold top. Remember, for all of you guys sitting at home with Sewing Street, you believe your craft is the gold top of craft, the gold top.
Yes.
So there you've got that. Now in here, because we've now got a pack of colouring pens, and we've got a pen holder, and we've got a separate water-soluble, air-soluble. They're your fabric pens.
That's
Okay?
amazing.
So we've got those, and we need the pen holder of that in there because we're going to get on with the demos. So I'll keep the gold one, the gold top, and we'll show you how to use it. Right, you need to put your blade in. Now your blade sits with a little cap on it for safety. This is where this gets really exciting because it's an auto blade. What does an auto blade mean? I don't need to know the settings. I don't need to work out how deep it needs to cut. It's going to work it out for me.
Okay.
So what it does, the blade goes into the mat and it goes, this is how deep the mat is. Then it goes over to your fabric and it cuts a little tiny just indent. It goes, this is how deep your fabric is. And so I know how far to put. You can go up to 3 millimeters thick.
Right.
Now, one of the things that we're giving you, of course, is an auto rotary tool. That auto rotary tool is going to manage those thicker fabrics and those intricate details
that's the ones that we
beautifully.
got.
So thank you very much. I've got options. Take it off the cap. It's got a flat back here, and that flat back is going to sit in the machine against the back of the blade holder. So when I put this in, all you're doing is you slot it in, push it down just very gently. You don't need to push too hard, and it sits inside, and you just pull its seatbelt down. Once the seatbelt's down, it's held in, it's ready to go. If it doesn't cut perfectly the first time, it's usually because you've got that seated in how to do that. As for your pen holder, I'll be quick because these shows go so fast. Right, you've got your little pen holder here. It's got a little didgeridoo on the back of it, like a wadgum, right? Push the wadgum and that'll open. And that's going to securely hold my little pens, which are here. So if I take out, well, I'll do the water soluble for now. Take this out, take the cap off, obviously, pop it into your pen holder, all right? Shut the cap. They even holder on the top so you don't lose your lid.
Oh, that's very
thought out.
That is thought out. I like that.
That no crafters.
Yeah.
We lose everything. I think I've lost my children occasionally in my craft room. There's so much stuff in there. Usually come out when it's dinner time. So you can push that in. That's there now, and that's ready to draw out a pattern. So I'm going to use a light fabric. Look at me pretending like I know what I'm talking about with fabric.
Beautiful fabric.
Do you like my fabric?
That's lovely.
So thank you. So I'm going to put it on upside down. Now, obviously, if we're doing something and we're doing it with drawing, you want it to be on the back of the fabric, not on the front. I'm pretending I know what I talk about.
No,
it will be
good. Yeah.
Is that important?
Yeah, yeah.
Because obviously that's where your seam allowance is going to be and you're going to sew them together. Now, mine might struggle with this a little bit. I might need some scissors, and that's just purely on the balance that these black dots at the bottom are being covered. They're your registration marks for the machine here, okay? So your machine reads these. Now, they have got them at the top, so I might be okay. If not, we can get a pair of scissors and a 12 workspace. Here's where it gets super exciting, though. What you can also get for the Brother Scan and Cut, which I think are 24-inch mats.
Oh, I see.
So if you
can cut bigger pieces.
If you want to make something huge, go for your life. Right, let's have a look and see if we can get this to work. I might need to trim that a little bit.
Right, we're halfway through the show, and when everyone has left,
Good
so
luck.
If you've got it in your basket, you need to get checked out.
You know when people say that purchase, I'm not saying that here, it's not a considered purchase. This is, it has been my best friend for 8 years, and I hated cutting machines with a passion. They made me learn the Brother Scan and Cut, and I love it. So I've got a little pieces here, so my mat just sits between, so I know it's in the right position. All good angle. I'm not at a good angle, so I could potentially feed the mat in wrong. I should be okay, but just in case. Here, this is where my stupid words come in. There's a chessboard. It's not really a chessboard. It's a picture of it looks like a chessboard in my head. Now, the way I remember all of the buttons with the Scan and Cut, because, you know, technology, is to remember it in ways that I can reference. So I'm going to start the game we're about to play. So I'm going to press my chessboard. My mat in, it's going to read those registration marks and go, this is a genuine mat. I know where I'm going. I know what I'm doing. Everything is working, okay? So that seat's there. Now let's go for the most simple because, you know, demonstrations and all. We'll go into these ones and we'll do this one, okay? It's the first one on there. It says straight away, this is going to be a height and this is going to be a width of your finishes. Are you okay with it? Do you want to make them bigger? Do you want to make them smaller? Would you like it to be for a doll's house or would you like it to be for a super king-size bedspread?
Okay.
Where do you want to go? All right? So I'm going to leave it where it is, but you can also, here's where it gets interesting. There's a percentage button here. So if I go, well, I want it to be double that size. I don't know what size I want it to be in measurements, but I want it to be double that size. Fine, go up with your percentages.
Okay.
It's so easy. It's Brother. It is so easy. Press OK. Now, see here, I've got two little triangles sitting there in white, and I've got B, there's a square in white. Starting to look complicated, right? I've got C, and I've got two little triangles, and then I've got D, which is a square in blue. So where are we going? I've got a picture down here of the whole quilt, and then I've got a picture here of the finished quilt. So if I was to select, for instance, space, it says, well, your B are your 4 white squares.
Choose the fabric.
I can choose. Now, these ones here, it's saying your triangle. The only ones not coloured in, that's my 2 top triangles. Okay. It's telling you exactly where you're going. That's those 2. So I know when I'm trying to organise with this one, because it's a simple quilt and you'll get there, your triangles are the same size. We get into the more complex ones, we want to organise those pieces, don't we? So that when we sew them, it's an easier process. This gives us all of that organisation like that. It's done for us, and I think that's so powerful, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, I want my A to go onto my mat. And I'm going to say, okay, and I'm going to say, set it at the height that you've set it for. And it brings me in 2 because I need 2 of those at that size. What you might not be able to see too clearly is that there's a double line here, an outside and an inside line. The inside line being your seam allowance, of course, and your outside line being your cutting line. Now, if I had to, because listen, I've got the patience, if I had to sit here and do this 2 triangles by 2 triangles, it's going to get right on my nerves. So let's not do that. Let's go add. Okay, what do you want to add? Well, let's add the next set of triangles. Okay. And set. Thanks.
Okay, so if you want some different bits, if you think you want...
Well, I know the likelihood all of that row is going to be the same fabric, right?
Okay, no, that makes sense.
So then I'm going to go B. Yeah. And I'm going to go okay. And I'm going to go set. And I'm going to go thanks. Now, that's fine. That's filled that up. And that's going to draw all my seam allowances. And it's going to draw and it's going to cut them. I know because I've practiced with this piece, the next one, it doesn't fill all that space up. It's only half of it that's full. So I doubled it. And I just kept adding, and I added the same pieces because I wanted to do more than 1 block at once.
Oh, okay. So if you say, right, well, I've got enough to write, then you can do 3 at once.
So you just multitask. Like, you can get so much done so fast. It's so quick. So now we just need to draw it, right?
Yeah.
And we know we need to draw it because we need it to be the seam allowance first. So I want to go, okay, here. This is how clever this machine is. It knows that you need to do the seam allowance before you do the cutting. If I'm going to cut it, I'm very unlikely to go in and try and do the seam allowance afterwards because my fabric might get ruffled, right?
Right.
So I'm going to go, do you want to cut it or do you want to draw it? And I say, I want to draw it.
So you could choose not to have the seam
100%.
allowance. Right, so you can just cut it or
100%.
you can have, right, okay.
Isn't it clever?
Yeah, no, I think that's brilliant.
So then it says, I'm going to draw. It's probably going to take me about, but I'll see when I get there. And my pressure is going to be 0 because I'm drawing, and my speed is going to be 3. I can change those. But at the minute, I'm happy to let Brother do its thing because I can then change them if I need to. But Brother knows better than I do. So I'm going to press start.
Well, I guess it's the sort of thing that once you've used it a few times,
absolutely,
you think, oh, I want
to
change that slightly.
Then you get this really scary little picture and it says, your scanner lever is set to the wrong position. And you're like, do I need tools? Do I need a screwdriver? There's a little Wadjum button on the side here and literally you just click it. Okay, now the reason it has that is because it's got a scanning bed on the machine. So if I put something in that's too close to the scanning bed, it's going to cause a problem. Sometimes the scanning bed needs to be lifted higher. So it's just lifting that scanning bed just to make it easier for the machine. So I press OK, I've done what you've asked me to do, and I'm going to press start. And it says it's going to 1 minute to draw out. Now the Brother can only do things in increments of 1. So for instance, if it was going to take 7 and 32 seconds, it will tell you it's going to take 8 minutes. It can't do the factors for seconds.
You can't say 23 seconds.
No, it will just say a minute, when in actual fact, it probably will get it done much, much quicker than that. So it's just drawing out those guides for me now, and that's going to see there. Brilliant, right?
Yes, it's brilliant.
My seam allowance has been taken care of. I don't have to work it out because brain like mine, it hurts when I have to work things out. So the fact that it does it for me, thank you very much. I'm lazy. I like things done for me. Then it says here, select the next part or finish.
Right.
So if I've done and I don't need to do anything else, no harm, no foul, right? If I want to add different things into it, then I absolutely can. So I can go to the select blue triangles. It should then give me the blue triangles, right? So then I would start adding those to the mats. I think, if my brain's working correctly. If I press finish and it goes to the home screen, I can go straight back in and I can add things. But it takes me here, well, because I need to cut it.
Yes.
I can't let go of the mat, and I can't show you those, because if I pull the mat out, and there's going to be a difference. So I leave it where it is, and I change blades. So it's super simple. I've already seen how simple it is. Difficult. So we're just going to lift that up. Always put your lid back on your pens, because what you don't want is those drying out, dude, because that's just annoying, right? You can get more of them, but you don't want to be replacing them if you don't have to. And then I'm going to go and retrieve my fabric. Always remember, fabric gold top. So that's how my brain works. I'm going to put this in here, slot it down, pop your seatbelt on, okay, so it's held in place. And now I'm going to go, please select, and I'm going to go cut. And it knows. It's so clever because it knows that when it was doing those seam allowances, that was the inside line, and now it knows it's doing the outside line, so it's going to do it for me. Start and let it shuffle. This, it now says, look, we're going to take 2 minutes. If you had a thicker fabric, it's testing the mat, it'll test the fabric, and it goes, okay, I can work out it's actually going to take me less time. It's only going to take me a minute because it's a really thin. But if I had something thicker.
Yeah, if you had like a denim or something.
Yeah, it might come up with,
so
say,
what
3 minutes.
How that's cutting out, what do these special blades do?
So you're
this
getting
is the rotary auto blade kit that you're getting for free with
You're
this.
getting this for free. So what you're getting a little kit for it. Now, I didn't receive this because this is so exclusive. We got this pretty much today. So now we're having a look at this. Now, the rotary blade kit is where you've got, obviously, your rotary blade, meaning that we can cut things thicker, faster, and more intricately.
Okay.
But it also gives you
an activation card for access
there you
to
go.
60 designs.
So we're giving you more designs than you had
Whoa.
before. Your world just expanded even more. Then bear in mind Canvas Workspace, which is on your computer if you want to use it. You don't have to. The best thing about Scan and Cut is I never have to touch a computer if I don't want to. It's all on here. I don't need to mess about with it because that can be daunting. You've somehow got it to get here. There's a process. It can be frustrating, right? But if it's doing it for me, no harm, no foul, right? So on the internet, I can do those things. Now, as with all of these apps that you get, and you can use it on your phones, you can use it on your computer. That's also got a ton of different patterns in there that you can buy. Some of them actually add to this as well. It's not just where it is.
Now, so these are different
These are your
blades.
kits. These are your, so that's a rotary blade.
Right.
So that's very different to the blade that I've been using for my thin fabrics because I don't need for what I've just done. Okay. If I was using those thicker pieces, I'm going to need it, aren't I?
Yeah.
So now, but it's the first time. It's had a rotary blade, so you guys coming in and getting this bundle.
It said this blade is designed to cut fabric use for decade purposes that don't have a fusible backing.
There you go. It doesn't need a stabilizer because it'll do it on its own.
Yeah,
because
that's amazing.
It's sorting it for you. So suddenly all of your processes are speeded. Listen, I very much doubt that the best bit that you love about sewing is the cutting out. I think that's probably the irritating bit, right? Now, remember, we've finished the game. Press board, we've ended the game. All right? Now, I'm just going to take this off. There are all my patchwork pieces, and there are all my seam allowances.
Wow, let me take one off. Oh, that's amazing. Absolutely perfect.
Every single thing done to perfection.
You guys will understand how important this is. Look at the triangle. The points have been cut off. Sewing together.
You can tell me that.
Yeah, so look, let me show you.
Show me.
So on the square, the points are on the square.
Yes.
You need them. But when you've got a triangle and you're sewing 2 triangles together,
right?
By not having, because you see they've cut the little points off, it means they match up better.
Look at that, perfection,
so
right?
They say they match up much more accurately. It's fabulous.
This is the most incredible machine because I can put my own patterns in. It becomes important.
So because you can scan your own designs, and someone's here says this machine would be great for cutting collars, plackets and yokes, but you could scan those in.
What's a yoke?
That bit on a dress.
Okay, Okay.
You know, that sort of curvy bit.
The apron, the bib bit.
The sort of
the back bib.
bit. Yeah.
It's the back bib.
If you're wearing an old-fashioned...
I wear them regularly.
So if you could scan those in from your pattern, you could send them through to your machine.
Yeah.
And then they would cut them out.
Instantly.
I
can put them on a USB. If you find the idea of sending it over, you know, it's not difficult. When it's there, it just says sort of, I think it says download on the workspace for Canvas Workspace. I'm sure the button says where to. Do you want me to download it to your machine? You don't even have this plugged into your machine. It does it through the internet. Suddenly you just go to retrieve data and your patterns are sitting here, which is incredible.
And then all you've got to do is put them right sides facing. And look, you've
got your seam allowance. It's done. Everything's done in seconds.
I mean, I don't think there is another one that does print.
No, isn't it nuts?
I know, it's nuts.
It blew my mind.
I think that's amazing.
And I've used this for years. So when Sewing Street approached me and said, you know, we know you do it for the craft bits, would you be willing to come and demonstrate it for Sewing Street? And I was like, I can't sew. I can do, no. No. And then they were like, no, it's really easy. I blew my mind because suddenly, because this has always been my best friend. I've got 2 of these ones, and then I've got some of the older ones, the CM machines as well, and I have them dotted around and I use them all the time. I've got a business. I tell you one of the things that I use it for, which might be useful for you guys when you're selling things, is creating stickers. I do all of my stickers on here for my business.
Yeah.
Because you can do them on the computer, print them and scan them in here and it'll cut them out for you.
But I think cutting out these, and also, so if you were cutting out, I mean, the quilt blocks.
I made a thing.
That's amazing.
As somebody who can't sew, this is what the Scan and Cut gave me.
And
I stole a sewing machine from Sewing Street. I have brought it back since. I cut it all out and I stitched it. This is coming from someone who doesn't do it. Isn't it absolutely incredible?
Can we cut a fabric shape? Applique letters, maybe you wanted to personalise something, or if you were doing applique teddy bears or balloons or elephants.
Try and get 2 more demos in for you. So we'll do an applique shape. I also want to show you, I'll do a smallish one on here. I'll also show you, I'll draw something, scan it in and show you how you can do an offset so that you have got a seam allowance. Now, I don't think it would necessarily draw that seam allowance, but you know that it's being sort of put into your fabric. Okay. So we'll do that. So I'm just going to place this on here for your mat if you can. Don't get too sort of, hung up on it because it'll start to drive you absolutely mad. But you should try and get rid of as much of the fibre as you can.
But you are getting 3
mats.
Well, you get 2 with the machine and you're getting 3. So you will have 5 with this anyway.
Endless. Do you know what's really I love so much? I'm so getting this home and going, oh, my world just changed. Because it's not just about sewing, it's not just about paper crafting, it's not just about vinyl. It's the fact that either you use it as a hobbyist, your workhorse, or you use it as a business in a box, and it's got potential for all of those things. So it becomes so much more than just, this lies machine. Get it out of the box. Please don't sit with it at home in a box because that's such a waste.
And it's £679.
Stupid deal. It's amazing. Let's pop this in here.
Saving. Remember, it's also available on 5-way split pay. So if you want to spread the cost, then just tick the box when you check out.
That saving is incredible.
Which is great. And sadly, the price will go back up.
Yeah, of course it will. So my machine, one that I've got, which is not the Disney one, but it is sort of the same version of this, mine cost more with no bundle than you're paying today.
Wow.
Which is
price
nuts.
comparison.
There you go.
So this is from the Brother website. Without the bundle, £777.77. Without the bundle.
And that's Brother.
And that's on their website. So we are cheaper than them. Less expensive.
Nothing cheap about us.
We are less expensive. £679. That's a £240.
We like a £200
Yes,
course. If somebody was giving you 240 quid, you'd be happy, wouldn't you?
You'd be skipping down the road.
So get this into your gully, for want of a better way of phrasing it, okay? You'll see the gully. It's 2 little plastic pieces, one here and one at the other side. Seat it really gently between. Don't push. Don't do anything else. It'll sort itself out. Make sure your fabric's really well fixed down. I tend to use a brayer on mine, just about adhesion. I'm not doing that on air because I didn't bring one with me, mainly because I'm disorganised. We're going to start the game. Remember, we're chessboard. That's just going to feed the mat in, let it register. Always try and work out your terms in the sense of the way you can remember the buttons, because if you're trying to do it with technical stuff, my brain won't. I don't know anybody's who will. Pattern. What do you want? Should we do a Mickey?
Yeah, go on then. Mickey Mouse.
We'll do a simple one. We'll just do a simple little applique one, okay?
Yeah, okay.
So we'll do this. Do you want Mickey or Minnie? Or do you want Love? Love will take longer.
Let's go Minnie then.
Let's go Minnie, okay? Telling me that's how high it is. 75 millimetres or 7.5 centimetres by 7.5 centimetres. Should we go a little bit bigger just so we can see it? Yeah. I don't want to go too huge because, of course,
fit on the fabric.
Wait though. So let's do something clever. Let's take this big. Okay, let's see if it'll let me. It might make me do it from inside, and some of them you may not be able to adjust, and that could potentially be with the Disney ones. Let me show you something really clever though. So I'll press OK, and I'm going to press set. Right?
So many of you in baskets. Once everyone checks out, we've got to sell out. So you need to be quick.
Now I've got no real way of verifying that that's going to fit on my fabric. Now because on this screen, that matches my mat.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
So I know it's just going to be in the top corner of my fabric. What if I didn't, though? What if I'm trying to use up my scraps of fabric? We've all got them, right? If you've got little scraps of fabric, you might want to use them, but you're not going to know.
You could stick several pieces on this mat.
Loads. And I could do loads of designs at once.
Because it's
Now,
got grid. Oh, because of the grid lines, you could stick.
And I have to have it in that corner. I can cut it. I can put it here.
And you could stick all different ones.
Watch this.
Right.
Right? Like the toast in a hotel. So we're going to use a hotel toaster. We want to take a photo. So I'm going to use my oven door. Press your oven door, and we think of it as a hotel toaster. It's going to take that in, it's going to toast it, and it's going to spit it back out for me, like when I'm at hotel.
I love them.
This is how I remember things.
Yeah.
I love those as well.
I do.
Should we get one?
I'd have to eat a lot of toast, though. I do.
Well, I think we should put a request
They always
in.
go wrong at some point.
I know,
and then
of course.
They sort of catch up.
And it only, all the toast is only on one side.
Yes, yeah.
Now, look at my screen.
Oh.
It's taking my mat.
Oh, okay.
So now, I know what fits where. Because I can see.
Okay.
So if I down this end of my mat down here, well, I can just click Minnie. She goes red, and I can move her. I can do
Move her to the middle.
so many different pieces. I can do whatever I want.
That's
now, if
amazing.
I wanted to have Minnie as a negative cut in the middle of this piece of fabric,
Do it.
then I can just cut her in the middle.
Yeah, go on then.
That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I want to see.
Does
that.
everybody see how excited?
I would.
Can you see why I get
I
so
can imagine how
excited?
much fabric I get through
I
playing
get
with
so
this.
giddy with this machine.
I'll be going, oh, reverse applique mini.
So, please select. Please select. Do you want to cut it? Do you want to draw it? Well, we don't want a seam allowance on this. We're just going to cut it out, and that's just going to press cut.
Yeah, so I guess if you were doing it as a applique piece, you might want to have one. If you,
Yeah.
you might want to have this up to you.
Absolutely, but we're doing a negative cut, remember?
Yeah.
So we're cutting from the middle, so I don't need that seam allowance because I'm just doing it from the middle of my fabric. If I wanted to do it as separate and I wanted that seam allowance, it had it on there.
Yeah.
You can choose. Look at the speed it does it with.
Yeah.
That sounds like when you do
English
like
paper
seances.
piecing. You know when you have
Okay.
hexagons hand sewn together like they used to do in the old days?
With the old days,
Yeah.
and they used to do them with cereal boxes.
Yeah, that's EPP. But you could cut out all your hexes
Yeah,
from
100%,
fabric.
100%.
The card pieces are
Yeah.
smaller.
Oh, okay.
So
no,
you can cut out the card and the
because
fabric.
as well. If you did your card to a certain degree and you scanned it in, it'll then become a digital file for you on here, which is amazing because then you can make your hexagons, put them all out for you. So if you've done them in the card stock, for instance, put them in here. But I can also do an offset around it. So what that means is where it sees that file and it sees, so it'll show me the hexagon here. It'll make it bigger for my seam allowance.
Brilliant. So you could be
It's endless.
brilliant for that. It'd be great for appliquing letters on,
Yes.
words, personalising, patchwork blocks.
Now remember, it's got pens in here, right? So I could write my child's name. I mean, he would hate me to do this now, he's 14. But I could put, his
What
name
other sort of
and then
pens-
do it on a label.
What ink is on the pens then?
They're colouring pens.
Okay.
They're full working pens. So on aspects of your fabrics, are they washable? I don't know, and I don't want to tell you that they are and then get it wrong because that's not fair on
Right.
you guys. Try it.
Might be,
right?
but you might be able to get them.
There's
it
so
done
many.
it?
It's done it. So we want to finish it. Oh no, this has just gone off. I don't know if it has done it. I think it did do it and then it turned off. So just let me turn this back on. Oh, by the way, when you turn this on, hold down the power button for about 5 seconds because when I first ever got my home, I was pressing it and nothing was happening and I thought it was broken. And it's to long hold it for about 5 seconds. It comes up with this and then it'll go to some photos of a settee with some cushion. My brain serves me right. And then as soon as it does that, you're ready to go. There you go. Look at me.
There we
remembering the
go,
thing.
picture of the cushions.
So all I need to do now, obviously, is press home. That's going to take me to it. And it's going to say the carriage is going to move to its initial position. That's fine. I know Minnie is already cut on there. So it's just moving this plastic piece back to its home position so nothing gets damaged. Now I'm going to press my chessboard. I want it to spit that out because I finished playing. So then I just remove my fabric. Oh, and that is dotted it. I did a dotty thing. That's not an applique. Can you see? What did I do?
Yeah, I don't know, but
What did I
see
do?
In the picture, it was a dotty edge.
Look, I've got the dots for it.
That's really clever. Look at that.
You could pick that up.
So cool, isn't
and
it?
put that on something else.
It did have a dotty thing.
Did
round
it?
the edge.
Was I not viewing properly? Anyway, you
I
do
don't
it the
know.
same way.
I just remember seeing a dotty edge.
I'm impressed with
Cool,
that.
though.
I like that. What can we do
So
with
it's
that?
cut it out as dot.
It must be for a crafting, for other craft. Think of all the possibilities that are in here. It's so exciting. Now, I do want to
We are
show
very,
you
very
something.
low in stock now. We have so many more in baskets.
Really good look. Just something for the everyday Sharpie. It always wants to be a dark colour. It's really important that you use those dark colours because obviously you can only pick up so much. If I do it in a light colour, it's going to reflect. And if you're using too many lights overhead that are really bright, you've got to give it a
Question. Cut felt.
Yes, it will cut felt. Don't go too thick with your felts. Yes, it will cut through them. I would tell you absolutely 100%, and I'll say this anyway, you'll keep certain mats for certain things.
Well, and also it does, you can use different, you've got different blades.
Different blades for different things. Well. Keep one of your mats that's specifically for felt, because the fuzzy wuzzy on the felt, that ain't going to play well with your other fabrics.
2 blades there, 1 blade that comes with the machine as well, and you've got 5 mats. There's so much going on here.
So say like I want, I don't know, a stocking for Christmas. Okay. Oh, we've got a dot idea. I love this.
You go through the dots. What a great idea.
Pretty.
I'm sure if we have a look at the machine, it will explain why you've got the dots. But it's great.
The madness.
The madness of
that
the dots.
smells nice. Don't smell that. It smells really
nice.
nice.
So this is you've drawn it or you've scanned it.
It's just I've drawn something. Now, you've got it here. Now, if you've got if you're a full-on crafter and you do all of the crafts, right, all of the things, you might want to do some of the stamps that you've got and then use those for cutting fabrics. Because remember, we're making an image. So if you've got a stamp of a floral that you particularly love, stamp it in a dark black ink, scan it. You've then got a digital file of it. As long as you've got permission to do this, then you can cut it in fabrics.
Right.
Insane. Yeah, look, so I've got a pic. That's, just say that's my stocking that I want to make. That's my pattern that I have hours drawing. And then I'm just going to put it in. And I'm just going to press this. We always start the game. Always remember your chessboard starts the game. It's really important. It's going to spit it out. It's just registering. And then I've got a scanning function. Scanning function is different. I now have a different menu. Do I want a direct cut? Or do I want a scan to cut data? Now that's where I can do sort of different things with it and different variants. For this, I'm just going to stick with direct cut. I wanted to keep the simples because we don't have much more than an hour. Now remember everything that you need as well, so you're not short of a tutorial. So let's just do this one for now because we're running out of time. It says convert the scanned image. I don't want to do it on my computer because my machine will do everything for me that I need it to. I'm going to press start. Remember your scanner lever? Now I need to bring it down. And that's just, it will always tell you, brother are so good. Press start. Now, that hotel toaster, it's doing it on its own, okay? So it's taking it in, it's toasting my picture. Here on here, my hand-drawn image. You think, and here's where it gets really exciting. Your grandchildren have drawn the most delightful picture. That's just moved. If they have done that, right? Yeah, that's fine. It's on my screen, but this came off my Mac. If your grandchildren have done a picture or your children have done it, sometimes we don't always want them in the Blue Peter cupboard, right? But we might want to make something beautiful from them. Here's the thing. I can put some calico on here. I can scan the image in first. It gives me this. Green, and that could be my child's drawing. Then I can take my mat off, put some calico on it, and I can get it to draw exactly what my child did.
We're using
then I can embroider it.
Right, amazing.
Or I can cut it. I can do so much.
You could draw it on with the water erasable pen.
Absolutely.
Then you could embroider it or applique it. Amazing.
The things we can do, right? Now I've scanned my image in and I want to get that onto fabric, right? And that's fine. So I'm going to take this out because I don't need to do anything with the mat right now. So I'm going to press image here, this pattern that I spent the last year doing. I might want it to be bigger or I might want it to be smaller. So now I can see here, I've got all these weird lines down the back and that's not on my original drawing. What is it? It's the dirty hair and the bit. So I'm going to grab this and I'm going to just pull it. So it's just focusing on my thing. But then also I might have the shakes when I'm drawing. It might not be perfect. So I'm just going to put a smoothing alias on it. And I'm going to go, hi, can I have that really smooth?
So it just sorts out your
out all my wobbles. And then I'm going to go, let me preview that and see if I like it. So it's okay. We've smoothed it out for you. Press OK. Now, if you're happy to go ahead, you can obviously just go ahead with what you want it to do. So we go to the next.
So the possibilities
are endless.
Absolutely endless.
But I'll just show you this very quickly. See here, where I've got this button here? Offset. How much bigger do you want to make it for your seam allowance? Well, let's have it at 5 given me it, and now I can draw my seam allowance. Look
Amazing. So the price of this, £679.
The most amazing machine in the world.
Save £240. It's available on 5-way split pay. It is going to sell out because we've got loads and loads and loads of you have got it in baskets. So please do check out. Thank you so much,
Thank
Carla.
you for having me.
I love it. And you're right. It is
you.
best machine in the world.
Love it.
Thank you for joining me on Sewing Street today. Tomorrow on Sewing Street, who is presenting tomorrow? John's presenting tomorrow. At 8 o'clock, he's got Yvonne McAtamney with Village Street. At 9 o'clock, Hayley Smith will be with him from Craft Yourself Silly. 10 o'clock, Yvonne will be back with her brand new Block of the Month launch. 11 o'clock, Hayley will be back with him again with her Craft Yourself Silly project. And at 12 o'clock, it has to be Miss It, Miss Out Designer Fabrics. Thank you so much for joining me today. I'll see you back here next week. And thank you so much. And enjoy your new machine.